Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
With the announcement of the first pick of the night.
With the first pick. First pick.
In the face of Spencer Petras before he can pull the trigger.
First pick. First pick. First pick. With the first pick. First pick. First pick. With the first pick. First pick. First pick. First pick. With the first pick.
Draft season, the pressure's on pose now. Same team, differences, we got a coach now. A foundation, clever made schemes, working 7-day weeks to develop their team. And the 10th pick should really be Ben's pick. My bet is we gon' spend it in the trenches. Or new workhorse headline, front page, quarterback's best friend, dominating one game. Grit meets grind, skill meets attitude, contact balance, genty, scatterable. If we go edge, that's a group worth adding to. Not a bad move to ask. What could Dennis Allen use? The 3 picks in the top 50. Add more talent, really, I am not picky. Win more games, the immediate plan into the rookie class. Welcome. And we'll see you at camp.
Experienced anything like this.
First pick. First pick. With the first pick.
Ripped down immediately by Carson Schlesinger. They pitch it. Henderson squares up. Henderson. Nice burst. Still on the move. Deep drop for Hoover. Taking a deep shot. Hoover threads it in.
First pick.
All the way up the middle.
Bannon made the grab.
Look out! Devon Neal touchdown.
First pick. First pick.
Down to the 5. Chisholm to the end zone.
First pick.
Here's a touchdown to Colston Loveland.
First pick.
Weapon.
First pick.
That ball's intercepted! It is intercepted! Makuma seals it!
First pick. First pick. With the first pick. First pick. First pick.
The second pick.
Well, it's the first pick of the second day.
Man, if you were running things, we'd have no pick. Right?
We'd have 1 pick or 2 picks.
I don't know. Poll said last night it was going to be their 2+, more than their 2 second rounders. Was what the going
That's what he
rate was.
said.
Yeah, he alluded to it last night in the presser.
So they're trading down here tonight.
I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. And we know how the smoke rolls, and if there's any truth to it, there's a lot of talk out there that there's supposed to be a very early run on wide receivers. You and I were talking to our guest that's going to be on a little bit earlier today, Matt Waldman, and he was, he had a couple of wide receivers in mind that he's very high on along with us.
He's making me laugh.
So
These two already, they started. The 2 brothers in the house tonight.
yeah. Well, see, I have a button over here that says kick from studio. So
Right.
they can't even get mad at Dad for that because I can do that.
These guys, we're gonna give them a shot.
Okay, let me have 36.
Angelo might be easier to control than these 2.
I know. It's a fun thing, Shane. Obviously, a lot of talk about Mike Green today.
Yeah.
All over the place. The reality of where he's at in regards to the NFL teams.
Yeah. Well, you get to a point, Phil, where it's, if there's serious issues out there that have been uncovered, you're going to see him go to day 3, probably in like a round 4, but we soon shall see. Based on tape, based on talent alone, he's a guy that goes last night, but everything has spoken. So, I mean, there's still other guys out there that I'm definitely interested in. One thing that Ryan Poles said is he feels like they can put a pretty good dent in this team with these 3 picks tonight. And that was my thinking all along. I totally agree.
In a draft full of talent that we've seen at positions of need, where it gets light is offensive tackle.
Yeah.
So that's where you have to like focus on, is that going to be the border of football right there for the Bears? Are they going to try to trade up and get our guy Ursery? Or, I just have to say the same kind of pattern comes around here with the Chicago Bears is, listen, people are going to take whatever it is. For us, I think Shane and I were on the same step there. Once Banks went off the board, you needed to get to the point of where your talent was. They went on their board. Loveland, for me, wasn't that.
Yeah, I don't have him as the top 10 pick, and I don't feel bad saying that just because he's a Bear. I'm being honest about my assessment of it. Is he a top 10 guy with me? No, he's not. It is what it is. I mean,
I would have, if Mike Green is off their board because of the
Michael Williams is the pick.
And Michael Williams was that's what I told our guest too.
Yeah.
And I talked to Zorich, said the same thing to him. I'm just like, okay, now you got to course correct. Obviously, based on that phone call and excitement, Ben Johnson is excited about Colston Loveland and what he's going to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Now, when you assess it, he was my number 2 tight end. You're number 1. Yep. He was in my top 20 players, sitting at number 16 or 14. So it's not that far off from the 10th pick.
No.
That's where it is. Where the excitement of this comes into play is what he is. And we'll break down the tape. Now, injury and quarterback issues always hinder people's talents. So if you got an injury, which he did, he played through it, Shane.
Yep.
I had the same injury. I played through it. I know what he's talking about in regards to pain. Sometimes you're fine. Fall on it a certain way, it comes right back in full force. So you're trying, you get tested. Your mental stamina gets tested. He obviously is passing that test. Now, what he is that Tyler Warren is not. For either one of us, we saw Tyler Warren as the bully kind of guy who can't separate at the stem of the route. There's no twitchiness there. He's just a muscle head athlete. No doubt what he brings to the table athletically. He's got good hands, but everybody talks about length. He does not have length, where Colston Loveland does have length. He doesn't block well. Colston is a good blocker, not a great one. But like you said, you ain't picking a tight end
right
up top because he blocks well.
Yeah, it doesn't happen in the NFL. It's not going to happen in the NFL. You see the blocking tight ends maybe at the end of round 3, if that is their forte, into day 3, round 4, even into 5. You're not taking a tight end in the top 10, especially, and saying his best attribute is blocking. It's just
right.
It's not happening.
Just like you aren't taking a fullback at pick number 1. You're not taking a fullback in the top 10.
Yep.
Listen, the kid obviously has met the media. For me, Brock Bowers, obviously, we've heard a lot of people. You talked about Gelko. I know Cap obviously did that with Hoodie today. There's people all over the place. Some people, like Fran Duffy, don't see the talent. I'll just tell you, there's definite talent there. How they, now
Oh,
it's
yeah,
up to
yeah.
the
I was surprised by
artists to use it.
Fran Duffy's assessment was his ceiling is that of, an average NFL starter. So that was his high point.
And I'm so, again, Chad keeps getting brownie points with me. Right now, Chad is the number one ranked person in the chat over night one in my ranking, Shane.
Chad
I
sent
know
me a
Nick Dub is pretty low on your.
Never heard of him.
But Chad makes a good point because you listen to Coach Saban, and Coach Saban is talking about him in a manner with which a matchup nightmare that reminded him very much so of one Brock Bowers. And if you can't understand the power of Nick Saban, I don't know what to tell you. That's the kind of guy you hire up in your front office to kind of organize the culture of football that's necessary. You don't bring in Bill Polian. You call up Nick Saban. So when you get to that guy promoting him, and listen, going back to last year, when I said, okay, Brock Bowers is a matchup nightmare, and you could use him outside at receiver, at slot. You can put him in the backfield. You can play him at the H-back and play him at tight end. You can move him as a move tight end. That's what you need to do with something. And that kind of athleticism Loveland has. So he becomes a matchup nightmare where he could be an outside guy.
So as we approach, about the 40-minute mark away from night number 2 kicking off, Brad Biggs literally just sent out a tweet with 3 questions that he is pondering. And I would say that Brad is doing this for a very specific reason, probably with some sort of intel maybe, or a heads up of the direction maybe that the Bears would like to go. And these are his questions. Number 1, do the Bears, who sit at 39-41, get a shot at Minnesota offensive tackle Ariante Ursery? Houston lurks at number 34 and must replace Laramie Tunsil, who was traded away. Question number 2, who will Ohio State running back TreVeyon Henderson make? Will Ohio State running back TreVeyon Henderson make it to 39?
First, I believe.
Could the Patriots consider him at 38? Does a mini run on wide receivers for the Titans and Patriots help push other players down the board? Only 2 running backs are gone. Could any team work to trade ahead of the Bears for the shot at Henderson? Question number 3. And Phil will like this one.
Who cares about Henderson? Like, if he goes, he goes. He's not like.
Oh, no. But I think it's
talking to Brad Biggs.
Yeah, but I think he's putting that out there for a reason. I don't think he's just throwing, stuff against the wall to see what fits. But question number 3, is Marshall edge Mike Green being considered by the Bears? He led FBS schools with 17 sacks, but fell out of round 1. There are character questions. He's denied any wrongdoing in 2 past sexual assault allegations. Gun issues and violence against women can be hard for a number of NFL clubs to overlook. So those are directly from Brad Biggs.
We don't have the Muffin Man drop queued up.
And then, he does that. He has updated it with another one. We've talked a lot about the need for more depth and talent at edge, but have we discussed defensive tackle enough? Shemar Turner, Darius Alexander, and Omar Norman Lott are available. The Bears could use a boost on the inside as well.
If Ursery goes off the board and you're not willing to trade up to solidify him, or give up a pick next year to get him, so you don't give up 41. I mean, that's what I would do. I would secure that left tackle. I have a
but I think something that we have to consider, Phil, is just because we have Ursery here doesn't mean that they have Ursery on their board. And we've seen that, especially with Houston.
They've been wrong a lot.
Yeah.
We've been right more than the Bears have. So my faith in Ryan Poles is not there. Honestly, I did not see tight end at 10. If this is a coach pick, it reeks of a coach pick. So, but I don't know what tape they're watching if Ursery isn't, wow, we got to get this guy. I don't. I
hear you.
Maybe they have the kid from Arizona. And then I'm like, okay, it's the same kind of scouting department. What are we seeing here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But again, we watched the Ursery tape. He is one of, out of the 46 we've watched with fans on our patron side.
Yeah.
He's the one guy, him and Mike Green, left on the board that we were just, holy shit. This dude. So that's in the ballpark there. They're liable to have what's it called? Embo. Bow in there as the number one.
Right.
Yeah, go eat, buddy. We're in the pregame show. Pregame show.
Just into the TTNL news desk. Brandon Fortney don't know dick about football. This.
Yeah, had a bad. I mean, Mike Vrabel announced him as left tackle last night. Will Campbell. It's weird how that works.
Tough day for
sometimes.
Fortney.
But Phil, let's have you, DDP, take the center stage here, and let's do a little mock 2 and 3. We're not going to go 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, the only thing, last thing I want to say, with the Mike Green, for me, obviously the drop off at tackle is immense. I think when you go tight end, you have to now wait at running back. You have to get a defensive player on the line, whether end or tackle, and an offensive tackle. That's where you have to go here.
Is there an outside shot that they're looking at safety? That is another.
Fuck yourself, Bears.
Oh, I know where I'm at it, and you and I are in the same.
I am there. Like, bro, stop with the say.
Well, your number one guy is there.
Yeah, he is, and I wouldn't take the importance right here. Like, I can get us 2 starters here.
Yeah.
Well, let's do the mock.
Let me bring this in. And the way that this is,
you gotta these lines, man. You have to build them.
So yeah, we're just gonna do this under the premise that you're sticking. And I will say this, and more times than not,
The Loveland presser. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Clearly good personality, good kid. Got a lot of things to uncover there.
Yeah. So on these simulators, Mike Green has been coming off the board either with the first or the second pick pretty consistently. But we will see where this goes, Phil. We're
Did anybody see Matt Campbell go? Coach Matt Campbell is like, who the best short-armed left tackle is in the draft. Yeah. He ended up going number 4, Brandon.
Yeah.
Thanks for your analysis. Again, you don't know any dick about football. You still don't.
Surprise.
You'll learn, buddy. You'll learn. Maybe one day. So Mike Green clearly went so fast.
So they kick this off. Shador Sanders goes 33 to Cleveland. Will Johnson. Mike Green, your pass rusher, or our pass rusher, comes off to the Tennessee Titans.
He's
Luther
number
Burden,
1 ranked on the board.
Luther Burden goes to Cleveland. Emanwari goes to the Raiders. You get the BC
So
pass
right
rusher.
now, I run to the podium and I take Ariante Ursary. And I don't even think twice about it because now I get a longer armed left
Yeah.
tackle, Shane,
Right.
with
Yeah.
power, feet, toughness, the kind of edge you really like in your offensive lineman, the personality that you want, those types of things.
What is that? George, what's not realistic? It's a simulator. There's an absolute chance that Ursary makes it to the Bears. It's not a given that he's gone. I told this on an earlier show, and this is going to piss a lot of people off. I'm not sold on the fact that if he is available at 39 and 41, he's going to be a Bear. I think that that's in play for the Bears. I'm looking at this through the Bears lens, and people will be pissed off, but I don't think that that's out of the realm of possibilities. Teams
I'll
have.
be pissed.
Oh, I get it, dude. I would draft Ursary. I'm just saying.
I think you have a problem at left tackle. Both
I do
players
too.
have
I would
questions.
100% draft Ursary. I'm saying from the Bears lens, from polls.
Yes.
And from
No,
Ben Johnson.
He's been I have not been happy with polls. Today, I'm still disappointed in polls. I really am. You've got to rebuild these lines. I felt like I forget who said it last night. One of the fans. It kind of is an arrogant pick. Now, I get the Colts and other teams were looking to trade up for Loveland, and he might be great, right? The sky's the limit for this kid. I know the talent. I like the player. I think people struggle with us talking about this. I don't like taking tight end at 10.
Me either.
Especially one coming with an injury. That's it. I would have taken Mikael Williams if Mike Green and the Muffin Man was against us getting Mike Green. You have to upload the Muffin Man because
don't forget the name Ozzy Trapilo from Boston College because
George, you don't know that he won't drop to 39, bro. Like,
but it's a given, right? That they're going offensive tackle because Vegas is flush with quarterbacks. I mean, Gino's only 37 or 38 years old. So it's the NFL draft, man. Anything can happen. Saying that, oh, it's just not going to happen. It's foolish.
And Brian,
would I be shocked? Would I be shocked if Ozzy Trapilo goes ahead of Ursary? I would never do it that way. Would I be shocked in the NFL? No. Just remember the name tonight. Just telling you. The kid from BC.
He's working with offensive line coach Harry Heastand. Excuse me, Dante Scarnecchia. Ozzy Tropepia. That's the Boston College kid who's like 6'8", right?
So this is all right. So this is just dropping from Albert Breer, talking about teams that were trying to trade up at the end of round 1 for Josh Connerly. He was specifically talking. All right. He says the next group of offensive tackles includes BC's Ozzy Trapilo, who is considered a low-risk, high-floor type of player, as well as Minnesota's Ariante Ursary and NC State's Anthony Belton, both of whom carry football character concerns. That's the first I've seen of that.
Who? Ursary?
Albert Breer reporting football character concerns with Ariante Ursary and NC State's Anthony Belton. Directly from Albert Breer right now.
Wow. And that's the part of the evaluation that Shane and I and our whole TTNL crew don't get. We just don't get it. So again, I'm going to reiterate. I have no idea. I met PJ Fleck, had a great conversation with him about his players. He spoke so highly of Ursery.
So
You would
Phil,
think the kid is an amazing kid.
here's another update from Albert Breer just coming through, and it concerns a team in the Midwest that wears navy blue and orange.
The Chicago Bears under George McCaskey have been the softest, softer than Brandon Fortney and everyone combined.
Albert Breer says South Carolina safety Nick Emenwari is still available. And I believe a sneaky fit is with the Chicago Bears, with Jaquan Brisker's concussion concerns lingering. Chicago is at 39-41, and Emenwari could be a fit, or Emenwari could fit into a Malcolm Jenkins type role for Bears' new defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen.
Listen, I love Nick Emenwari. He is a football player.
There better be a button there because you just vilified them about 3 minutes ago if they take
but there is a but. But I am rebuilding the lines. And if there's character concerns, that's why you have a coaching staff and good coaching and culture, new all over the place to help get everybody on the same page and build up your football team. All of these guys aren't choir boys. The Bears have been in the cellar because all they ever do is check and recheck and triple check boxes about bullshit stuff. It goes back to Cars talking about the McCaskies loving Dick Duran because they go to church on Sundays together. It's that crazy. So when I'm fighting with Adam Rank about the swearing on Hard Knocks, it's a pointed reference that sweating the small stuff is a McCaskey thing. It goes back. Ditka didn't want Stan Thomas. Mike McCaskey did because he was a good old church going talent, big guy. He could be our left. No, he can't. The scout said, no, we don't want. Well, owner overruled. They don't meddle. Yeah, they do. So here in the second fucking round, you have a talent like this that could be a dominator. You got to take him. I am steadfast. I love Nick. He's in my top 50 players in this draft. You get him, great. That's not how I build a team. I would be getting an offensive lineman just like I did and taking Ursery. And right here, I'm going to take a defensive lineman. That's how I believe you build football teams. Inside out. Championship teams are filled. Do you think they would have drafted Steve McMichael coming out?
No.
Do you think they would have signed him as a free agent? No.
They didn't.
He was an undrafted guy. New England cut him. They wouldn't sign him as a free agent because he was considered a lunatic. Un-McCaskey. But they had football people in there making decisions instead of them. So they were overruled. So that's where I am with this stuff. And I love how this shit comes out before the draft is going to start. It just irks me. Now, I'm dead ass serious. There was 2 players from Minnesota that Coach Fleck talked to me about. Ursery and his defensive end, who's from West Haven, Connecticut. What's his name? Defensive lineman, Judah.
It's somebody in the chat.
He's like, Phil, this guy is going to be an NFL all-pro type of kid. Great work ethic. Then he talked about
Joyner.
Joyner. Thank you, Bowski. John Joyner, talk to me for a good 25 minutes about both guys. And I go, what's the standout thing about Ursary? He loves football. He loves football and he's
Big part of the process. Yeah.
He's fucking mean. When we watch his tape, that's what we see. Take those guys. Take those guys. The sexual assault stuff, whether I know that's kind of tricky here. Yeah,
Well,
I don't get the football character. Coach Fleck told me exactly what I'm sharing with you.
Well,
that was 2 years ago now.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, Phil, we know what the talent is. We don't know what the background is. We don't know what the concerns are. If he's still on the board after tonight, I think we probably know what the deal is. If somebody takes him early, somebody is willing to gamble on talent, or they have more than enough info that they feel comfortable with the off the field stuff. So we're gonna see. But so bring this up. So you just took Ariante Ursary, Phil.
Yes.
At 39, you're up at 41. So where do you want to go here? What position group do you want to look at?
Well, I'm taking defensive tackle from Toledo, Darius Alexander.
All right. Do you want to at least look at I know he's your guy, but do you want to look? There's the edges.
I want, that's the guy I feel like is going. I know Princely is, but looking at it, I want to build the inside out from there.
Yep. Hey, you can get a tight end at pick 72, Phil.
Imagine. Let's double down on tight end. We'll get this tight end.
So, Phil, if it fell this way for you, obviously, your picks here, Loveland, Ursary, Darius Alexander, you're up at 72. Is this running back territory for you? You still have Scatabo on your board here, Dylan Sampson. I mean, I know where you're at there running back wise. If we go over to edge, you also got your guy, Oladeo from UCLA. We look over at linebacker. I know your guy or our guy, Schlesinger, is gone. Safety, Makuba.
Yeah, this pick is pretty easy for me as well.
Yep.
And if it fell like this, we'd probably be winning championships. I don't know if Ryan Poles has the balls to do it, honestly. I know he got the coach. They've been directed, so to speak, to kind of do what is necessary. But I don't know how they see things, but it's easy for me. This would be Cam Scattaboo. I'd run to the podium, and this is a guy that will be your workhorse back right into the backfield. And now you've improved your running back room with the kind of football player that you're needing. And that's a move the chains running back that has run instincts. Simple as that. We don't have that on our. And if you came away with that, you got to be very happy. If you have a character guy that creates a culture, a tone setter, somebody that carries the football with passion, with determination, and has the athleticism to be the best type of football player that you can get, that's what you're needing 100%.
I hear you, man. Is there, you and I were talking with Matt Waldman, Phil, and I know we know the direction that we assume and really kind of want the Bears to go, but the Bears get up at, well, I guess Phil went off there, so I can't ask him the question. He's playing dad right now. It's just going to be interesting. You know, like I said, we had the conversation earlier with Matt Waldman, and Matt and Phil and myself all are very, very high on another offensive weapon, which the Bears probably would not do. We'll see, but it would be interesting to see the Bears' reaction if a Luther Burden was staring them in the face and having the 2 picks at 39 and 41 and where they have them on their board. Do I want to get into the wide receiver game when I want trenches? Not really. But if you heard Ryan Poles last night, they rely on their board, and they're not going to go down and reach for a guy and leave a more talented player that they feel, according to the way that they broke this down, they're not going to leave them on the board. And they're not going to trade. They're not going to trade DJ, guys. His extension is just getting ready to kick in. Not even yet. So that he's not going anywhere. They're in the game of adding and keeping talent for Caleb Williams, not moving off of it. They are big believers in DJ Moore, clearly. So it's not a move that you would see. It's much like Cole Kmet, the people that are saying, "Oh, Cole is going to be gone." I don't think that at all. I don't. This year especially. But Phil, I was talking about, and I know we're bought into the trenches, but you and I and Waldman were talking earlier from Ben Johnson's perspective, the Luther Burden talk, and we were all laughing about it because we're like, yeah, we could see Ben Johnson do something like that.
Yeah. I know it would be hard to pass him. He's my number 1 receiver on the board. So on the whole, in the draft
at 39 or 41, that is my point. He's my wide receiver 1.
Yep.
Matt Waldman, same type of thing, Phil. It's just, these are the out of the box things that you got to think about. Everybody can tell
technically my 2 because of Travis Hunter, but
yeah,
just in case there's some. But Phil, Travis Hunter's your number. I just want to clarify. Because he could do both, you get that kind of football player there. It would be a debate, but then you're ignoring the defensive and offensive line position.
I know Phil and I could definitely tell you who it was because we both wanted him in Chicago. Tight end too. For the Lions. And there goes Phil again. We lost him. But Jared Perry showing up late. We just talked about it. Yeah, we did. Emanwari. Now, Phil is much higher on Emanwari than I am. I do not have Emanwari in my top 5 safeties. Phil, I think he is your number 1 safety.
TTNL News Desk. Brandon Fortney.
Was that the actual Brandon Fortney earlier?
He's here.
He can't. He came to learn football.
He came to learn. Classes in session, so you can stop guessing. We're getting it popping right now. The Chicago Bears traded up, Shane, to 33.
Yes.
So the news broke with Albert Breer, and 10 minutes later, we have a tweet from Jacob Infante saying the Bears have bigger needs than safety, but what about Nick Emanwari in round 2?
Thanks, Jared.
He's got a 10 RAS score. But we're animals here.
Listen, when you tweet or put out dumb shit, it's just expected at this point. The people that really are good are able to handle it. They come on and show up.
I think people are more concerned about being right. I called it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's and I couldn't give any less of a shit about that. Like, do I have Travion Henderson as my top available back tonight? I do not. Is my gut telling me that he could be Ben Johnson's top available back tonight? Yeah, my gut is telling me that. Am I right? I don't fucking know. I'm just I'm just being honest.
I go exactly like that. I go based off my analysis. I'm not trying to think like Ryan Poles. When I think of Ryan Poles, I think of missed opportunities, signing free agents to make up for misses, missed free agents. Now the hope is that Ben Johnson can right the ship. That's where it is. And round one, wasn't expecting tight end at 10. Love the player. Hate that the fact that they picked a tight end
The
over
process of how you got
end.
there. Yeah, I agree. So Funky Bear Down is asking me, what are your rankings at safety? And mine are, like I said, different than Phil's. So I had Malachi Starks number 1, Xavier Watts number 2, Andrew Makuba number 3, Kevin Winston Jr. number 4, and Billy Bowman Jr. number 5. And I would have had Emanwari slotted in at 6. And that's the thing. Who is the last wildly athletic, high RAS score safety to have an impact in the NFL? I'll wait for it because nobody's going to be able to give me one.
I would think Adrian Amos had a high RAS score.
Yeah, but Phil, he was drafted in round 5.
You asked what safety had a high RAS score.
Right, but I'm talking about these guys. You know, there was who was the kid from Syracuse, and he had a brother, and everybody was losing their minds over him. I don't know why I'm blanking on their names, but it's just, yeah.
Did Starks go off the board, right?
Yeah, he's a Baltimore Raven because that's a surprise.
Yeah, so he did not run that well, though, right?
So, yeah, no, he did not. But he's around the ball a lot.
Craig Stelz. Maybe Craig Stelz did have a high RAS score.
Adrian Amos was an 8.6 RAS, according to what I'm seeing here.
8.6.
Yeah. But I mean, like, Emanwari is a 10.
I love Nick Emanwari. So I think because the RAS meets the road, meaning he knows football, he's got a good football acumen. That's where I feel on Emanwari and what he brings to the table. But I mean,
yeah, Jared's got it. The Melifonwu brothers. Those were both guys that their athletic traits were.
Them.
Yeah, Obi Melifonwu. Yeah, you do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then there was another one. But yeah, like
never liked him.
Earl Thomas's RAS was like under 6. It was like a 5 something.
What was Bob Sanders? He had to be under because he was so fucking short. They're gonna give him a negative of his height, and that's
Sanders.
That's the tightest.
9.1.
Wow! Imagine if he was 6'2".
Yeah,
he'd be a 10. So there's 9.1's a pretty high.
But I'm just saying, I think a lot of people default to seeing the RAS and just assume a lot. I'm not saying that you do, Phil, but I think a lot of fans do, and just say, "Oh, this guy runs fast. This guy's RAS score is very, very fast, or is very, very high," and they just assume, and it's so. Ben Ricketts is not having a good night in terms of guessing because Cam Chancellor's RAS was 3.22.
Wow.
But there was one. Who am I thinking of? Jesus, let me see if it pops up. Yeah, there it is.
Sean Taylor had to be a high one.
Scottish Bears got it. That was the one. Kyle Hamilton was the 9.33. Was about the highest one.
Sean Taylor had to have a high RAS. He was like 6 foot 220. Yeah. Ran a 4.49. Jumped out the gym.
Yeah, his final was 9.23. after after it was adjusted. But do you remember what Sean Taylor's 40-yard dash was, Phil?
I thought it was 4.49.
4.51. Yeah, you're close. Well, some people would say 4.49 and 4.51 are wildly different, and one is fast and one is slow. The way that we go, but my
times.
Yeah, my point is people.
Oh, he ran a 4.40. I thought he was faster than that.
Please don't fall in love with RAS scores and think that it means immediate success, because it's a short list, especially at safety. It really is.
Well, a lot of the
Mike Brown's RAS had to have been probably wildly low, and he was around the ball all the time. He just got injured.
RAS scores have a place just like PFF.
Absolutely.
It's not the end all be all. It's the
that
football acumen.
It's like that linebacker / tight end that I watched for the Southington Wolverines. What was his name? That white kid.
Devin Atoshin,
yes. I'd draft him in the first round.
I'm a defensive end.
Did you play linebacker at all?
No.
Never? I thought you played linebacker.
I'm probably gonna this year.
Well, you're damn right.
That's where he's scouting. He's scouting you.
What about tight end? Did you play tight end?
Yeah.
All right.
Big tight end.
Too.
Yeah.
Are you a blocking tight end, or are you a game breaker like Colston Loveland?
Probably blocking. Yeah. I didn't really get
God,
that.
these kids. I'm putting it up on the tee for you, waiting for you to smack it right down the fairway.
I'm definitely gonna be yard.
He's gonna make a big plays this year.
Yeah.
That's
Be
his
the
goal.
yak monster.
He wants to be the yak.
Here's
the quarterback.
What's up?
There he is.
This is the quarterback?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How
we can hear you.
How did you connect that? What? Using my mic.
Wow.
Is that what that thing is you're talking into? Kids over there.
He plugged that thing into his controller.
Turn your thing sideways. There you go. Shane, you're teaching him.
I love balls.
It makes me capture sound. I can't.
Yeah, you can't hear the drops.
How do you say
Don't
that?
worry about it.
You just like your
Do
grandfather.
you have anybody you're wanting to draft tonight, Tate?
I want greens. For the Bears?
Yeah.
No Dante.
For the Bears.
For rounds 2 and 3?
Oh my God.
Tate.
This is a delay tactic.
So the 39th, I want. No, 33. I want Mike Green. Yes.
Yes.
And then the 41, I want Cam Scadaboo. And then 70 something, I don't know.
What was John Theory's RAS score?
That might
must
be
have been
pre-Raz.
Is it? He doesn't go back and do them all?
He might.
It's a 5-minute warning.
Yeah. I don't have
5 more minutes, guys.
Uncle Bullets. Look at Uncle Bullets. What was Quiddy Pay's RAS score, Shane?
4. Right where Bullets took him. 4th overall. So Albert Breer sent out another. Albert Breer sent out another tweet and said that New Orleans and
9.94 for John Theory.
Oh, is that what
There's
it was?
a Dave Wanstead special.
But that's classic right there, what I'm talking about. Please don't.
That's
settle
how
on
they
Raz.
that's how they recruited. That's how they scouted. He did what? We gotta have this kid from Alcorn State.
Yeah. So Albert Breer just tweeted out 1 minute ago, 2 teams that have at least tested the waters on trading up into the second round or up in the second round are the New Orleans Saints and the Seattle Seahawks. So you have to assume with the Saints, it's for quarterback Seahawks. I mean, they could be wide open. Bill's doing.
It's gonna be very hard.
Yeah. We have a guest not named Tate Toshin. Phil, you want to bring him out now?
Yes, a patron. You got a patron. Just leave it cracked
Yeah, that's what I did.
so we get some air in here. It gets hot.
Yeah, way too much space.
Listen, this guy, former ESPN Sports Center host, analyst. You remember his interviews with Mike Tyson and the great Walter Payton, and so on and so forth down the line. He started fucking Sports Center, for God's sake. He was Sports Center at one point. Let's bring him out. You know him as a patron, as a friend. Our guy from the West Coast, Eric Clements.
What's up, TTNL fam? How you doing?
What's up, Eric? How you doing?
I'm hanging in. My internet connection seems stable for now, but you know,
We'll take it.
it's about like my age. You know, you never know what's gonna come next, right? You know, I'll be sailing along and then I'll be asleep. You know, like this. But no,
So
everything's good, man.
I gotta share this picture with you guys of Bears' new tight end Colston Loveland.
Hi, Michelle.
Yeah.
getting a tour in the Chicago Bears locker room with Tony Medlin. Tell me what you think of this.
All right.
Yo.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
Looks like an NBA player.
Looks like the day
Right?
Phil and,
How
looks like
tall
the
is
day
he?
Phil and I met.
Dad, how tall is he?
He's
6'6".
6'6".
Dang. Wait, that's Loveland?
That's
Yeah.
Loveland.
Yeah. they're-
Loveland on the right, though, Dev.
That's awesome.
That's Loveland on the right as you're looking at it. He's the short guy.
Tony Medlin, equipment manager for
He seems short
since
in
what?
highlights.
Since when was? How long has he been there?
He's short in highlights.
78.
I'm imagining.
Oh,
long
T-Med,
time.
yeah, he's survived many,
more
many
minute.
regime changes.
Come on, Daddy, come on. Okay.
So, yeah. So, Eric, I'm sure you were watching our reactions. What was your initial reaction to what unfolded at number 10 last night?
I was disappointed because it wasn't my guy. You know.
Oh, just like us, yeah.
But none of my guys were left that I could
Yep.
think of. So I thought, oh, okay. So maybe they're gonna go, you know, for a Mike Green or a pass rusher. Or Malik Williams, I think Malik Williams was still there. And when they picked Loveland, I hadn't seen a lot of him, just in some Michigan games. I knew he was a very highly touted player. And I thought immediately that Coach Johnson must have been pounding the table and thinking, like he did with Jahmyr Gibbs, that this was another weapon, that this was something we'll use to enhance our offense, and he'll be a great part of it. And I think he convinced Poles and everybody else there that might have had a say that, trust me, this guy's going to help us more than any of the guys you have ranked near him on the board at this spot. I was a little blown away. I was like, oh. And
Yeah, I felt the same way. Obviously, you were watching the coverage.
Oh, we
Oh,
just
did he
lost.
freeze?
He did.
did
Eric,
I go,
you
did I go away? Am
You
I-
did. Now,
froze for a
now you're
second.
back. Now you're back.
Okay. So that was that. But, you know, as I analyzed it a little more, I don't know how arrogant the pick was. I guess time will tell. I'm hoping today, I think I heard Tate talking about it a little bit. I'm hoping today that Ariante Ursary is still around when they pick, because he's the last of the talented O tackles. I still think they need to solidify that spot. And maybe, but see, the problem is every time I did a mock where I picked a tight end or somebody unusual first, it threw the rest of the mock was wonky for me. I don't know. I always thought I would get a Banks at 10, and then everything would fall into place, and I'd get, maybe a running back with that second round, D lineman, and then maybe come out with an edge at 72 or an edge in a D lineman, and then maybe Scatterboo at 72. I don't even know if he'll be around by 72, but we'll see.
It's like that GIF with the guy with the fishing pole with the $100 bill on the hook, and he's like, "Oh, you were so close! You were so close!"
I was really disappointed.
Oh, damn it, we lost him again. We lost you again, Eric. If you can hear me, try to bounce out and bounce back in. Maybe that'll.
Okay, I'll bounce.
Yeah, I'll remove him and
There he is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir. Oh, geez.
Cap was capping was a great line last night.
It was.
Today, don't mess with your mic.
Yeah,
We can
don't want to
it.
hear your mic there.
We don't want to hear any
Yeah.
pops on the mic.
All right, the draft is starting.
So here we go. The draft. We're 2 minutes in.
Just if you've never been a part of this, we are going to spoil picks. That's the way that we roll, even as much as my son hates it.
I
And
hate it too, but I like
Deb
it at the
loves
same
it.
time.
Yeah,
I hate it and love it at
He
the same
hates it.
time.
He hates it.
that Vikings
And he loves
player
it.
has a purple cheese on his hat.
According to Jordan Schultz, Louisville quarterback could very well be the first quarterback off the board tonight, ahead of Shador Sanders. And it's man, you're talking about. Listen, I think the kid is talented. It's Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
He's going to be a 26-year-old rookie.
Brandon Whedon and
That's tough, man.
Wanky.
You get to
Chris
your fifth,
Wanky.
you get
both
to your 5th year
26-year-old.
option, and you're already in your 30s. So that's a tough one. But yeah, I mean, hey, like I said, I'm not getting into that. I know there's a lot of upset people out there.
Dion went from
Sanders.
loving the Saints colors to hating the Saints colors.
You saw his reaction when Pittsburgh didn't take him. Pittsburgh passed on him, and he queued up
DJ,
the
play
just
that.
like that.
Is anyone on the clock?
I feel bad for
Cleveland
the kid.
Browns.
Karma can smack somebody really hard sometimes.
How many more picks until us?
We are at pick 39 and 41, Tate.
So what?
We're at pick
We
33.
start with 33. How many picks away?
So 6.
There you go.
Couldn't even hear that.
Got him scared there for a second. Oh, man. Let's see. Let me refresh this phone. It finally cooled down from last night.
Wait, who was the guy that was giving away the picks yesterday?
That was me.
Yeah, Tate.
No, like the one that was giving it to you.
Oh, that's secret.
That's
I
a
can't
secret.
tell you.
Oh, but didn't you tell us his name?
I did not. I could tell you, but
We all know you're friends with somebody.
I'd have to take you out back and
His name
smack you
was
around a little bit.
His
How does
name
he
wasn't
know?
Chris Wanky. His
Oh,
name-
the secret superstar. His name is Matthew Waldman. Oh,
Yes.
Look who's here.
Look who's here. There he is.
Y'all are nuts.
I thought you were gonna wear a yellow suit and parade in like you own the place.
Oh, like
A mustard yellow. Come on in.
The
I
king
can't-
is here.
I can't find one from like the early 90s, you know. My closet isn't that old anymore. So anymore. But I am bearing gifts.
Oh
really?
Yeah.
Like Santa?
I cut up 20 minutes of tape. Well, no,
Whoa.
I cut up about 8 minutes of tape in 20 minutes comparing Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland.
Oh boy.
Really?
Yeah. So if you guys feel like, just kind of we can mosey through it as the picks come, and then when
Absolutely.
they leave, we can do that just to give you a compare and contrast of why maybe the state of Indiana really likes, their attempt at Rob Gronkowski, and why I think Chicago is going to really enjoy their attempt at TJ Hawkinson.
There you go.
You know.
We
And
love
I think TJ Hawkinson's more realistic to get to than it is to get to Rob Gronkowski.
Did you see our new tight end with our team, our head equipment
manager?
guy, Matt? Tell us what you think of this breakdown.
I think somebody needs. I think they're about 2 steps away from harassment training.
Yeah.
But that sounds great. That looks great. They're happy, and they should be.
Well, before we dive into this, Matt, do you have? So I know this is non-Bears related, but Phil and I know somebody that kind of roots for the team that's on the clock right now. Do you have any thoughts about if they're going to bounce out or where they could potentially go here?
Well, it'd be fun to see them. It'd be fun to see them. They need running back probably to complement James to Jerome Ford. They probably need to continue offensive line, but is there really value there? I don't know. I don't study that position. There's certainly more tight ends that are available that could be nice when David Njoku goes the dodo in Cleveland. You know, and hey, look, Chris, I feel you, but you're tuning into a Bears show, so so that tells me something. But then there's, you know, and then at the same time, quarterback. I mean, Jalen Milroe. It would be nice to see if they can get him later, and I think they could if Shador's still there. I'm hoping they're not taking Shador. Luther Burden would be fantastic right there. Browns need a lot. So you know, to me, I think that you take what's best on the board. I'd say Luther Burden's pretty up there if they don't feel, you know, if they don't feel some sort of way about him off the field that we don't know about.
So according to my clock, there's 4:37 remaining on the pick for Cleveland. There was a rumor out there a little while ago saying that they were going to be zeroing in on running back Travion Henderson. I don't know if there was any truth to that, but we soon shall see.
Yeah,
how this is gonna unfold.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, that could be interesting, you know. And certainly he can help out in that degree in terms of, you know, being that speed guy, being that true version of DeAndre Swift that people wanted Swift to be, you know. So, no, I get it.
Matt came out swinging, making fun of our running back in the first pick of the second day, Phil. This guy.
Hey, you know, I feel at home, I guess, you know.
That's right.
Mike Green, they're showing him. They show Burden.
Mike
in his
Garafolo
house.
is reporting that the Cleveland Browns are not trading. They are sticking and picking at 33.
All right.
Sticking and picking.
Should
Cameras are in the kids' rooms, in their houses.
They just showed Mike Green. He was not on the phone, Phil.
Neither is Nick Emmeniori right now.
Maybe
Luther
they are
Burden
going.
wasn't on the phone either. He had his shades on inside in his house with the TV on. So they always take
reset
forever.
the clock. We were down to 4 minutes. Now mine says it's up to
Now it's 6.
All right, the pick is in, and I have nothing yet.
Did they trade with the Browns? The Browns traded with the Browns.
Yeah.
And they went back in time and got an uninjured Nick Chubb. That's what happened.
Oh.
Wow. The pick is
Okay.
in. The Cleveland Browns select our guy, linebacker Carson Schlesinger.
Oh, I love
from
this
UCLA.
guy, Matt.
Oh, okay. So tell us about him.
Two nice pieces but on defense with me. I'm a big fan of their trade down and acquiring Mason Graham and the assets. Then you add this guy. Phil, take it away.
This guy is speed and instincts. So now he's football light years ahead. So I don't know if you're going to play him at Mike or Will linebacker, but he flies to the football. He documents it and is a great tackle, a former walk-on that has built up his ability throughout his time. He a tremendous blitzer, gets to the quarterback, finishes, closes, very good, and really, really good football player that the Browns are going to get. Off the ball linebacker, but he can line up on the line of scrimmage and even give you some pass rush reps. He's that talented. I'm a big fan of this kid. And you have the other linebacker from Notre Dame that had gotten hurt. This kid is of similar ilk, but better in my opinion. He just is that fast and instinctive.
Wow.
You know, you're getting a good football player here.
Well, that's great to know. You know, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, certainly when you saw who they picked in Mason Graham, it seemed like that's going to be a great get for Jim Schwartz to be able to move a guy around and let him just tee off on whoever they think the mismatch is and be just their resident disruptor. But
so I'm back in the mix here, and the Texans pick is already in. And the Houston Texans select wide receiver Jaden Higgins.
Ooh.
So we're a couple of steps closer to Chicago. I do love Wessinger, but I don't think that the Bears are in a position probably to pull the trigger on him at 39. There was a lot of people saying that there's going to be an expected run on wide receivers here. This is going to be a big one that at pick 34, everybody was putting Ursery to, Phil, that we were talking about, obviously. And then Matt, you and I were talking earlier, along with Phil, we connected Luther Burden here potentially to Tennessee.
Yeah, that's right.
So let's see how that goes.
What a great football player. That's his story alone, and his physicality with finish is real. So
that's awesome.
They got a great. If you put him at will linebacker, I mean, he reminds me instinctively of Brian Urlacher. That's what it is. He's got that Troy Polamalu, Brian Urlacher speed and instinct. So they're getting to the ball that much faster than everybody else.
And then with Jaden Higgins, at least in Houston, what I can add to at least for that is that they have a little bit of a redundancy plan there. If Tank Dell doesn't work out in terms of being able to stay healthy, and Higgins isn't showing up as an X, which they don't need him to with Collins, they can let him be a flanker a little bit, let him be an inside-out type of guy, and he could possibly benefit that way.
Right.
And then if you put him at flanker and you have Dell coming back healthy at some point during his rookie contract, that could be a nice trio.
Right. So if you guys hear me pop in and start talking over Toppy, it just means because there's news. So we have news once again with the Tennessee Titans on the clock. The Seattle Seahawks have just traded up with Tennessee.
Maybe more linemen. They need it.
Yeah, this could be the Ursery steal and getting in front of the Chicago Bears.
They traded one of their third-round picks in the move-up.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I am.
Kyle Gordon saying, excuse me, someone who is saying, James Hunter saying they're taking Milam. We'll see. We'll see who they take. But, Matt, when you look at the Chicago Bears taking Loveland and how, I mean, your comp to him works into the offensive philosophy of the Ben Johnson, getting someone who's more twitchy at the stem of the route. How do you comp him, that a Laporta type football player here?
I think he's more of a TJ Hawkinson type, which I think is a good all-around player that they probably couldn't afford down the line, and figured that they'd trade him before they had to pay the piper and get something out of him, more than anything. And I think that's you get an all-around player. You get
real quick. The pick is in. The Seattle Seahawks have taken safety Nick Emenwari from South Carolina.
Getting those big defensive backs, trying to keep that kind of tradition alive with their new coach.
Cleveland is back on the clock.
Here we go, Matt.
If there happens to be any Cleveland Brown fans here on our panel, I'm not sure who, but I don't want to give anybody up. But
I don't know if I should show people the gift that I got like a couple of years ago.
Ravens.
The hover
I haven't opened yet, but
yeah.
But that's from my Broncos fan of a father. So
just to break your balls a little bit more. Remember your team moved to Baltimore and then won a Super Bowl?
He did ask me. He said, "Are you a Browns fan or a Ravens fan?" I said, "Get me some Ravens stuff."
Oh, okay. I thought it was more of a
Not a dig.
Not
Nah,
a
he does
dig.
that to his brother who still lives in Cleveland.
Oh man. So who's on the clock straight
Cleveland
now?
is back up here at
You
pick
just said that.
36. So the Bears are 39. So our other guest that's in there, Eric, we will bring you out at when the Bears are on the clock. This is our guy, Eric Clemens. We'll have him on the clock with us along with Matt.
Okay, let me have 36.
Yes,
Not talking
the
about his
Angelo
pant size,
pick.
yeah.
The Angelo pick. Our Angelo pick at number 36
right now, yes.
goes to the Cleveland Browns. What are you looking for here, Matt? They go real good linebacker. They obviously have gone 2 defensive players. Do they turn to the offense here?
I would think so, but
do you think are they in the quarterback game? You think here, Matt, or no?
I mean, with the way that it's fallen, they probably if they haven't traded up to get somebody with the desperation of like how the Giants kind of moved up a little bit to get Jackson Dart. I don't know if I want to call that desperation, but you can. They moved up a little bit to do that. Cleveland doesn't seem like they feel all that desperate, so I would say probably not. They might wait until they might wait to see if Sanders goes off the board, and then they might move up to get a guy like Milroe if they're interested in that. But they may just skip out entirely, and continue to build inside out. And I hope that that's what they do.
Wow, the pick is in. Some Chicago Bears fans are going to be very upset. The Cleveland Browns have selected running back Quinshawn Judkins.
I'm very happy just
Look
because.
Look at that guy smiling. Oh, I knew you would be.
I'm very happy just because that's if there's a.
You might want to throw that Ravens helmet out the fucking window, man.
If there's a Chris Carson-esque kind of runner, a maybe an aspiring Jonathan Taylor-like guy who you could also put on the family of Nick Chubb to an extent. Judkins is that kind of guy. And he's gonna be running behind a line that should be healthier now and is good enough for them to have a decent ground game. And he'll be bolstered with, Jerome Ford, as part of the rotation, so he can get comfortable into that. But yeah, I like the pick. I'm surprised a little bit. I know everyone's been saying this is a great running back class, but I keep thinking teams would wait a little bit. I thought there'd maybe be no more than 3 picks and running back picks in the first 3 rounds, but here we are in early round 2 and we're at our 3rd running back.
So Vegas is on the clock. There has been some connection there with Shedeur Sanders, pre-draft. But Matt, since we have you and you're going to be on the line with us, obviously, when the Bears pick at 39, is there any fast, shitty wide receivers that can't catch that maybe we should be thinking about? Like
Bayless.
Well, you could go higher profile and go Kyle Williams, everybody's favorite player rising up the board. I don't think he's shitty.
Kyle.
I don't think he's him. I don't think he's
Not
shitty,
yeah.
But I think his issue with catching the ball is fairly pronounced. He's not he would be an evolution, maybe 2 rungs up from Bayless. So yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
I do love Judkins. So that's nice. I still, just from a draft perspective, I wouldn't have minded them waiting a little bit, but that's okay. If they felt like
in
that's
this
value.
draft, we have seen teams take guys that they want.
Yeah,
they're not going based on what people are ranked. Why they're saying, "I want that guy," and we're getting it.
Maybe you guys will get Ty Felton. He's a good example, or Ja'Cory Brooks. Those are guys. Those are guys that would be.
Can I boot this guy from the studio, Phil?
See, there you go. if we're gonna joke the idea of that there's a wide receiver equivalent of Butterface, it would probably be Ty Felton, because Ty Felton is unbelievable at routes all the way up to the catch point, and then he finds more ways to drop the ball than pretty much catch the ball. And I would say that Ja'Cory Brooks is kind of like a horror movie in that way. He looks like he's possessed basically at the catch point, and not in a good way. He needs an exorcism. So yeah,
I'm just refreshing here to see if anything is in here. I think that was somebody that the Bears were going to be interested in, Quinshon going off there. I know we were both fans, Phil, but as much as I love Quinshon and I'm not as high on Travion Henderson, my gut feeling all day has been that I'm not as high on Travion Henderson, but Ben Johnson is. That's been my gut. Maybe I'm going to be wrong. We will soon see, but
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I have ranked Caleb Scatterboo, Caleb Johnson, then Judkins, then Henderson. That's how I have them ranked behind Ashton Genty. I like Jaden Blue. I like the kid from Kansas. I like later Matt's guy, Taj Brooks. So where do the Bears? I just think they have to focus on the offensive defensive line. You know what I'm saying? I think running back in the 3rd round, yes. Right here, we got to see where they're thinking.
Well, you got to remember too that so they're pick 39 and 41. So you only have that, you have those sandwich picks with pick 40.
Raiders taking a long time with their pick.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Well, I would look based on the Mike Green saga. We're not privy to it. I know Cap said on the radio this morning that some teams have just taken him completely off the board. So I don't know where that is going to be. Do the Bears do something different? It's Nick Scorton, a guy they like.
He's been connected to Chicago, and it's going to fit the profile of what Dennis Allen wants. A guy that's got a little bit more size.
Right. I think you take Ursery if he gets past the Raiders here. Then New England, then us. Okay. Half the league, according to Cap, is taking him off.
Wow.
It's Shador Sanders.
So we have a trade. The Miami Dolphins have traded up with the Vegas Raiders, and the Miami Dolphins are now on the clock.
All right.
All right, bet.
Maybe they take a shitty receiver who can't catch.
He's fast, though. He's fast.
There we go.
They're going to take a fast guy.
So they want to be a duo with Tyreek Hill.
Do they do need a tackle in Miami? So do they go up and get Ursery here and take our guy?
I know everybody thinks that it's going to be Ursery all the time, but I said, don't forget the name Ozzy Trapilo, because I think a lot of people within the NFL like him too. And
we don't know what he did.
Yeah.
So he didn't do really anything until
the expectation is that Miami is going with Arizona offensive lineman Jonathan. Is it Savanier, or is that how you? Savavania, is that how you say it? That was coming from Albert Breer.
Polynesian guy.
And now it is official. Yes. Arizona offensive lineman Jonah Savanea.
Savanea.
Oh, New England.
Big Jonah from Arizona. That's it.
There you go.
There's Ivan.
Big Jonah.
There's Ivan. Big Jonah from Arizona. Jonah from Arizona is off the board.
So the New England Patriots, man, they would they could do a lot worse than Luther Burden here, giving your quarterback a weapon.
That would be Mike Vrabel basically breathing a sense of common sense into the New England Patriots draft room, which I'm hoping that he does now that he's been away from the Colt for a while and in Tennessee. That maybe he was in that room, and he was in that room with AJ Brown, which was a sign of common sense. Maybe he's maybe he's learned a thing or two, and maybe that Holiday Inn Express stay as a red zone tight end might have helped him out a little bit.
Shane, what's the pick?
He doesn't have the pick.
Literally.
It's Jonah from Arizona. He said that.
New England just got on the clock, so
Right.
give me a couple of seconds here, and I'll get it to you, sir. Please don't fire me.
Well, now we have to see. Does New England take a receiver to help their young quarterback? Do they take a tight end? Who's their tight end in New England right now?
Hunter Henry, right?
Yeah.
And there's another one. Is that it?
So the Dolphins traded 48, 98, and 135 for 37 and 143. And we still
Big Jonah from Arizona's off the board. That means New England is on the clock.
Coach O is sitting idly by.
He's at home.
Good.
He's
all the best to Coach O.
Oh, man, our buddy Matt Waldman just tweeted out Quinshon Judkins here. Breakdown.
Yeah.
We put a few things out there.
Yes, you certainly did.
Just reminded some folks of some things,
You had a good one on a certain tight end that came off the board last night.
Yeah. Yeah. We try to give people a little taste of what they can of some analysis that they can find on the interwebs. So let's see. Let's do a little Jaden Higgins after this.
Jaden Higgins.
So 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. I still have nothing on my end. Down to 3:15 for the Patriots. Maybe they are also trading out.
Maybe they take the corner from Michigan.
Yeah, they have no corners.
Take a chance on that kid.
Oh, Will Johnson. It just depends on medicals.
Mike Vrabel. Could he take Green?
Again, man.
I mean, he's the type of guy that could take Green.
All depends on what they found out, man. That's not a lot of teams are going to gamble on character if they found something
that's significant.
Like 38, yeah. Oh man.
How far do you think Shador Sanders drops?
Third round, maybe.
All the way to the Argonauts?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's fine as a player, but it's kind of more of a, teams like guys with big traits, and he just doesn't have those great physical traits. So that's kind of the, that's kind of the issue.
Man, New England's taking this right down to the.
Are they working a trade?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, all you got to do is become a patron, Yanene, and you would see the breakdown of Mr. Ursery, who I'm hoping that is the pick. That's who I would pick, depending on who New England takes here. Pass the clock. And then we will be
I
on
still
the
have
board.
nothing.
This
Everybody's.
must be another trade. Someone jumping up in front of.
I don't know. There can't be any time left on the clock.
That's what I'm saying. It's past the clock. What the hell is going on? Where is Lombardi? The hell's going on out there? Oh man, it must be a trade.
Can't trade if there's no time on the clock.
45 seconds.
Is that what it's at?
Bullets is saying 30 seconds, but he could be 30 seconds late, so you could be right.
Yeah.
I don't
He
know.
might be 30 seconds
My
into
clock
the draft.
says 30 seconds too.
Ours are like 2 minutes. Up there, Dad.
Is it?
The Bears are officially on the clock, and I still
must have been a pick.
no
Must have been a
update.
pick. Must have been a pick. We'll bring former ESPN analyst.
Oh,
There he
so
is.
the pick is in.
Eric
The New England
Clemens.
Patriots have selected out of the Ohio State University running back Travion Henderson.
There you go. Henderson and Judkins off the board, Matt Waldman. And
So
that,
now,
that could have been Shane's gut pick for Ben Johnson.
I was close, just like I was with Elvin Banks. You know,
But
We were one pick away.
for sure. And you get that, but you get a nice 1-2 punch with Ramondre Stevenson and an upgrade from maybe Antonio Gibson. Maybe not as much as an athlete because Gibson was a great athlete, but
The Bears
maybe
pick-
more as a technician with what they want to do.
Yeah,
all right, chat, put your picks in there. Is this
Put
going to be
your
a
pick,
surprise? Are the
Eric.
Bears going to trade out? Are they going to stick and pick? I wouldn't
Eric,
be
what are
totally
you
shocked if
thinking here?
I wouldn't be shocked if they bounce out with them having pick 41.
What do you think, Eric?
they may bounce out, but I wish I could tell you like how they were thinking. I thought they would really go for, O-line, D-line, but now it looks like they might just be
There's a
going for
run
weapons.
There's a run on running backs right
Yeah.
now.
So
Coach
is Cam left and Caleb Johnson and
Caleb Johnson.
or are they
Cam
going to
Scott.
wait and hope some of those guys that Matt was talking about earlier fall down to the 72 area and wait to pick the back and then really focus on maybe Burden is still there, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Luther
more
Burden. Shane
more
didn't
weapons
pick that.
or
All right, Bears fans, I have some breaking news here.
Uh-oh, here we go.
I don't have the pick yet, so
Oh.
sit by. I'm a dick. I'm a dick.
Douche. Douche.
I'll let you say that, Shane. I'll let you say that.
I would take Ursery here. My reasoning here, you have a left tackle in the building that isn't hurt, that has played for 4 years at left tackle, and he's 6'6", 331-pound bully out there on the edge.
I would certainly go there. I would solidify the line with Ursery and maybe come back at 41 with the best edge rusher available, not counting Green, I guess, who must have they must have some info on him that says he's not going to be available or something, because there's no way he'd be on the board now if he was,
Right.
he's the most explosive edge I saw, but Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton, those are guys that could fit right in to our defense.
Shane messed us all up.
I did. I had to throw you out.
Right now, you can't take anyone from Yale right here. You're gonna have we're gonna have to go in the
And
big schools. The
And
only
you can't say that they're content with the
Right.
tackles that they have because they're both coming off
Exactly.
serious injuries and you don't know what's going on. So I would think one of these two, if they keep them, would have to be an O tackle.
Well,
Can they go Yale by way of Georgia Tech and a tight end, and who was the
No.
best blocker in the draft?
They
And
could
do
go
they take
sixth
Jackson
round.
Hawes and go.
maybe in the 7th.
We're getting all the BS out of the way, so
I-
they
That's
actually
right.
do a good job.
My stomach is in butterflies here.
Same.
Now I'm in that realm.
I
what are they
honestly
gonna do?
think the demons have been exercised from the Bears this year.
Let's hope so.
That's how I
I certainly
deserve
hope
it.
so.
Yeah. As
I
a
got
Cleveland
nothing,
fan,
Bears.
I see the signs. That's where I
2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Bears on the clock at 39, up again at
Again,
41.
George, the actor, was wrong in not seeing him here. He is here. Ursery is on the board. My number 1 ranked player.
This is the final pick
to Burden.
This is the final pick for Carolina to pay off their debt to us for the number 1 pick.
If they take a corner here, I might lose my shit.
Seth Rollins is announcing the pick for the Chicago Bears.
Oh, that's right. Seth freaking Rollins.
Yes.
Seth freaking Rollins.
Need a line.
Will he have his belt with him?
1,057 people watching.
So you got a shot to get a defensive lineman. Darius Alexander would be outstanding here.
How about a combo, Ursery and
that's
Alexander?
That's who I picked in the pre-show.
Now you're gambling though that one of those running backs or somebody talented will be available at 72, I think it will. I
think you could get someone that Matt Waldman, Philitoshin like Shane likes at 72.
All right, we have breaking news. The pick is in. It is official. Matt Waldman, get out the lubricant. The Chicago Bears have selected wide receiver Luther Burden.
My number 1 player on the board.
Is that good?
He is a great football player. Wide receiver, Matt, take it away.
Holy.
You basically get a player just like you had in Roma Dunze in the sense that he can play all 3 positions. He also adds what DJ Moore adds as a runner after the catch or behind the line of scrimmage. You get a player who, as good as those guys are, I think already shows a little bit more at the college level than those guys did at adjusting on unscripted plays. He is fantastic at uncovering on unscripted plays when it looks like the defender has him and they're just playing games with the defense. The way that Ladd McConkey could uncover in the red zone with Justin Herbert and Mays, like, this guy plays like a 5-year veteran. Luther Burden does that. A lot of he's a Brandon Ayuk type of player in the sense that when Ayuk came out of school, everybody's like, there are some astute people said he's a really good route runner, a very promising route runner. But the model people, the stat model people kind of looked at it and said, well, a lot of RPOs, a lot of, screens, a lot of crossing routes and slants. Is that really true? And we found out that's the case. So when we studied Burden on the Patreon show and looked at a lot of those plays. And
real quick, Matt, just let me butt in here. Ian Rappaport reporting the Chicago Bears at pick number 39 got wide receiver number 1 on their board.
That's wide receiver number 1 for me, Matt Waldman, and Shane Marsaw. He also was my number 1 wide receiver in the draft.
Yep.
And on the board now.
I have a
player in my top 50.
I'll just give it to you this way. Last year was a great class, right?
Yes.
All right. My top 3 grades for receivers from the past 3 years. Okay. Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze, and Luther Burden.
Wow.
Can you tweet that out right now, please?
No, seriously. TTNL wants to retweet that.
Yeah.
Luther Burden, Matt, sorry to interrupt. Tears down his face. Emotion pouring in. You could just see this really means something to him.
So they get 2 offensive skill type position weapons that not many of us expected that they would prioritize in this point. And that's again got Ben Johnson written all over it, right?
So you got DJ Moore and Luther Burden in the trade down in terms of,
yeah, you did.
Guys from the same position along with Caleb Williams. And there's actually even more involved in there, the official trade. But Matt, when you were on with us, I brought it up. I told you, and I said to Phil earlier today, I'm like, I know we need trenches, but I said, I'm not sure I can pass up Luther Burden at 39 if he falls.
100%, Shane.
There you go.
I don't think I could pass up Luther Burden.
They're going to be a nightmare for people
Well,
who are they going to go get? In terms of defending.
Caleb's got no excuse. That's for
No.
goddamn sure, and that's the way that you want it.
He
Now,
doesn't
you get
need
that
any.
left tackle
No,
in there to
exactly.
solidify that spot.
I don't think
Now
he
we're
needs
cooking with
any
grease.
excuses.
So let me ask you this, Matt. In terms
Yeah.
of what the Bears are building at the offensive skill positions, what if the Bears, let's say they don't go offensive tackle here at 41 and they are focused on running back, what running back with the skill position guys you got in place? Now I know you're not as high on Caleb Johnson as I am. I know the Bears have been connected to him, but what guy would you be interested in adding to this arsenal on offense?
Well, I mean, you could say Johnson if you think the Bears are going to run a lot more outside zone. He's a great fit for that. He can give you some gap play work. That's fine. But I think that, I mean, the board just happened to unfold this way. If you're going to take someone that early, you're probably thinking that
Saints
Camp
just took
Scatabo.
Tyler Shuck, quarterback from. So the Bears are back up on the clock. I'm sorry, Matt.
Sorry, I'm just thinking that some teams are playing chess and some teams are playing checkers, and I think. That,
Are you sure it's even checkers?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're using bottle caps. But I don't know. But I would say this. Scatabo's Scatabo to me would be the pick here that early, based on just what people think from a draft capital standpoint. But I think Kyle, certainly Johnson isn't that far away. There's guys I like who will probably be available later. I like a little bit more than those, but it's close. They're all close enough. And Scatabo, gives you that B back plus type of element, that power element. And, he's probably the best guy, highest profile guy on the board between him and Johnson. I don't think Damian Martinez is going to be valued that highly, though I think that he's that good.
So real quick, the final trade results from the Bears-Panthers. Carolina gets quarterback Bryce Young. Bears get wide receiver DJ Moore, offensive tackle Darnell Wright, cornerback Tyreek Stevenson, quarterback Caleb Williams, punter Torrey Taylor, and wide receiver Luther Burden.
Woo!
Wow.
I think that Carolina should probably talk to Minnesota, and from way
Bob,
back when. Yeah,
Bob Euchre would say that deal is just a bit lopsided.
I mean, look, I graduated from the same school as Herschel Walker, but again, I think the Vikings didn't get the right end of that deal. So, yeah.
Well,
look at that. I was the first retweet on Luther Burden's video from Matthew Waldman. They just went out.
That's because you're seeing me do this behind the screen.
Hey, did Seth Rollins did I miss Seth Rollins?
Maybe he's doing it at 41. He's doing one.
Oh,
of the
maybe he's doing 40. Yeah, he said he
41.
was going to do one or two when he was on the Sick podcast the other day. So okay, he's not doing them both. All right, gotcha.
so
Olin Krut's not happy. By the way,
Yeah, he wants them to get closer to the ball with these guys. With these picks.
Oh, well, we're going to the Super Bowl with these picks.
Well,
You certainly have redundancy. It's fantastic that you have redundancy with this. So.
No, I like the fact that we have the weapons. It's just I continue to feel like this is being the problem that we have up front is continuing to be pushed to the back burner. They corrected the inside.
I think he's falling.
They corrected the middle of the offensive line, but I still have questions on the left side, right at that left tackle position, and then the pass rush. I just don't know where you're going to get it from.
All right, we have breaking news.
Good.
The Chicago Bears on the clock at pick 41 have made a trade with the Buffalo Bills, and the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
So they've said we're getting the number one player on our board. He was the number one player on my board. Shane said it. Me, Waldman, and Shane. I happen to be on the stair climber at the gym. And Shane's like, Phil, if Burden's there, I go,
Shortest stair climber ever. Anyways, finish your thought, Phil.
I go, I don't know if I could do it. You got to go offensive line, defensive line. but he is my number one player on the board going into tonight.
Mine too. He was my number one player on the board, period. And I love Genty. So, but it
really,
was, yeah. I mean, Genty had it a 92.9, and you know, I'm not going to argue with anybody taking Genty over Burden, but I had Burden at 93.
Burden, number one player in the draft for you, if I'm hearing this
for
right.
skill players.
For skill player, number one skill player.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the update. So the Bears are cashing in a big way. Very big.
Okay, here we go.
The Chicago Bears have traded pick 41 to the Buffalo Bills for. Oh, all right, my bad. I didn't read all of it. So the Bears are getting back 56, 62, 109.
Okay.
For 41, 72, and 240.
We're giving 72 up too?
Yeah, but you're also moving up. You're getting another. You're getting another higher second round pick. You got two that are close here.
Hold on. What do we got now? Again, one more.
I just lost it. Hold on.
You get 2 second-round picks and a 4th for a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 7th.
Yes. All right, here it is. So the Bills trade pick 56, 62, and 109, which is a pick in the beginning of the 4th round.
I'm happy about this.
To the Bears for pick 41, 72, and pick 240. So yeah, now you have another 2 picks.
I was hoping we'd keep 72 here, but
Phil, you got 56 and 62. So you took that 72 and brought it up 10 spots, and you got 109 where you didn't have a pick in round 4 anyway.
We didn't have a 4th round pick.
Right.
Now we have a pick tomorrow.
Not bad.
Just as a side note, as you guys are looking at the riches you're getting, you know, as a retweet that I got from a position coach who's worked with receivers and cornerbacks that I know. He was quote tweeting something that I put out of Burden, and he's like, what the Bears are putting together on offense is crazy. The space they can create for one another with Ben Johnson calling plays is going to be insane. Plus, when Caleb runs around, wow,
man, this was a tweet to you.
Yeah, this is a tweet. This is a quote tweet from Ross Cooper. He's a football coach. He does movement and skill acquisition work, recruiting coordinator. He's a recruiting coordinator as well.
Defensive tackle,
and he has experience with wide receivers and cornerbacks. He's a guy to follow on Twitter. He's not he doesn't tweet a ton anymore the way he used to, but he understands the game.
Bills select defensive tackle from South Carolina, TJ Sanders, with the Bears pick at 41.
Are we thinking running back now? Right, running back.
Well, yeah, I think they're setting themselves up for running back,
and then go straight to the trenches,
or trenches running back at 62.
I just want to see a big fat man being drafted right now. That's what I want to see. A big,
that's
big
where
dude
you get into
blocking the middle. You know what I mean? Clogging the hole, stopping the run.
What?
We gotta, like I was, my coaches are telling me, the Bears gotta fucking take linemen. What are we doing? I go, when your number one player is on the board, you take them. You gotta go by the board.
Unless they think more highly of some of the guys that they brought in, like I never get his name right, Dio, that they project him to be a 7 or 8 sack guy.
How much did they pay Dio?
Yeah, they paid him a bit.
So they believe that kid is so.
So they must have more.
This from a different angle here, Eric, and you can continue. They signed the center, the number one center in free agency, in Dalvin. They trade for Joe Tooney. We know what he is, and they trade for Jonah Jackson.
Right.
So they have focused on the offensive line. However, they focused in a win now approach where these guys are veteran football players that are going to come in and stop the leaks that Caleb saw interior play with the linemen. You're also going to stop the leakage by having better coaching.
Right. That's true.
Right. So we all saw the pathetic situational the play calling issues, run pass issues. You should be passing when they're running when you should be passing. Situationally lost with Shane Waldron and Matt Eberflus. Now you come into this and you see, okay, two dynamic football players. Matt Waldman talks about this kid as the number one skill player, even over Genty, on his board. And that means a lot to me because I didn't talk to Matt before we broke down our players. We talk later about players, and he does such a wonderful job with the rookie scouting portfolio. If you don't have it and you're tuning in, I know all our patrons know about it. We put it in our link every show for a reason. What Matt Waldman does on film and paper is insane when it comes to detail.
So, Matt, did they just – I know this has been going around a little, but he was talking about – I mean, Luther Burden was talking specifically about Amon-Ra St. Brown in his interview on somebody that he watches. Talk about that because I just
me and Matt had a conversation. He's like, Phil, what kind of receiver are you guys looking for?
My bad.
I go, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Perfect. Yeah.
And then Matt says, and this is a month ago.
Yeah.
So, okay, that is Luther Burden.
Except Luther Burden's more explosive
Yeah.
and a better runner.
Tight end Mason Taylor to the New York Jets.
Good pick.
Very good player. So that's smooth, good route runner, good block. He was my number 2 tight end to Colston Loveland. I just think he's a more refined player all around. He's going to make the tough catches. He's going to win in tight coverage. He can win man-to-man. He can give you a little bit after the catch. He's a Mark Andrews plus type of player. We'll see if a team can use him in a Mark Andrews plus sort of way, because that's the big key. But yeah, I mean, and when I say I liked Burden better than Ginty, it's literally by a 1/10 of a point, which is like nothing. I mean, Ginty is one of the highest scoring running backs I've looked at in years. He's my number 1 back that I've looked at in the past 3 years, and that includes Bijan Robinson, who scored very high on my board. So it's just that it's harder for backs to score that high. They may have a higher floor in terms of how well they score than wide receivers, but their ceiling's usually a little bit lower. Whereas with receivers, when they're really good, they can score high, and he's one of those guys.
Matt, real quick, can you repeat? I've had a couple of people text me, and they want you to repeat what you were saying about your top graded wide receivers. That included Malik Neighbors.
Sure. So I keep track for my subscribers of what my grades were pre-draft for the past 3 years of players, and I show that in every rookie scouting portfolio so that they get a chance to see where I was with that over the past 3 years. So I'll give you my top. Let's see. We'll give you my top 6 or my top 7 right now, or top 8. Let's do top 8. Malik Neighbors was number 1. Rome Odunze was number 2. And to me, I thought that Odunze was the best overall athlete among the top options who can start immediately in the NFL. He can give you a split end or flanker type of value. I saw him as a player who would have more upside than what Allen Robinson showed in Jacksonville, and be able to aspire to be a future Devontae Adams type as he continues to develop his routes. Luther Burden, I have 3rd. I had Marvin Harrison 4th, who I thought was an excellent boundary player, but he's more of a Mike Williams type who needed some work at the catch point, and that he's there's some minor things with his game that makes him a really good player, but a little bit limited all around in certain areas that we saw at the catch point with him this year. I had Xavier Worthy 5th, and I thought he finished pretty strong. Brian Thomas was 6th. There was only a 1/10 of a point separating him and Xavier Worthy. Thomas pretty much proved his mettle. I had Travis Hunter 7th, so look at the Jaguars there with the 2 receivers they have. And Matthew Golden was 8th on my board. And Golden went in the first round of the Packers. Whether that's a wise choice or not, we'll find out. But yeah, those were my top 8 over the past 3 years in terms of scores. So this, the top of this wide receiver class isn't bad. It's just that there are a lot of guys, as we've talked about, kind of who are good enough to get into the NFL, but we'll see how many of them can actually develop that craft against corners. It's one thing to be able to show that you can deliver a certain type of move or technique. It's a completely different story to watch Ocho Cinco or Adams or CeeDee Lamb or Malik Neighbors, even in college, and watch the craft in which they show how to deliver that move. Because corners, it's like what you're doing as a wide receiver is persuading people. So as a wide receiver, it's, if you're going to compare it to writing, and we've all done some writing here, is that, wide receivers in college, if they show that they can write a grammatically correct sentence and have some decent vocabulary, they're getting the job done at the college level. When you get to the pros, cornerbacks are like, that's great, but you haven't persuaded me. So you've got to learn voice. You have to learn rhythm. You have to learn how to set things up to really tell your story. And that's the difference oftentimes with the difference between college and pro. And a lot of these guys have to learn that when they come in. So Burden already shows some of that. That's why, even though he was so limited this past year in terms of the type of route tree he ran, there are people that I know who also were like, last year from watching him, Paul Perticchese, who does Saturday to Sunday, is a podcaster out in New York. He was talking about how he thought Luther Burden's tape was the best tape he saw last year. Not last year, but in 2023. Like his 2023 tape was the best he saw of a wide receiver.
Wow.
So
I thought he was outstanding. We have him in the box ready to cut. Clearly, Ben Johnson's having an effect on our draft board and what we're doing here, as Matt Waldman is on our fans, as James Weston calling you the legend. I like legend better than legendary right now, because as you put a legendary wallpaper.
I just work. I appreciate the nice words, but I just work. That's all I'm doing, is trying to keep doing what I do and learn. But those, and we'll see. 2 years, you might be calling me a fool when, if Burden does what, Burden doesn't live up to expectations. But, these are interesting times. And Ben Johnson certainly commanded a lot of suitors. So 100%. He probably negotiated what he wanted to make sure that everyone was on the same page when it comes to how we select the talent. And certainly, I mean, look, I'm a big fan of Dan Campbell and how they went about their business in Detroit. And it looks like that, either Ben was a big part of that or it rubbed off on him.
And you got to believe that,
Phil, real quick,
Alfred Randall L is a part of this.
Defensive lineman Alfred Collins to San Francisco at pick 43.
Big fella from Texas.
And pick 109 that the Chicago Bears received back from Buffalo.
Is that Bates?
Was acquired from Buffalo last year when the Bears traded up for Austin Booker.
Oh,
the Bears gave a future 4 for a 5th last year. So, yeah, the Bears have their pick back. So, you're going to be very early in the 4th round.
Look at that. You got our pick back, Shane.
And David Putney.
Yes. David fucking Putney, Matt Waldman said.
And give me Putney.
Yeah. What Bears fans don't know is he was number 9 on Waldman's list. He just missed the top 8.
What did I do?
The 4th round is tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the 4th round, kicking off at 12 p.m. East. We now have a pick.
Dallas just took the pass rusher from BC, Donovan Rock. I always mess his name up. Ezraku.
Let me try to give. Once I see it, I can possibly say it. Donovan. We'll just call him Donnie E.
Well, Matt, do you want to throw some stuff up? Get into it because the Bears are till pick 52, so we got a little bit of a wait here.
Sure, and I'll add here that my podcast partner Brandon Angelo, who was an athletic trainer in the Chicago area, to NFL caliber athletes and other pros. He wrote, we do a podcast every week.
We're going to have him on our show, by the way.
Yeah, Brandon's great. And Brandon wrote Luther Burden greater than DJ Moore. And that's his take. He said this should be the go-to target for Williams before long, can attack at all three levels, and is one of the best post-catch receivers in the past 5 cycles.
And that's so DJ can thrive there, but this is something that Phil, how long have we talked about the Bears and their post-up offense? Their back is always to where they need to go. They catch, they get hit, they go down.
We haven't had a post-catch receiver. Me and Matt were talking about my teammate at Hofstra, Wayne Corbett, working the middle, being tough, but being able to elude defenders and move chains. Burden gives all of that and more. I mean, he is an explosive route runner at the stem. There's a reason why he's Phil, the number one receiver on the board.
Don't forget that
for me.
I'm not underselling because I am a fan of the free agent signing and Zacchaeus. You're looking at him at wide receiver 4 now.
100%.
And a return man.
Yes.
Exactly. And I wish that they put him back as more of a third down back, the way he was at West Virginia, as more of a running back, because the NFL has not accessed his ability after the catch. That was what he was known for at UVA, and he wound up in Atlanta's camp, and because he was beating everybody deep, he got his chance as a deep threat, and they labeled him a deep threat when really he was an out of the backfield, after the catch kind of guy at UVA.
The talent that
Phil, real quick,
Luther
Burden said, "I've been an underdog my whole life, and that's exactly how I like it."
Nice. I just see Mr. T standing across from him saying pain, and then he's stepping up. He's got to be the underdog.
And we love that DJ Moore is on the Bears, right? I think he's a very good player. He was certainly my number 2 receiver on the board the year he came out. I did hear from some people, and I don't want to quote who, so you can take it with a grain of salt. But people who understand the passing game have said to me last year that Luther Burden's route running was kind of like a box of chocolates. You just really didn't know what you were going to get, and it was maddening for a young quarterback.
You said Burden. You meant DJ.
DJ Moore. Excuse me. DJ Moore. Sorry.
Yeah, his effort DJ was Moore lacking, Matt. He cut routes short. He had a body energy on tape that you could see was filled with either frustration towards the offensive coordinator or taking it out of the rookie. He really didn't sit well with fans.
And it seemed like he was miscast in that offense. And once Thomas Brown performed triage, it got better.
I just wondered until Brown came in where they coached it all.
TJ Tui, pass rusher from Ohio State, goes to Indy.
Okay.
So we took their pass rusher, Deo. They then replaced him with TJ.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, Eric, you bring up a good point. Everybody forgets this is a first-time head coach coming in to set the tone of his team. I know me.
Yeah.
I'm an offensive guy too. I would probably lean on the trenches and do it my way different. He's obviously looking at the board. There's the reason why Matt Waldman energetically is here tonight, and it's awesome because Burden as we spoke about it, would be the perfect fit for what it is Ben Johnson wants to do offensively. And then all of a sudden he's on the board, as Shane predicted earlier today. If he's there, I don't think I could pass him up, Shane said. Ben Johnson agreed with Shane. And listen, he was the number one player on my board left in the entire draft. I get the point that they're doing. It's not necessarily how I would have taken the left tackle. Promise you that. But at the end of the day, this football player is an amazing talent at a position. Matt, I always talked about the Bears don't have a guy that wants the ball in his hand in the middle of the football field in a route where he knows the corner's coming and the safety's coming, and he's going to challenge them to get that catch and elude them. We've always had the guy, okay, I'm going to get open. The corner's coming. The safety's coming. I'm going to jump and get hit, and I'm down right there. What Burden does is he catches the ball and then becomes an aggressive runner thereafter. And that is why the value is there. Big plays happen because of Luther Burden, and his ball tracking skills are outstanding. I mean, you could show, I don't know if you have his tape behind you as well, but
we can go back to that too later for sure.
Yeah.
I can pull that one up from what we had.
He wasn't even on my radar because I never thought he'd be around.
Right.
At 39, I'm like, every time I'm looking at something, I saw a few highlights of him, but I didn't know anywhere near, what you guys known about him, but from watching and comparing with other receivers and stuff. But I saw the name and went, well, I'm looking at other guys maybe down there that aren't even close to the caliber of Burden. So again, weapons. I want to ask you what you think.
Real quick, Eric.
I'm sorry.
The Rams select tight end Terrence Ferguson. And
oh my God.
Bears college scouting director Brett Ackley on the Bears selecting a wide receiver at number 39. Guys, listen. Our goal at the end of the day is to get good football players into this organization. And he's essentially realizing that there's probably going to be blowback from, some media and Bears fans because they want trenches much like we do, but they're staying true to their board. Just like Ryan Poles said last night, guys, we understand the needs on this team, but we're not going to bend over to grab a player when we have a guy that's up here that may not fill a need. We're not bypassing top, graded players on our board. So
I'd love to know if Banks would have been there.
I think he would have been the pick.
He would have been. You think he would have been the pick?
That's my feeling.
I would think they were kind of focused on him as well. I think they saw him as a very special talent, as you guys have shown, Phil and you guys breaking down the tape and so forth. And that was my bigger disappointment than even the shock of taking Loveland, was that the Saints slide in, and I hardly did any mocks with him going to them. He usually didn't go until 12, 13, 14. So I thought he would be there, and he was not. So that was really a downer. But the guys that we've been talking about, high on your board, Phil and Shane as well. Ursary still out there. And the fella, what's the other tackle from BC? Is he?
Ozzy Trapilo. Yeah,
Trapilo is still out there.
He's really right tackle.
I have Embo. I know he played right tackle.
It's Bow.
Yeah,
Bo.
Bow.
Bop, dip, dop. Yeah, that was this. Waldman played that on his saxophone last year for us. Bop.
It was a Dizzy Gillespie number, yes.
So very interesting. I mean, will they make pick 56 another weapon, or will they Will they start focusing on those multiple bodies that can play in the trenches and join that D tackle rotation or that edge rotation?
You know who it seems like they're going to take, Eric?
What do you think?
56, the highest rated player on their board.
Yeah,
I love the philosophy just because if you look at this class, there are a lot of people that say, once you get past the early rounds, you're just not going to find tackles that are going to be worthwhile. So if you don't pick them early, it's time to look at the highest rated players that you have available. And if you can build a stockpile, maybe you're able to trade one, and maybe as part of that deal, you get the draft capital to get it. And last year, just to end it this way, I mean, Caleb Williams, if we're going to use fantasy points as a barometer for how well Caleb Williams played, he literally went from like QB 20 to QB 5 with Thomas Brown. So they were able to get the ball out early. They were able to save him enough that when it was time for Caleb to make USC Caleb type of highlight plays, he didn't have the crap beat out of him, to be able to do it.
And even to play off of that, so Phil, you can speak to this as a coach. Two of the biggest issues on the Bears team last year were guys talking too much, pouting on the field, pouting off the field, pouting on podcasts. Two of the biggest culprits were Cole Kmet and DJ Moore, both of whom have contract extensions. You get a new regime in here in terms of the coaching staff, and there was a whole lot of fuck you just said to pretty much everybody. We don't care who you are. There's a message sent to Cole Kmet. There's a message sent to DJ Moore.
Performance over
politics. Go buy the shirt in the swag shop.
Get the shirt in the swag shop, because Eric Clemens stole my coaching line right there because I coached you on that, Eric. So
absolutely.
You can't do me any more of a props right there than say it.
Learn a lot from all three of you guys. Believe me, love watching you and love listening to you. And you are like a friggin' Alabama tick. You stick whatever your position is.
He's a Connecticut deer tick.
There you go.
Right,
yes, I am.
My dog just looked up and got scared.
And I love that. I love that about you. I mean, and you'll admit that, hey, we didn't get that one right, and it's okay. But when these guys are flip-flopping all over the place, it drives me nuts.
Big name off the board, somebody that a lot of people were tying actually to Chicago at one point for whatever reason, even though it was corner. Will Johnson off the board to Arizona.
Okay.
And I'm going to share something that I learned about Will Johnson today from someone who I very much trust, who said was interested in the details of Will Johnson's slide. Asked the team doc I kept in touch with, who was a little fast and loose with info, and he had an osteochondral allograft on that knee. Medically, it worked, and he's on track to recover, but the defect was large enough to put a 4 or 5 medical grade on him.
Wow.
And that allograft, whenever they use that allograft procedure, it's only used when the bone damage is substantial.
Ouch.
Normally, microfracture is used on the smaller defects as it's seen as less invasive. Data's starting to pile up on the allograft approach, though, and it's been pretty effective in high-level athletes. Microfracture also a pretty high failure or outcome rate.
Crazy. So, another quote from Bears director of college scouting on Luther Burden. He says, yeah, so he was sitting up there. I would say coming into the day, you obviously have those discussions. You have a clump of players and a cloud of players, and now we wait and see how they come off. But I would say, yeah, he was right there at the very top, to where it was at a point where it was like, yeah, okay, this guy is a good football player, and we ain't past him. He is right in the position to take.
That's how championships are made. If you have conviction and football like that. I think Ben Johnson has proven himself as an offensive guy. So this arm wrestling match, if it was defense versus offense, this player is too good to pass up here versus the talent defensively or on the offensive line to do it. So that's where I think a lot of fans get upset. I'm not upset with it because how it would be hypocritical.
So
and add the spice that Shane is, because I do think there's a lot of truth to this. Cole Kmet and DJ Moore, you can't be coming out on this fucking football field pouting and worrying about how many targets you got.
especially after you just got paid.
Especially then have a backbone and be a professional and make those targets better for the young quarterback who, by the way, is doing everything in his power to help you guys win.
Real quick, Phil, the Houston Texans just traded pick 58 and number 99 to the Las Vegas Raiders for pick 48. So Houston, in search of offensive line help, is now on the clock.
This is a tough one. Hopefully they take the kid from BC. I know he's working directly with Dante Scarnecchia, probably one of the best, if not the best, to do it in the NFL. He's working privately with him, so he might have some connections here with the Texans down there. So
we could pull the clip from Matthew Waldman's last visit here, Phil, and he said if the Bears come away with Ashton Genty and Luther Burden, he was fully prepared to become a Chicago Bears fan. So we were this close.
This close.
Hey,
can we get
I don't mind. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind that. That's not like I'm, saying I would get dunked into a vat of acid or something. I mean, this is, listen, it might be an upgrade from where, what I grew up with.
Breaking news. So the Houston Texans have selected from the University of Minnesota.
There he goes.
Offensive tackle Ariante
Ursary.
Now, this will be a story for a couple years that the Bears could have had Ursary. His career mark will be the story for a lot of fans, especially Poles. You follow me? Because obviously the Bears have that giant need. How you feel about Braxton Jones, I know how I feel about him. Serviceable is what the Bears have done at left tackle since they lost. I would say the best left tackle we've had, I think, would be John Tate since Jimbo Covert.
Yeah.
Would that be fair?
Yeah.
That'd be fair.
So you've not. Charles Leno was Membu. It just a talented athlete, very soft, didn't finish, didn't run block well, but was consistently on the field, and he made a living, a career for it. And we just haven't had a left tackle. And I believe in Ursary. I believe that kid is going to be a stud. I don't think Bushrod was there, Shane.
Yeah, Ursary was my number 4 offensive tackle. So I mean, I'm right there.
Now all my tackles, my top 5 are gone.
Oh yeah, he was my last one. He was offensive tackle.
He was number 3 for me. So then they drafted Chris Williams, Gabe Karimi. Who else did they draft? Mark Colombo at tackle. We talked about the owner, Michael McCaskey, making Ditka draft Stan Thomas. It's just a list. And then you get Kyle Long, and his ability on the football field was immense. I'll never forget going to Bears Browns, Matt, being in Cleveland with Coach Sam Rutigliano, being on the field before the Bears took on the Cleveland Browns, and the offensive line coach from Cleveland comes over, and we're all talking, George DeLeon, and we're all talking, and Coach DeLeon, I'm like, I just can't believe the talent that Kyle Long is. And I didn't instigate this. So, and DeLeon goes, Yeah, imagine putting that talent at guard instead of left tackle. We might as well move Mark Thomas at guard too. We'll join you. And he was breaking the balls of the Bears. And you never feel more embarrassed because you're like, I've been saying this for years. It's like, because you know football. The Bears seem to just fumble it away when it comes to the offensive line. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. They did talk about this, Sean Dwyer. I forget. I think it was Wiederer who asked Coach.
Leave him, please. Leave him.
He asked Poles, and Poles said, I mean, we could move him to left tackle.
Well, don't forget the poker game that the NFL draft is. That was like 2 or 3 days before the draft. He's not going to come out and say, of course we're moving him to left tackle. And you're losing half your chips.
So what did Houston trade to get up there?
It was 2 picks. It was something in 99.
All right, so they clearly identified the kid. God, Coach O was calling me. He must have seen Ursery go.
Can Shador Sanders play left tackle maybe for us? He's still out there.
I'm shocked that Terrence Ferguson went before a quarterback, just because Ferguson was a combine wonder. And I think that if there is a fit for him where he could maximize what he does well, it would be the Rams with all that play action. They have a good run line. They can get him into space on the backside with play action and let him just build up some speed and run through some people. But he's a very linear athlete, and he also clap attacks a lot of balls. So but then again, Sean McVay and company have a history of clap attackers that they draft in Van Jefferson, and now we've got this, this tight end and Ferguson who just isn't sudden. He's not a mover who's going to match up one-on-one. He's going to win in zones at best. So to me, a second-round pick on this guy is interesting, considering as esteemed as the Rams have been as of late.
I can't believe they took him over Fannin Jr.
Yeah,
that kid. Imagine if the Bears take Fannin. Oh my God! Talk about.
I think that dream has died.
That night.
I think that dream has died.
I don't know. I took 2 in my first mock.
How far are we to the Bears pick?
Where are we at?
Well, they still have
the 49.
We're
at 49.
The Bengals are up right now at 49. The Bears are at what, 56?
56, I think. Okay. 56, then 62.
Okay.
Bengals pick.
The Bengals haven't picked yet.
Well, if you want, I think I can probably find.
Just pick his in.
I can probably find the Luther Burden stuff we looked at before. I have the other stuff up right now. Yeah, I do.
Let's do the Lovelace.
You want to do Warren Loveland as a
Loveland?
Lovelace. Lovelace.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
Jeff, where are you, Steph?
It's a family show, Phil. There's kids in the room.
I mean, we have to ask now. I have to ask this question. And I mean all due respect for Coach O. But
yes.
if you know that name, what was going on in Coach O's talking floor? That's what I want to know. But anyway.
So Demetrius Knight, Phil, your linebacker, is now a Cincinnati Bengal.
Oh, nice pick. Nice pick.
Yeah,
so yeah, we could do either one. Which one do you want to look at? If you guys do, we can wait. I mean, obviously we're getting close.
Yeah, throw it up there.
No, I'm ready.
Okay, well,
let's do Loveland.
Okay, they're here, so we just need to. I think we just need to put it up on the screen in place where I've got it shared here.
Yeah. Oh,
there we go.
Sorry.
Right. No worries.
Sitting here thinking you could put it up.
Yeah, but we're going to start with Warren because I just want you to see. Here's how Ty Warren gets open down the field most of the time. You're going to see him at the screen right here, and you can see that the safety basically doesn't even see what's going on because this is a schemed play with more of a look to an RPO where they're faking the RPO and he's sneaking behind people.
Double pass.
Yeah. So it's a great catch. You know, we see good work there, but you're talking about a highly schemed play. You know, and you're also seeing him using technique that you would prefer to him to correct a little bit because he's giving the defender his chest in terms of using his hands so low. Now, part of that is the accuracy of the throw, but we're going to see some commonalities here that are a little bit different. But this is how he gets open downfield more often than not. If he, you know, in terms of how that's
more
matched up, more schemed, you know. Yeah. Now we're going to watch Loveland at the top of the screen here. And you're going to watch him more here where it's just a one-on-one and he runs by the guy. But you can also see he does a nice job of being able to time his catches as well. So, you know, when you look at similar plays, you know, if you're going to say, well, I wanted Warren more, you can look at Loveland and go, well, here's a play where they didn't have to scheme it up. He just got a good mismatch and he's just fine downfield. You know, so then we can look at Loveland in a situation where also as a route runner, this is not what Warren brings to the table. You're not going to put Warren outside here like this and have him run a patient but subtle double up on a slant against a cornerback. I mean, that's an NFL caliber release in terms of the pacing that he uses. And he's doing it against the defensive back.
Great press to that outside shoulder.
Yeah.
And then come across his face like that to get on that skinny slant. Look at him catch with his hands, too.
Yep.
He doesn't. But the throw is bad. But look where his hands and his eyes go on the ball, and it's all hands.
Yep. So you're looking at someone who not only understands how to use his hands and feet with the double up to the outside, and then when the defender shoots his hands, he's already anticipating with the swipe here, bringing it down on the defender's arms. But he also, again, like you said, tracks the ball very well, makes it look easy. You know, so
look at him drive tacklers with him.
Yeah. You know, he's a load to bring down, and we're going to talk a little more about that too, because he's a little more agile. But then you're going to see him also on a play like this where he's at the bottom of the screen off the line right here, and watch him get into that zone and look at the tracking there.
Over his head, tracks the ball.
Yeah. So you're looking at a player who you don't have to have him be a quarterback and a running back and a double screen, double pass receiver to get the ball. This is a guy you line up in 11 personnel and say, you're part of you could be primary if we need you to be.
Exactly.
You know, and I think with Warren, while some people are comparing him more to that high-end player, he doesn't have that level of outrunning yet.
He outruns that nickel corner.
Yeah.
Watch him.
Yeah.
The safety in the corner.
Seattle Seahawks take tight end Elijah Arroyo.
They're going for the athlete. They're going for the speedster. Coming off an ACL tear a couple years ago, he seemed to say
traded it up for him.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, so he's the fastest receiver, the fastest tight end in this class, I think. But looking more at
So Denver was on the clock next, but Denver has made a trade with Carolina. Carolina is on the clock.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, fellas. I got to break for a second. I'll be right back in a few seconds before the Bears.
All right. So let's see a little more Loveland here. And what I want to show you with this, it's not just the catch, but watch, he's inside here in the slot at the right hash, and you're going to see him give a peek where he turns his pads, turns his head and then gives the stick to the outside to bait that safety outside and get inside and then make that
Separation
catch
at the stem. This
Yeah.
is something Cole Kmet struggles with. But look, watch him snap his head at the stem when he does this. So now right there, he's made himself available to the quarterback.
Yep.
And when you have athletes like that, that high point, watch him redirect his body by getting off the ground. I mean, that's just.
And when he catches it, he doesn't fall on the ball, which we're going to watch one Tyler Warren in a little bit here, right here. And Tyler Warren can do that. But when you watch Tyler Warren, here he is in line, and you're going to see him work downfield here, and he's between the zone defenders, and he's going to run the makings of an inset. He's got his head inside here, does a good job of showing that he's looking inside to give that inset. But is there a lot of emphasis with it? I don't really think so. We're going to watch it, eventually get here. He's just kind of holding it in there and then turns through. It's just not quite as explosive. It's not as subtle.
And it rounds. So it allows that defender to catch up and get in your hip.
Yep.
Defensive lineman Nick Scorton to the Carolina Panthers.
Nice
pick.
Yeah. So, there's makings of good route running here, but it's not as crisp as what we're seeing from Colston Loveland on a regular basis. Now let's look at blocking, because Tyler Warren is this big dude that everybody's talking about as a blocker. Here he is as a fullback. You would think he's going to take on this undersized linebacker right here, right? And he gets the job done. But when we're he is a TE playing as Nico. And when you see him working against number 28 here, he gets the block done. Okay. He's gonna work, to the defender's, I believe, outside shoulder or he takes one shoulder and then he pins him with his back. But it's not great technique. It doesn't project to the NFL. You can see where he's squaring up with number 28. And then when he actually engages, he's not using his hands. He's using a forearm. And that can work in the NFL, but really he's just trying to use his size to bully right now. And he lifts it up and look, and a linebacker in the NFL with this position just basically stuffed the running back in the backfield. And instead he's using the forearm, which he's getting to bully a guy in college because the level's different. And now he spins around and puts his back to him, but he has no control really to redirect. And the linebacker makes the tackle.
Phil, real quick, the Tennessee Titans on the clock have selected pass rusher Oladeo from UCLA.
My guy, my sleeper rusher gone. I love Princely from Ole Miss too. I actually have Princely over him. Nick Scorton was a good pick.
Has Jackson been picked yet? Landon Jackson?
No.
No?
No.
He was one that was high on a lot of boards. So did he make your guys' boards? It's top 5?
Landon was not in my top 5. No.
Okay.
My top 5 are all gone.
Okay. So looking at this one, we'll see a Loveland here in contrast as a blocker. And you can't get a bigger contrast because what you're going to see is him. You don't hear any music while I'm playing this, do you? When I play that, hold on.
No.
Okay, good. It's just me. Okay, good. So what you're going to see is he's going to be on the right side, and he's taking on the defensive end, a Texas defensive end. He's not taking on an undersized linebacker.
This kid is 91 is actually a younger player that really shows up for me.
Yeah. And look at him square up, use his hands well, work outside in, get that underarm right there and turn him.
Yep. Stays attached.
Yeah.
To the point where he's pissing off the defensive end.
Exactly. So you're seeing good wide feet, being able to move to the opposite shoulder and work with the defender to be able to make a good block and stay square. I mean, you can't get any different between Tyler Warren as a blocker and this kid is a blocker in terms of showing contrast. Because Warren is more of a, I'm going to uppercut and punch you. I'm going to hug you. I'm going to try and bully you with my size at the college level, but the technique isn't there yet. It may get there, but it's not there yet. And so, and when you look at Loveland, you just saw a refined inline blocker against an SEC defensive end who's probably going to be a pretty good one. You know, and now this is Warren making a nice catch between defenders, and you can see that, you know, certainly that's the element that he rivals Colston Loveland with, and that people really enjoy watching. But again, you're not watching him win one-on-one against defenders. This isn't Brock Bowers we're talking about. This isn't young Travis Kelce or Tony Gonzalez we're talking about, you know, or even young Gronk. You know, so this is that's a
he actually
very
brings the defender to him with the lazy route.
Yep.
He doesn't stick his foot in the ground and get separation. He rounds it and allows that corner to get into him. The safety then comes over the top, and then the ball falls in. He makes a good contested catch.
Because here's where the quarterback, I believe, threw the ball, and he sees where the underneath defender is and knows what he has to do, makes it a more difficult situation. In contrast, let's take a look at Colston Loveland, you know, and you're going to see him, you know.
Look at the you see how he came flat out of the break to the out.
Yes.
And then he's wide open. The quarterback's, I don't know if he got pressure. He doesn't need to evade like that.
Yeah. But he works with them and still makes the grab, working with his quarterback. And you're so right about the route. It's just consistently much flatter break.
Look at that.
Tampa Bay selects corner Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame.
Loves that kid.
I know him.
Ben Morrison. Look at him separate there from the coverage. And high point again with hands, Waldman.
Yep.
Not body.
Yep. And you can see the release. He does a good job of using the, you know, reducing the shoulder there. He's, you know, he anticipates the defender's hands well. Flat drive step, line step, gets the head around, you know, no problem with the flat speed break, shows his body to the quarterback. And when the ball isn't there, you know, is able to set up and watch a quarterback and then release and work downfield.
And then separates, right? Watch the burst. See right there. He has that burst, high point, all hands, pull away from the defender.
Yep, good turn through right there. And then we'll look at Warren. And Warren, we're gonna see win downfield. You see some speed, some build-up speed there. He drops this ball. Yep. Because he doesn't embrace the fall here where the ball's low. He doesn't really have a plan to turn away.
Don't show Nick Dub this play, please.
He's here. He just saw him in the chat.
Oh, is he? This is you can't drop this on any level.
Yeah.
Even as a youth player, you've got to make this catch.
And Warren's a good player. I mean, there's, you know, this is a good NFL caliber prospect as a tight end. It's just that when we start talking about, oh, Warren was so much better, was he? You know, was he really? And I would say that Loveland gives you more right now than Loveland gives you more than what Warren does at this point. In contrast, we look at Warren and, let's use him as an H-back. You think the Bears aren't going to do this with Ben Johnson?
Offset eye.
Yeah, and watch, he's going to take on a linebacker.
Oh my God, a wheel route. Oh,
yeah. This is the play you usually see on ESPN or Fox or any major media outlet when they show draft highlights. Is this particular play, because you see the athletic ability, but you know he can block because you just saw him root out a defensive end. So he's a legit blocker, and then he can do this too.
I mean, that right there is a hands catcher. Watch his eyes. I always talk about you catch with your eyes first. See, his eyes are right on the football. Doesn't matter who's around you. Your eyes are there.
And this is the last play I'll show, but they talk about Warren as a runner, and he's a bulldozer. No doubt about that.
That's his best attribute.
Yes.
The ball in his hand, running downfield. He's a good runner.
Yeah. Now, this guy I like a little better. And the reason is when, you can talk about people hurdling everybody or doing things, but just getting your knees and feet up. I mean, what makes Alvin Kamara a great running back is that he can get his knees and feet high in almost any situation. And you just watch how easy he just works over that defender in the flat. I mean, the defender's hating himself on what just happened there.
Cole Kmet cannot do this. This is the perfect showcase play of what you're getting versus what you've had. Cole Kmet gets driven through the hip, falls down. If he gets his pads around, he doesn't drop. Watch the athleticism here.
And watch how his feet are on the ground as he catches the ball. As you talk about eyes first, hands second, that's a display of tracking that's very important. And here's the knees high, the feet high, steps right over the defender. And I think he gets another, 10, 15 yards on this run.
I like how he stays in bounds on contact, just doesn't run out, covers the ball.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're looking at someone who certainly
Kmet would jump in the flat to catch that ball.
Without a doubt he would.
Why is everyone picking him like so fast?
Because the less time. Try explaining the Mike Green situation to a 11-year-old. That's been very difficult.
What do you mean?
Why is he dropping? Shane, can you explain that to Tate quick?
In the nicest way possible, yes. Eat your vegetables and listen to your parents.
Stay in school.
What?
Here's some Luther Burden.
Here we go. Luther Burden.
Why is he not? Why is he dropping?
We're 2 picks away from the Bears.
Why are we dropping? Why is he dropping?
He has.
I'll tell you later.
We'll explain it to you after this.
Why?
Anyway.
So we got Burden here. He was in the slot. You see the nice release and works the fade there. Just very good tracking on the fade. What you see really technique-wise, let's see if we can get it back here. You see the nice footwork right there.
Offensive tackle Anthony Belton to the Green Bay Packers.
All right.
Okay, we need it running back.
So, yeah, you see the good footwork there. You see them be able, and usually this isn't unbelievably impressive from the front end of the route because he's got a two-way go essentially against this defender. And most guys are going to win on the fade in this situation. But the tracking is nice. Late hands. Doesn't tip off the ball.
Doesn't go out of bounds either.
No.
So a lot of receivers get pulled or fall in because their tracking is bad. Look at his body. It would carry them into the sideline.
Yeah. And so he's doing a nice job of owning that boundary too and not breaking too far outside. So his quarterback has more room to throw. It's a one-handed catch.
One hand.
Yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful tracking job. You're going to see him here as a runner, just immediately nice little stop and turn, and then just splits defenders. And that's in contrast, a guy who got drafted in the second round a while back, who wasn't as successful as an NFL player as his compatriot Robert Woods at USC, was Marquise Lee. Lee was known as a great runner after the catch, but he wasn't a wise decision maker. And Burden has a good feel for where the coverage is behind him so that he can set up that turn outside in. And then instead of trying to fake out the field, he makes like a downhill runner, punt returner, running back, and will actually get, downhill. This is pre-taped with me talking about certain points before that I edited out. So that's why it's kind of showing the way it is. But he just gets downhill there and just splits everybody. And you want to see that in the NFL. You want to see them attack downhill. If we look at Burden, let's see, I got about 4
The
more
Bears
plays
are on the clock.
Okay.
Bears are on the clock.
Good
Well, wait.
Chargers. I don't have the Chargers pick, but the Bears
Pull it back
are
up
on the clock.
after this reaction from the group.
Fill it up. Chat. Put your guesses in there.
Give us your guesses now. Tate, you got a guess here?
Scatterboo.
Scatterboo. That would be
No, I don't think they'll pick
incredible.
him, but I want him.
Incredible. Bears,
The
Bulls.
Chargers
Steelers.
select Mississippi wide receiver Trey Harris.
Okay.
Physical guy.
Yep.
Jim Harbaugh wants that physicality there.
He's like the, you know, if you had like the picture of the evolution of man, you know, up there, and we're talking about hands. You know, Quentin Johnston would probably be like Neanderthal hands, you know, and then we'd probably have the advanced. I forgot my anthropology, so I apologize getting it wrong of who's next, whether it was Cro-Magnon or whether we're looking at, you know, but but I would say that Harris is better with his hands than what Johnston was. So
Phil, real quick, while we have everybody up here, let's just go around the room. And Phil, who is your pick here at 56 for the Bears, or what is your gut saying?
I think you go Darius Alexander here. With the trouble on Mike Green.
Okay, so it looks like the Chicago Bears have made another trade.
Holy shnikey.
The Detroit Lions are now
with the
on
Lions.
The clock.
Been doing family trades.
You probably got Jahmyr Gibbs. Let's be honest here, guys. I mean,
or left tackle.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
so
that's
the
yeah.
Bears pick is in. Detroit traded up to 57. That was a bad tweet.
Okay.
Okay. I was gonna say.
Yep.
Bears pick is in.
Who's Darius Alexander?
Darius Alexander, defensive tackle, Toledo would be my guess. So the Bears didn't trade, right?
Wow. The Bears pick is in. They have taken the offensive lineman that I mentioned to start the show from Boston College, Ozzy Trapilo. So now
Ozzy Trapilo.
This might mean you are seeing a move of Darnell Wright to left tackle. I think that's probably in play. Would be my guess. I don't love that.
I'm not loving that. We'll have to break down the Trapilo is his name. Ozzy Trapilo. He's
6'8", yeah.
316-pound offensive lineman. I told you he's working with Dante Scarnecchia.
Is he good?
Listen, I think his father played
6'8", 316, 33-inch arms, 10 and 3/8 inch hands. 5'2", 40-yard dash, 177 split, 8'10" broad, 7'7" cone, 4.7 20-yard shuttle, 22 reps.
That'll do.
Played right tackle. It's going to be interesting to see where they put him. He ran a 5.21 40. What was his 10-yard you said?
10. His split was 177.
177.
6'8".
Why don't you want Mike Green or something?
Interesting to see what they think.
Anybody working with Scarnecchia, to me, is going to come in with some seriously good technique. The 6'8" frame scares some people. That kind of height.
Score 8.88.
Okay.
But listen,
what was Jonathan Ogden's RAS score?
6'8". Oh, his RAS score
250.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are looking at him at left tackle. When I looked at him, I saw right tackle only, but
I think the RAS score just disintegrated when it saw Jonathan Ogden.
Yeah, sure did.
You know, but
I'm going to be very interested to see how some of the people talk about this.
Yeah. So what do you think about Trapilo? What is it about him that you were thinking that it was going to match up for Chicago?
I didn't have it as being a match in Chicago.
Oh,
It's
it was a
saying.
fear. It was a fear.
Not a fear. No, I know that they were involved in Belton. That was kind of the guy that I would not be shocked if when you saw them come back and then you notice the Packers what was it, 2 selections or right ahead. I know that the Bears had him in and visited him a couple of times throughout the process, but
He's 6'8". He's not
Yeah.
playing guard. He's going to play
No.
tackle, and he's a better pass blocker than run blocker.
Okay.
Tall for his size. He's got to work on some technique. That's why he was working with Garnett.
Detroit traded up for offensive lineman Tate Ratledge.
Tate Ratledge, my boy. Oh, so more of a project.
You're on
you think?
ESPN. They're showing the Bears war room.
Yeah, we're seeing it now here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just coming out to announce the pick, and it is the superstar. You're on ESPN announcing the pick.
There he's got his shades on. He's got the belt.
Who's the superstar?
He's a wrestler.
What's his name?
Tell him, Eric.
I hope he could just
Seth freaking Rollins.
Seth Rollins.
I
Could
wasn't
he
sure whether
tell?
meant the masked
Could he tell
superstar
Clay
or-
Matthews
or-
where to go right here?
And he said he was going to have some trash all
Oh,
set up
did
for
he?
the Green Bay fans. Yes.
Okay. Did we play it? Should I play it?
And they're booing him right now, so he must have said something.
Oh, I hope he did.
We are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love
Jack Beck to the Vegas Raiders, Phil. Wide receiver.
because
your guy.
the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams.
Yes.
is on the
All right. He said he was going to give it to him good, man.
In case y'all are familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. I'm here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears select Ozzy Trapilo, tackle.
There you go. I didn't know.
Doesn't work out in Chicago. It could work out in the WWE.
There you go. First team All ACC, played every spot except center. Father Steve, that's right, was a 4th round pick
Is he good?
by the Saints in 1987. I knew
So
his
the Bears have pick 62 coming up, and that will end their evening until day 3.
Scatterboo.
They might
going
reach Scatterboo there if he's still on the board, maybe.
Yeah.
You guys are trying to talk it into existence. I think we've been talking
Wish
about
casting.
Yes.
We got to wish Scatterboo into
We'll wish-
Chicago.
What's tomorrow?
Wish casting.
Fourth round pick.
Fourth pick, 6
I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be a running back. I don't know.
You don't think so?
Yeah, because you know who the Bears
Or
love.
maybe a D lineman, maybe a D tackle.
Maybe
the
you
Bears love Brashard Smith,
Who's
Yeah.
that?
and that
He's
could be a
SMU
guy
running
that
back?
you get.
SMU running back. Matt, your thoughts on
What do you want,
Brashard?
Brashard?
4.38 40, I think.
Yeah.
Former wide receiver.
Former receiver.
Can't pass block.
Really? Well, he got better pretty
Yeah,
quickly.
he did.
I will say. I mean, like he's still in the stage of that he's better as a cut blocker
Yep.
than he is as a stand-up guy. But the fact that he's cutting DEs and doing it well is good progress for a guy who was not a good blocker downfield as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
But he's a very natural runner. He has a good feel, good footwork, someone who has contact balance for his size. And I thought that he did a very good job as a gap runner and some signs as a zone runner. He's someone that in a couple of years, if the pass protection gets better and he's a little bit more disciplined with certain types of looks as a runner, he could arguably be a lead back in the NFL. He's got that kind of, you can see how quickly he developed, from 1 year to the next. So I'm bullish.
100% am going to call that it's going to be a running back. I believe.
So
For 62?
real quick,
I believe it's going to be a running
Doug
back.
Farrar just chimed in on the Trapilo pick. He said, I fully believe Trapilo has left tackle traits, but it's going to take some time. So that kind of fits in with the Bears. You got
3
Karan,
guys.
you got Braxton coming off the injury, and now you have Trapilo that obviously needs some seasoning.
There you go.
Yep, that's where I think the Bears are going to go with that.
Not the best pick.
Trapilo. Who dat? You haven't been paying attention, bro. Boston College. His dad played for the Saints.
Is he good?
That's where the Dante Scarnecchia was the Patriots offensive line coach with Bill Belichick all those years, developing all those talented offensive linemen. I know he was speaking on Trapilo or Trapio, if the J sound in there.
I think it's Trapilo.
Okay.
I believe so.
He is working diligently on his technique. 6'8", that's a big frame, all ACC. There's some stuff to work with there. Let's see.
One of the Bears guys that kind of covers the Bears just tweeted out, Ryan Poles is clearly Ben Johnson and Kevin Warren's bitch. Welcome to Chicago. Oh, so here's the biggest surprise of the draft. Not really.
What is
The 59th pick is in, and the Baltimore Ravens select from Marshall University pass rusher Mike Green.
They take the best.
I wanted that kid.
And here's a good sign too, because the Ravens, we're gonna, hate to go on a Bears show and talk about it this way, but let's talk about Jimmy Smith. Jimmy Smith, the Ravens corner. I was told that a good example of the difference between how teams investigate character was Jimmy Smith, in the sense that the Bears back in the day saw Jimmy Smith as a troublemaker, too much trouble, not someone that you wanted to draft, took him off their board. The Baltimore Ravens investigated him and said, oh, he smokes pot. That's about what he does. Everything else, he's great in the community. He's a good kid. He's a smart kid. He's, family-oriented person. He just happened to be one of those people, like a lot of people in the NFL and everywhere else in the world, who smokes pot.
Right.
But in a league that, while the optics will forever be until, it's illegal in every state like alcohol, the optics will be, we don't approve of this, but we are going to test this in a way so that you have to be really immature and unprepared to fail a drug test in the NFL, which is basically saying we tacitly allow you to use it if you're smart about how you go about your business. And if you're not smart about it, we're going to test you every single day to make sure that you are smart about it, or we get you out of the league. And so that was the difference. And, Smith was a pretty good player.
Matt, I talk about the Muffin Man, and that is Mike and George and every McCaskey. Right now, it's George McCaskey. I believe he hinders championships when it comes to football, just like you are talking about marijuana smoking and how that is looked at then. I know my uncle Sam started the drug and alcohol program in the NFL. It's something he's very proud of because owners in their boxes and luxury suites have a tendency to look down on young men struggling with any kind of mental health addiction. And obviously we know where it is in today's society. But my uncle saw there's a problem here with painkillers, with drugs, things to sustain their struggle or battle to be the best on the field and do that. And he started a group of that and stopped the negligence and bias towards it. His opinion on the McCaskies were they're highbrow people who look down on trouble. They don't want trouble.
Yeah.
So the chance to win a Super Bowl will fail you because that's where you build the greatest amount of character and culture and love for your teammate, for the guy that needs the help, that needs the extra motivation, that needs the father figure that he might not have had in his life helping him. That's where having a great culture and teacher has evaded the Bears because they always hired the less than. Now, Ben Johnson has a personality, but it gets me fired up that the Bears still think in that ivory tower box.
Yeah. But they,
like that.
And to defend maybe this regime, we can also look at the Ravens and say this is a veteran team with a lot of guys who can present mentorship and leadership, and they can take a risk with a player on this level. Whereas just a half hour ago, we're talking about two guys who had contract extensions who complained to the media who are supposed to be leaders of this offense.
Exactly.
And so, this may not be the time for them to take that chance. Whereas maybe in a few years, when they are close and they are contending, maybe they can take a chance on a guy like that.
It's tough. It's a tough situation. I know where we stood with Jalen Carter, because of Matt Eberflus and the culture fraud that was the Bears and all of that. Again, I'm just of the culture of Dennis Allen being a veteran coach with Al Harris and these coaches being there for somebody like Mike Green. The value to me, look at the 85 Bears. There was no choir voice. There wasn't. Even your kicker was out fucking partying and doing what he had to do, right? So it's no coincidence that you kind of win with a brotherhood like that. And on the loss of Steve McMichael, he might have been the biggest crazy knucklehead throwing shit, drinking beer at halftime type of player you had. So
real quick, Courtney Cronin, after the selection of Trapilo, writes, Trapilo has had 36 starts at right and left tackle and was one of the least penalized linemen in college football. Trapilo was flagged for 5 penalties in 3 years as a starter. Out of 146 FBS offensive linemen with at least 2,000 snaps since 2022, that is tied for 14th fewest. The average in that group of 146 is 11.5 total penalties. From Courtney Cronin, who will be our guest next Wednesday.
She will be coming on Keeping It 100 next Wednesday to break it down with us. And we love Courtney. That was a great explanation, Matt. Did John Besh go off the board? Is that what I see?
Yeah, Vegas.
Oh, man, I love that kid.
It's a nice pick for them because they get a little bit of, they can kind of flip-flop him with Bowers in terms of spots of how they use him slot and outside. And he does give you that ability at the catch point. So it doesn't interfere much with what they're trying to do. And he's a big dude who should be able to become a good blocker for them too, which will help Genty.
RJ Harvey to Denver.
If Caleb Johnson and Cam Scatterbo are there at 62,
Who do you take?
Gotta
You're
take.
taking a
I
running
take
back.
Scadaboo.
Scadaboo.
I
would
wouldn't.
agree.
I wouldn't. I don't think that. I'll be honest. My gut has been wrong, but I don't. Let's not forget about the issues that the Bears have at safety, and you got a guy like
Yeah.
Makuba staring at you. Also,
Yeah.
I'd keep that name in mind.
Makuba.
Alexander hasn't been taken yet either, has he?
No, he hasn't.
No.
Alexander from Toledo still there.
Landon Jackson, I believe, is still out there, and
We're behind. So we're what?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they still
Baltimore
have-
took Mike Green. Denver took.
Yep.
Who did
RJ Harvey.
RJ Harvey.
RJ Harvey.
Commanders are on the clock right now, fans.
Matt, what do you think of RJ Harvey with Sean Payton?
I think that as a gap runner, he can eventually be good if he cuts out the penchant for cutting back everything that he shouldn't do on gap plays. He's a Tariq Cohen.
He's a
Tariq Cohen clone without the ball security.
I'll
His
stay
ball
away from
security
that.
is worse. And I don't think he's as good of a pass catcher. So like I'm thinking you could have had Dylan Sampson, Trevor Etienne. You could have had Brashard Smith. You could have had, I could think of a lot of players, but RJ Harvey seduces people with the speed and the quickness. And I think that they get a little too seduced. That to me, he's like in between Ito Smith and Tariq Cohen in terms of as a player at the level that he's at.
Ito Smith. Oh,
Yeah. And people were nuts
Forgot
about Ito
about him.
Smith too.
Remember?
And, yeah. And, you look and you think, okay, I would say Brashard Smith, Trevor Etienne made more sense to me in that area. Dylan Smith far and above, would have made more sense. Jordan James even, maybe not as sexy of a pick in terms of athletic ability, but reliability would have put them there. But I'll say this, if Woody Marks is another one who would have been a fun one. But to me, Harvey, they got seduced by the athletic ability, and if they hit on it, it's a big hit. But the ball security issue is a problem too, and the decision making. And if they can rein that in, and then maybe they got something there. But it's a little bit of a reach.
So Greg Gabriel is chiming in that Trapilo is a right tackle, not a left. So if you are a Bears fan, I would be fully prepared for Trapilo to be in the left tackle mix.
Whatever way Greg go the opposite.
Just opposite. Yeah, right.
The
Opposite.
Costanza. Remember when George started to get all the women? He got a job.
Adam
everything
Kaplan
else.
has chimed in, and he believes that Trapilo will be on the left side. But again, he is also saying that he believes that he needs some time.
I believe that Xavier Watts, Darius Alexander.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Watts. That's he's
Yeah.
my number 2 safety.
Xavier Watts could be
Is he
their
available?
pick.
Oh,
Yes.
he's not.
Yeah.
Notre
Xavier
Dame
Watts
guys are going
could be
to
a
fall.
Bears
Ivan. We
pick.
know how overrated they are.
You can wait. You can wait on running backs.
You don't. Yeah, you
You
would
can wait on
love
Max.
if you would love Watts there.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I wouldn't complain. He's my number 2 safety.
That would be a great pick for the Bears. You can't go wrong with getting Watts.
They still
He's
haven't
my number
announced
2
the
safety.
Ravens pick on TV, and I
know.
told you
They're
they drafted Mike
talking
Green like
with-
25 minutes ago.
They're talking with Besh on
The
ESPN.
Commanders select corner Trey Amos.
All right.
All right, we're on the clock
So
now.
the Bears are on the clock.
Shane has the coverage way ahead.
There he goes.
They're about to announce Mike Green. He's crying,
I got that guy.
and he's going to be a killer for the
He actually
Ravens.
Could have got that guy. What are the Bears thinking?
Off the edge. I can go see Caleb Johnson. I prefer Scadaboo. I just think Scadaboo is a culture
Second best.
pick.
I wouldn't be against Revel either, the corner from East Carolina, just because I think
He's on injured. I just
yeah, but Phil, he's so,
take him in the 6th
About the-
round if he's there.
I don't think he's dropping that far. So Albert Breer,
big.
The Ravens stopped the drop for Marshall defensive end. Mike Green. He had 2 accusations of sexual assault in college, was cleared, but came off a bunch of teams' boards. Some determined that even if he was innocent, the pattern of putting himself in bad situations was enough for them to pass. That's from Albert Breer right now.
So we are on the clock right now.
Bears are on the clock at pick 62.
The Scatterbook guys.
It's got to, hopefully it's one of those names. That
I'm all the way back on my coverage at pick 60. I'm waiting for Denver.
Yeah. Oh, that's where the TV is. But
yeah, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
The pick is in for Denver.
If you remember, I did say Baltimore would take the chance on the guy.
Well, yeah, that's really going on a fucking limb, Phil.
Well, I'm just saying. If you're analyzing truth, that's what we do, and it transpired. Now, if they take some random right here, I don't know what I would do. Like, you have a perfect shot here.
Oh, wow.
'cause I
Monty
think
Ball came out for the Broncos. My bad, Phil.
There's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Right. Bears select Nazir Stackhouse. Defensive tackle. No.
I was like,
where the hell
is Nazir
He is a
Came
real
up with a
defensive
name.
tackle for Georgia.
Yeah.
But he's a projected guy like 220. I can leave now if you want me to leave with that bad joke. I can just exit.
Man, Mike Green, what a player.
Yeah, it's too bad, that has to come up as we know.
Sure,
even
some
if
fans
it's
will-
not true stuff, that'll
So some
follow
breaking
you the rest of
Chicago
your
Bears
days.
news. Miles Boykin has changed jersey numbers from 84 to 80. So
I think your
Maybe you have
boy
a
is
new-
going to number 84.
yeah, we'll see. Yes, more breaking news. Colston Loveland, number 84 for your Chicago Bears.
There you go.
There you go.
84, Matt.
I like that.
There we go.
Chris Gedney out of Syracuse wore number 84.
What are we going to
for
do
the
if the Bears select Nazir Stackhouse here? I mean, is that going to be the craziest
Oh
shit
my
ever?
God. Everyone would hate
Eric will be a permanent part of your staff.
Yeah.
He will be known as the Oracle.
Clem Stradamus joins TTNL. Okay, so the Bears pick is in, and they have went
Come on,
defense.
please.
The Bears are selecting defensive lineman
Okay.
Shemar Turner from
Oh,
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M D tackle.
Okay.
Oh, one in a running back.
Totally prefer the Toledo kid, but
Yeah, his motor was something else.
All right.
The Toledo
Shemar
kid.
Turner D tackle.
Where do you put him?
Well, he rated pretty highly among all
He
those
is
other
a-
guys. Big
He's
boy.
a good football player.
Yeah.
I just thought
He was very upset with the coaching staff at Texas A&M because they wanted him to bulk up, and he did not feel comfortable at all, and he kind of voiced it.
What's
that
he in?
didn't-
What is he in at? 280s?
Yeah, they wanted him up around 290 at one point. Let
Okay.
me
I'll give you his stats. I'm just surprised they.
I know the Bears really like Scorton, who
One of
went
the worst picks
Yeah.
a little bit
ever.
ago.
Oh my gosh. This guy stinks.
Who are you talking about? 6'4", 300.
Yeah, and he wants to be down. He was not happy about that. He wanted to be down more in the, I believe the numbers he gave was like 268 to 273,
Okay.
I'd
where
rather
he
get
felt more
Sawyer.
comfortable. But
I'd rather
He
get
did
Dennis
run.
Allen.
He went to the combine, and let me give you his exact measures there. That was Texas A&M.
he was down.
6'3", 290.
Yeah, so
he
he
ran
was
a
going
4.8 40.
and I believe he was even lower in weight at the pro day. I
Really?
believe. Yes.
Well, they take a defensive tackle, Shemar Turner. I think he was like a 5-star recruit coming out of college. I mean, high school. But again, 2 sacks,
Oh my
36 tackles,
Well, one of
20 solos last year.
What is the Bears doing?
He's a guy that moves around. He can go end or inside, or is he more of a D tackle type?
He's a D tackle.
Yeah, but I think he's got the. I mean, if they get the Bears can get crazy with the way that they've built this. I mean, because listen, they can reduce Montez Sweat in situations. A Dangbo, who they signed, to play on the outside. Indy reduced him down and played him inside, so they can give themselves some interesting options here.
Yeah, a lot of
on how they
interchangeables.
attack it, and Dennis Allen is going to be very, very interesting on how he deploys these guys.
Yeah, I would have. I was so hoping they would have taken Darius Alexander from Toledo. I mean, you talk about a kid that penetrates, and if you're looking at a defensive tackle there, that kid kind of fills the bill.
So we got 109, 148, and 233.
Right.
Left.
So 109, where does that rack up in the 4th round? What pick?
Well, we were at pick 10 in the 1st round, so you'd be right around there in round 4 because we got our original pick back.
So Mike Green was my highest rated player on the board. Princely, Darius Alexander was up there, and now Princely would have been there if they would have taken him as a pass rusher. Just looking at my board. Jordan Birch is still out there.
Yes.
Landon
That was a guy
Jackson's
that I
still
think
out
they
there.
could have.
Caleb Johnson was there. Mr. Tootin, Bracial Tootin.
But just I mean, Waldman called it early, even back when he was on. Everybody was so fixated on running back at 39, and again, this is one of the deepest classes that we've seen in forever. And I mean, Matt, what were you at final numbers wise for contributors at running back? I mean, it's pushing 20.
Yeah, it's pretty high. So it's you can look at guys who you could arguably say there's 25 backs who you could say would, if you put them in an offense and said, let's give you a role.
Yeah.
And they could give you some production in that role that you would continue to keep them in every week. That's a lot of backs.
Yeah.
And not many, and there's more that aren't that far away, even if their ceilings are pretty limited in terms of what you'd expect from them. I mean, think Sincere McCormick last year for the Raiders, he's a contributor level running back, and you saw what happened when they put him in. He could produce, but you could also see they're like, let's go get Ashton Ginty. They weren't making him the future. So that's kind of where you're at there. An Alexander Madison, contributor level running back, So, well, guys, this has been a lot of fun.
I'll tell you what, Matt, we are happy because we just rode the best theme park ride ever with you because we went from Valus all the way up to Burden. So
yes.
you owed us a wide receiver. You got it.
I love how you spun that. Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad that I could deliver then.
Over the past few years, throughout my day, it'll just pop into my head, and I've tweeted you about it, Waldman. Like, you'll have something about Khalil Shakir, and I'm like, that motherfucker. I can't get it out of my head because I will never forget Waldman. I said, well, Matt, what do you think? Because I hated Valus. Hated. And then
what?
And Waldman goes, well, if you like a guy that's fast, that can't catch or really do much of anything else, and is at best a gadget guy, I guess he's your guy. And that was set the wheels in motion right there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know Shakir's a painful one to watch because he's a good young player, but that's you guys got Shakir plus in Luther Burden. You really did. I mean, that's more than made up for it. And now you have a coordinator who's going to know how to use them. So it's going to be fantastic, and it's going to be fun to see. Is he going to start right away? He's capable of it.
Yep.
Is he going to have a big role right away? A lot of people are going to say no, but I mean, one thing I'll say is from a fantasy perspective, I liked Lad McConkey as the top receiver last June.
Yep.
For that, I thought he was going to be higher. Everyone was taking Marvin Harrison, and I've liked AJ Brown as the best receiver for the Titans. And people said, "Oh, he's going to be in the slot," and I'm thinking, "Well, that's exactly where you want him
thank
in this
you.
offense." Thank you. Oh, and that Justin Jefferson guy,
Yeah.
I know he's opposite Adam
bad.
Thielen, and people like him too. But yeah, he's going to be really good. So I'm kind of thinking maybe Luther Burden might have that Amon-Ra St. Brown role, because what Phil was asking about, I would not write him off as being an immediate starter. There's some things to look into there.
Perfect. So just to update people, this is a tweet from Ian Rappaport back on January 28th, 2025, on new Bears defensive lineman Shemar Turner. Shemar Turner, a likely top 50 pick, had to pull out of the Senior Bowl after learning that a stress fracture from summer camp that needed a rod inserted into it never fully healed completely, according to sources. Turner, who played on it all season long, was advised to have no impact on his leg for 3 to 4 weeks to let the bone finally heal. He plans to do combine interviews and perform at his pro day. So that was on January 28th, 2025.
That's Tate's birthday. There you go.
Chris Breckenfelder's looked like a violent 3 tech right there in that picture.
So one more quick update. The
Shemar Turner will be playing the 3 technique for the Bears. That's where and Michelle's right. This is a sign that Pickens ain't long in the tooth here unless he's really changed his body type. And
Omar Norman Lott to Kansas City, and Shedeur Sanders has officially entered the 3rd round of the NFL draft.
Wow.
Has not been picked.
Oh, so we are in the 3rd now.
Yes.
The
Eagles are on the clock. So plan on this being somebody that I love.
We have the 72nd pick.
I'll probably get a very
No,
text
treated
from
that.
everybody in
We
my
have
family.
no pick now in the 3rd round.
No.
Correct?
Matt, we don't want to keep you any longer, man. We know you got to go.
Appreciate it. I may pop in later.
I told him he could pop back in.
Absolutely. Thanks,
All right.
man.
Thank you,
All right,
brother.
Matt.
You're the best.
Always good, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ. And of course, Philadelphia pick is in. They take safety Andrew Makuba from Texas.
Watts isn't gone yet?
No.
Not yet.
Wow. They like
The
Makuba
rich-
over Watts, huh?
The rich get richer. So my safeties, for anybody that cares, I had Malachi Starks 1, Xavier Watts 2, Andrew Makuba 3, Kevin Winston Jr. from Penn State 4, and Billy Bowman Jr., who I think is a dude that just makes plays every week. I'm a big fan. He rounded out my top 5. But damn, Philly. So, well, do we have any thoughts on the first 2 rounds for the Bears? You ended up with 3 second-round draft picks.
All right, I was just trying to fix the boxes. Ivan left a lot of dead air. We haven't heard from him.
I left a lot of there.
Right there. I
I
hope
thought
you would
Shane
jump
was going
in
to
there.
say something.
I did. I was just talking one night.
Yeah,
I'm
he was
just
about
breaking your balls. Listen, I want to go back to Shemar Turner. A little look into behind the scene. I know where I rank guys. Turner, we saw on the Shemar Stewart tape and the Nick Scorton tape. I'm just telling you, the kid was considered a high talent defensive tackle.
New York Giants selected defensive tackle Darius Alexander.
There he goes.
I think I'd be less of a crab ass if I just knew that there were. If I had more of a reassurance about that defense, especially the defensive line. You know what I'm saying? But regardless of that, I like where this is going. I might have not liked the very first pick, but probably going to end up being a great asset for us, I'd imagine, especially in the passing game. Uh, as far as this the second day, they really did a good job. I mean, getting that trade and being able to jump back into the second round. They identified a guy. They went after him. Shemar Turner. I don't think you can keep a guy like Pickens. We talked about Pickens being a cut.
Yeah.
It's inevitable to me. Now you have a guy like Dexter. You're going to be rotating. You'll probably be a nose tackle, and you'll have that rotation between them. Well, you probably have a rotation of defensive linemen regardless, but especially between the three techs, I think it's going to be more of Turner and Grady Jarrett more than it might be a Dexter.
Turner, Jarrett, Dexter, and
well,
I forget the
I
fourth
think
one.
you might have to look at too. They have flirted with putting Jervon outside.
Yeah,
the Bears have flirted with that.
I've never seen 3 tech with.
Well, we said it
Dexter.
on draft. We said it on draft day, Phil. We assumed
But
that Pickens was
some growth there.
We assumed Pickens was going to be the 3,
right? And then
on
they
draft day. If you go back and play it back,
Michelle's right. Pickens is done unless he takes his body, Eric. Because you could just see he's sloppy body. He's not physical. And you have to do something unless you're like amazingly twitchy, like a Billings is, then you could probably have a sloppy body.
He was South Carolina too, wasn't he? Pickens?
Yes.
Was he
From South Carolina.
And I hate to admit it, but it made me a little shy about the tackle that just got picked a little while ago, Sanders, from the same school.
Yeah.
I was like, who? South Carolina? Maybe not. And that makes no sense whatsoever. But it really did, because Pickens, I expected a lot more from him.
Being truthful in that. A lot of people do that, but you can't.
Yeah. No.
I've seen a lot of people say this here. The Giants officially picked up his 5th-year option yesterday. And you can think that you have too many. I've never heard of a coach say, you know what, we have too many guys that can get after the quarterback.
No.
Right.
No. Won't hear that one. So the rotational stuff, and again, I always say, I mean, it's 3/4 joking that were these guys coached at all last year? I mean, do you just dump last year in terms of coaching just into the lake? And
I think you have to. I think you have to, Eric, because you're doing that on offense also.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So,
and
so
they have a whole different mindset under Dennis Allen that you had with under Flus, because we know how Flus was. Flus,
right?
Who in here had confidence on a play that was 3rd and 18? You had no confidence. They weren't going to attack.
No.
They were going to play 12 yards off the ball.
Frustrating.
Right. And it was over and over and over. And that, listen, when you have a young team with some aggressive players, that mindset spreads if it's negative, just like it can if you're out there attacking. That's like I always enjoy watching Philly play, because they have the fuck you mentality where they're gonna keep on. Maybe they'll give up a long play, but they're gonna go right back out there and they're gonna attack you again. That's where the Bears need to get. They need to get some of that swag back, some of that dog, and get out there and attack. No more of this playing off on 3rd and long. I mean, my God, I had no confidence on 3rd and longs. Zero.
At all. They need, like, the aggressiveness obviously is going to kick in with this regime. I think they're showing that with the types of players that they're going after, right? They're going to be very aggressive attacking on offense. Again, I like Trapilo. I like the Trapilo pick. Big tackle. Still has a question about where they're going to play him, but regardless of that, they went ahead and got somebody that I think once you mentioned the lack of penalties, now you have a smart guy, obviously, to get into BC, but now you have a guy that doesn't commit as many penalties. You can move him from right to left. It seems like he has that ability. I like that. And Shemar Turner, you have a 3-tech that can learn from a guy like Grady Jarrett, learn from, be groomed by this defensive coordinator and get going, man.
And let's just to get back onto Shemar Turner, and listen, there's always pause when there is an injury involved, and the Bears seem like they've been involved in way too many of these. But if you turn it around also, and you look at Shemar Turner when that happened back in summer camp, and it never healed, what does that tell you? He played all year long with
tough son of a
a
gun.
lot of pain.
Yes.
And push through that. And so let's not undersell that aspect of it, because this is a different time that we live in, guys. This is NIL. These guys ain't looking for $20 for a pizza anymore to eat. These dudes
Very
are getting
true.
paid legitimate money, and they understand what they have on the table. This guy went out and played through it. Is he my favorite defensive lineman in the that was available? No, he's not. But we're going to have to defer to Dennis Allen here. This is the first pick on defense that the Bears have went with.
Yeah.
For him.
And what do they think about guys already there? Like, do they see Booker and go, hey, we can coach him up? Has he gained 20 pounds? Has he, so they may be projecting. Now, we know all about projection, right? Sometimes you can project yourself right out of a job, but they may think higher of some of the guys that we didn't see perform up to a standard, because again, I don't know how much coaching they got last year.
Exactly.
What did Mooch always used to say? We can coach him up, and we're going to get him. We're going to coach him up and teach him to do X, Y, and Z, and he's going to fill this role. And I just, every time I look at highlights of a game, I go like, did they get any coaching at all?
Sure. And I really think that this, Dan Roshar preached competition.
Yes.
So I think this really points to Braxton, isn't going to get a lot of reps, if any, until some point in training camp. So Karan's going to get out there and hopefully stay healthy and get a bunch of reps that are going to help him move forward along with Ozzy Trapilo. So you're going to see 3 guys in there getting some work at tackle. My guess is at the end of the day in 2025, Braxton Jones is your starting left tackle when the season opens up. And then will they extend him? That's a something that you talk about towards the end of the year, depending on what he puts on tape.
I said this yesterday,
kind of where you're at. Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah, it's
well, Ivan, I said it, and I was on a pop-up show earlier today, and I talked about it last night, and I tried to kind of prepare people. I said, guys, when the Bears are on the clock at 39-41, don't be shocked if your offensive lineman is staring you right in the face and the Bears don't go there.
Yeah, and I like I like what you say. That 3-man competition is.
Right.
I'm good with that. But like I said, it's going to be Braxton's show unless one of these young kids beats him out. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you go back and rewind this show to the beginning, my exact words were, "Don't forget the name Ozzy Trapilo," because there's a lot of people that are higher on him within the NFL than in our community.
I was doing some snooping around about a week or so ago, and Amagaji actually had a higher rating. Obviously, he's a 3rd-round pick, but he had a higher rating overall coming out of the combine and stuff than Braxton Jones did. And if this guy rounds into shape and gets healthy and recovers,
he'd be great competition for anybody over there. I think they think they can coach him up and turn him into a ball player. But you get Trapilo to come in there and put some pressure on, and maybe he emerges as the guy that they can stick with, and Amagaji becomes a fill piece.
And
But,
speaking of Trapilo, Nate Tice just tweeted out. Ryan Cox sent this over to me. Ozzy Trapilo ended up in my top 75 players overall on my personal board. He moves so well for such a big athlete and can recover, but he does get caught playing high at times. I can see teams being very bullish on him. This is why you get a guy like Dan Roshar, that, according to Olin, is no nonsense. May the best man win. Go out there and fucking block. And if you don't block, you're coming over here to sit next to me.
There you go.
So our guy over here, DDP, is going to dive into Trapilo. I already know how he works. So I'm assuming tomorrow when we go live for day 3, he's going to have.
We have the Burden tape already.
We have Burden.
And
we will have Trapilo.
I'm cutting the Loveland tape. I'll be probably done with it by Sunday, but I'll start Luther too. So I'll probably have both by Sunday.
I think we have Trapilo tape already in there.
Do we?
I just never got to cut.
So Brad Biggs just sent out a tweet 2 minutes ago. Said the Bears looked at value and grades when selecting wide receiver Luther Burden. And the same is said for Shemar Turner at defensive tackle. He played through a stress fracture in his shin all last season at A&M. If healthy, lots of teams very well. I scrolled down. If healthy, very well could have been a first round pick for teams in the NFL, according to Brad Biggs. I'm not
Turner. You're talking about?
Yeah, Shemar Turner. Yep.
Listen, when a guy plays angry, that type of football player is what you
a little
wanna
bit too,
see.
a little
Not
bit too,
Shemar
little bit
Turner.
too angry at times. If you go on Twitter, you see some pretty horrific penalties where he went you'll uppercut to the apple bag on a player right in front of an umpire.
I was gonna say he's the one they kept talking about on.
Fannin went to the Browns.
Yeah. Browns are having a nice fucking.
That's a
Browns
nasty
are having a nice
tight
draft.
end. Oh, a nasty tight end combo.
Njoku and Fannin. But you got Mason Graham and who was the other lineman that they got? Shit. Somebody in the chat will have it.
Yeah, they just got they got Judkins too. That's right.
But didn't they take another one? I thought they took another lineman.
Let me go.
My number one tight end goes to the Cleveland Browns.
Oh no, they got a linebacker, Carson.
That's what it was. Schlesinger. They're having
my number one linebacker.
Man,
Cleveland is drafting off my.
When you're looking at
honestly,
everything
Cleveland,
that they got back, they're the top draft for me.
Oh no doubt,
because you look at the compensate. They also have Jacksonville's first rounder in 2026, plus all that extra compensation they got back. Wow,
this might be the draft. Cleveland actually does something, makes a move and gets better.
Well, now you just need a quarterback.
No. All they need now is Putney.
Yeah, David freaking Putney.
Oh shoot! Hilarious. But no, they've had a outstanding.
I'd rather Fannin I'd rather Fannin be a Brown than an Eagle. I'll say that.
Yeah.
He's going to be a hell of a football player. I'm surprised with Hendricks. I did not see Watts falling like this into the third.
Yeah, I don't. But you never know. Darian Porter goes to Vegas.
Okay.
With this pick right here. Yep. The corner from Iowa State. But no, Phil, I agree with you.
Now, 4 through 7, rounds 4 through 7, is the time shorter? Do they have less time, or is it 5 minutes from here on out?
Yeah, they go shorter tomorrow. 5
Short,
minutes.
shorter
But
tomorrow.
we have a noon East start time.
Right. I'll be
fan.
tuning in to see what we do with 109, 148, and 233.
Well, you get 3 more shots tomorrow. Unless they trade back up into the 3rd round, and I wouldn't put past the Bears.
The New England Patriots just took my guy at wide receiver, Kyle Williams, with the 69th pick. Big fan.
I wish they had kept the 72nd pick.
Yeah, but you
that would have
moved.
been sweet.
Yeah, you
But we
moved
didn't-
up,
we
Bill,
didn't.
everywhere.
Yeah.
You didn't even have a 4th, and you gained 109.
No, I get it.
You went from 41 to 56 and 62. I make that trade all day long.
Yeah, that wasn't bad at all. Now I'm thinking, I mean, if you're looking kind of a macro deal, 109, I mean, like you said, Phil, I mean, what's the Bears backfield grade last year? D?
D.
So you'd figure, and there's still a bunch of nice backs left that I think they might be leaning that way at 109.
Sure.
I think they have to.
Yeah, you're too afraid to wait till 148. All the flash guys may be gone.
And I know you guys are.
You heard me say it was going to be 100% a defensive tackle, right?
Yeah,
Was I right about that?
100%.
Well, the
you
second
guys,
time,
you guys are Scatabo guys. I have Caleb. I have
when they
Caleb
traded
Johnson.
that pick, that last pick was going to be a defensive tackle. I'm 100%.
I have Caleb Johnson as my RB2 overall in this draft overall, and you come away with him at
RB3 for me.
Pick 109. I mean, you're in
one,
the words of Ben Johnson. Yeah, you're cooking with what did he say last night? You're cooking with grease.
Cooking with grease. I mean, I mean the mocks, of course, that's just total fantasy, but he never made it to 109 in any mock I ever did.
No.
Neither did Scatabo. And so there's gonna be the run. The run's gonna come somewhere.
This will make Phil happy.
79?
This will make Phil happy. Jordan Schultz just sent out a tweet. Bowling Green tight end Harold Fannin Jr. to the Browns is a sensational pick. According to a scout that Schultz just talked to, he's the closest thing to Antonio Gates that I have seen.
Bro,
wow.
I know what I saw on tape. If the Bears took him here over the D tackle or Trapilo,
right,
I would understand why, and so would Ivan.
I mean, I was
certainly convinced me.
I was just relaying that information. I mean, I didn't play football, so I don't know shit about football. so I've been told. So just wanted to get that out there.
We got to get the Lovelace tape going.
I feel in the tall weeds, man. I covered football back in the day, doggone it. So, but I mean, you guys break it down, and when I saw you break down Fannin, I was like, geez, this dude. And I think I even said it when I did my little mock draft with you that this guy is going to present problems for people because they put him everywhere. They put him at fullback. They ran some wildcat. They put him in the slot. They did everything with him. So I would have been really happy with a pick like that, which is a little bit why I was a bit surprised that they went Loveland with 10, but I get it. And of course, all the stuff coming in about how talented and Matt showed, how the guy is special. There's some stuff, but we just figured the Bears might address some other needs before going for the tight end. But
will the Bears come down and go to the podium, Shane, now that their picks have been completed, or do they wait till the very last? Oh, he's working the phones like Adam Schefter.
Yep.
There goes Kyle Williams highlight running away from every Syracuse DB. Oh my God. Shedeur Sanders. Why Shedeur Sanders NFL draft process start him like nothing we've seen before? He's falling down the draft. You know why? Because Mel Kiper and all these other guys hyped him up as a favor to Dion.
Is going to suffer because of it. He is suffering with.
I'm just listening to, and again, I don't want to go down this road, but it's.
Is this Shador?
Yeah, it's just, and they're trying to make this a race issue. I mean, what are we? It's not a race
number
issue.
one pick of the draft was a black quarterback from Miami via Washington State.
It's the
last year's number one
circus
quarterback
that surrounds it. Maybe it was your attitude. Maybe it was your attitude in meetings. Maybe it was all of that played into this. Maybe it was them saying, "Oh, he's not. I don't want him anywhere that's not a warm weather climate." Inside, because I don't want him playing in the elements. Come on, it's just I don't think it's a race issue. I don't. I think it's foolish to make that your point on Shador Sanders falling.
I think Shador Sanders has talent. It's just he wasn't a first or second round pick in my mind anyway.
I didn't have him in my top 5 quarterbacks. I just don't think this is a good class.
Right. I just think that
none of us picked him in the fight night.
Right. I think his father has hyped him up a little bit too much. You know,
maybe no one wants to deal with Dion and
Maybe.
the antics that come along with him.
That's possible.
The fact that he'd be double talking. I don't know what this coach is thinking every other Sunday night. Let's just be honest. That's the worst part. What they were saying about Caleb Williams and his dad is really what Dion and Shador Sanders are.
They made that stuff up about Caleb and his
Exactly.
dad, but this stuff is pretty true. I mean,
They
they
retired.
don't come any more confident or cocky than Dion. So,
Eric, I was telling my wife about this afternoon during lunch. We had lunch together. It was nice. And I'm like telling her about the Shador. And I'm like, can you imagine me as a coach and I take the job at, I don't know, Penn State, and our sons come and play at Penn State, and Tate's the quarterback at Penn State, and we go 7-4, right? And we have this talented receiver on our team that wins the Heisman. And I retired Tate's jersey and the talented receiver's jersey as the coach. And come on, it looks terrible. It is not a race thing. It's a family thing. It's a attitude thing. And a lot of people won't speak on it. I will tell you, Matt had a funny story on Dion, but I met Deion Sanders when I was 14 years old and just wide-eyed and love with football. And there was no other showcase of character than that man and how he treated people. He was a complete jagoff.
oh wow.
So when you're around people like that, I've seen it the whole time. Dion gets away with a lot of things that no one else could say or do. Not with me, though, because I will call his ass out. I remember what he did during the combine and how he treated certain people. And
Well, Phil, look at and I know I'm not
remember the white kid running fast and Dion, holy shit! This white kid can run like, oh my God, no, what?
I'll let when
People get offended by that. Like, what does that got to do with anything? The kid was fast.
Right.
Look at the story that Waldman shared with us today, and I'll let Matt tell it when he comes back with us if he drops back. But it's just, crazy shit like that. Do you guys want to hear from Luther Burden after he was selected by the Bears? They said he was very much irritated about falling in the draft, so much so that he was in the practice facility last night at 1:00 in the morning with his girlfriend running the jugs machine, trying to get his mind off of falling in the draft.
I'll take this, dude.
Hi, Luther. Welcome to Chicago. Just
Appreciate
want to
it.
know, we saw your Instagram post and your tweets. What were your thoughts after going undrafted last night? And how are you feeling after having that weight into tonight?
I mean, I was unaware, I guess, but I'm super excited to be a part of the Chicago Bears.
Dan Reader?
Hey, Luther, welcome to Chicago. First question is, what did you do last night? Did you go do a workout over there in the facility?
Yeah, I went to the facility to work out.
What was your mindset in that moment?
Pretty much, I'm gonna get some work where everybody celebrating, and I'm gonna do the same thing tonight.
When you look at the two seasons, 23 and 24, how do you account for the dip in production this last season versus obviously what was a really standout year the year before?
I would just say the opportunities given. There was a lot more opportunities, the year before my sophomore year, and I just said the opportunities I was given.
Zach Pearson?
Landon Jackson.
Congratulations. How much do you know about Caleb Williams, and has he reached out to you at all?
I haven't checked my phone really, but I know a lot about him. Me and him were supposed to be teammates before, so the world works in mysterious ways. So I'm excited to finally unite with him and get to work.
Pat Finley?
Buffalo took Landon Jackson with the Bears pick.
How were you guys supposed to be teammates?
At Oklahoma.
What did you know about him back then, and have you kept an eye on him in the years since?
Yeah, I definitely try to not keep in touch, but I definitely follow him. We follow each other, on social media and stuff. And I watch a lot of his games because he's his number one pick, and he's been nice since I've known him. So I'm definitely a big fan of him, and excited to get to work with him.
Herb Howard?
Lou, you spent 3 years in high school at Ritter Prep, and then you transferred to East Saint. What was that transition like, and what was the reason for the move?
And why is
transition was amazing. Being a part of Eastside, was great, and it was a great opportunity, to showcase my skills against, more better competition. And the reason I went because so I go to school early, so I can go to college early in the spring.
If you watch this kid,
Jason Leisure?
they have the draft.
Hey, Luther, what did Ben Johnson tell you about how they plan
story on him
to use you offensively?
Pretty amazing.
I haven't really met with them, so this is.
I don't pick him on that, man.
Kinda,
not used to it. It's a big night for him. Imagine
New
the emotions
Jordan.
going through this kid.
One of their scouts was just talking to us about your
Biggest night of your life, and
experience
you're
playing
top on top of
inside
it.
and outside. How do you view yourself
play
in terms of your
his ass
strengths
off.
and how you could be effective in the NFL?
I'm pretty much surrounded by some great already, so I'll be able to, take some attention off them, when they get doubled or whatever. So
Maddox, we
I
just
feel
said,
like I fit
man,
perfect in their
it's
offense.
a young kid. It's a young man
Dan
that
Reader?
had a very, very tough life, and he was expecting to go much
So
higher.
what was the extent of your
Lost millions
pre-draft
of
communication
dollars.
and contact with the
Yeah, you're
Bears?
motivated.
Can you say it
Not
again?
overreact.
What was the
Good
extent
Lord.
of the contact you had with the Bears during the pre-draft
Annoying,
process?
actually.
I didn't really talk to them a lot.
Does it surprise you then tonight that was where the call came from?
Yeah, that's right.
Along with that, their director of college scouting was talking about pairing you up with Antoine Randall and kind of refining your abilities as a route runner. Where do you see room for growth in your route running?
We're finding.
I can see growth everywhere. Got a lot of work to do. Head to the next level with great guys who, made them for themselves as top guys in the league. So be better at everything.
all things
Nick Mariano.
considered, he strikes me more of as a doer and
Luther, you
less of a
on your
talker.
Instagram story
Right,
posted at
exactly.
12:52 a.m. that
He's a
you're back
doer.
on the football field following night one of the draft. What kind of made you want to go out and do that?
In my head, pretty much, the field safe. The field's escape for me. Always has been, and I felt like I needed to hit the field last night and clear my head for today.
Alex Shapiro.
Along those lines, did you think you should have been a first round pick?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Jesus.
Who the fuck
Nice.
asked
Howard?
Nice.
Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Do you believe in your skill set?
I can hear the frustration in your voice. I wondered if you know much about the Bears wide receiver
Do you
room.
know
So far
why
this offseason,
Shador dropped?
they brought in 2 veteran receivers, Olamide Zaccheaus and also Devin Duvernay. Now yesterday they drafted a tight end that can play the slot as well. What do you think you got to do to come in and compete and just bring that chip on your shoulder? I can kind of see it on you right now, but to come in and actually compete to contribute in year one.
But I just gotta learn playbook and take it day by day.
Think
And
some pressures on
just
Tyler
be me,
Scott.
do what I've been doing my whole life,
I
proving
don't see him
everybody
making the
wrong.
team.
So that's my mindset.
Pat Finley.
So when you went to work out last night, who went with you? Was there someone there to throw passes or someone there to
Is that
just
relevant,
kind of
Pat?
hang out?
God damn.
Pat,
Yeah,
you
my
know
girlfriend
who
was
went.
there.
His girlfriend was there. You knew that. You asked the question.
Yeah, she
to get
threw
it
it
out.
on the jugs.
Thanks,
Josh
Pat.
Buckalter.
Luke, I'm curious, who have you tried to emulate your game after, or just try to incorporate their skill set into your game?
Pretty much nobody.
Pretty much no.
You said who I like. Can you say it again? My bad.
No problem. What receivers have you tried to copy and put into your game as you try to go out there?
Pretty much all the top guys in the league.
I was gonna say
Anybody you could think of.
that part was weird.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
like,
you so
yeah,
much, Luther. Congratulations again.
That part was a little odd, but like I
Thank
said,
you
I just
so
think
much, Luther.
you're caught in that tornado of emotion. And if, like I said, if you go
pissed
watch
off.
I think it's called The Draft Unfiltered. It might be Phil. That was the one that I was telling you about. They did the one on, I think Genty was involved in it and Calvin Banks was involved in it. If you watch the Luther
Draft
Burden one, draft featured.
Wasn't he living out of his car?
Oh yeah, it was pretty rough. The life that he grew up in Missouri there. And like I said, these kids and you're talking millions of dollars, generational wealth. And let's be honest, this guy's probably looking at himself as a mid first round pick.
Absolutely.
Do you think that he thinks he's a better wide receiver than Tet McMillan that went 8th to Carolina? You're goddamn right. He thinks he's better.
I have him as a better receiver.
Me too. That's my point. And so now you look at the money from number 8 to number 39. That's a massive difference. Massive.
Yeah.
So you look at that, financially, he's going to be, doing very well still at 39. But I like that he's got the chip. And I'm not going to overanalyze the way that this is a big moment for all of these guys. He wasn't getting a lot of pub at Missouri and, bright lights, big stage. Imagine Pat Finley asking you these hard-hitting questions like who was running the jugs machine last night?
Who was with you at the practice facility, Shane, last night?
Do you have a favorite pair of shoes, Luther?
Luther, who's your favorite Chicago Bear? Were you a fan of the Bears growing up?
I didn't really talk to him. I did.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's honest. It's like he wasn't putting any spin on anything. It was like, and that lets you know he was pretty pissed off at where he fell. But that happens sometimes. So
Luther, will Gentleman George, the Muffin Man, allow you to wear number 0? Is there any word yet? We don't
Oh,
wear,
God.
we don't
Wow.
swear, and we don't wear number 0.
So when the Detroit Lions moved up to number 70 to select wide receiver Isaac Tesla, they moved up.
Tesla.
Yeah, they moved up with the Jags. They gave up 3 third-round draft picks.
What?
To move up to number 70. Yes.
Wow.
The Lions traded 3 third-rounders, number 102 and
For
2
Tesla.
third-rounders in 2026 to the Jags to move up to number 70. They also
Jags
got back
recoup a
2
little bit
sixth
from
round
what
picks.
they gave up
Yeah.
earlier to Cleveland. Jeez.
Yeah. Lucas.
A big man from.
Well, only
That
Bratcher was in the
Where did he
audience.
play? Where did he play? Tesla, Arkansas. Where did he play?
No,
No, it was
I don't know. They wore blue and white, kind of.
Jesus, my brain is
The
fried.
highlights I was looking at, my brain is fried too. I saw him, and he
Yeah.
wasn't a name I saw a whole
Played
lot.
at Arkansas. I was right.
Yeah.
Was it Arkansas? They were in
6'4",
blue.
214. Ran a 4.43.
Okay.
So that's
the Razorbacks.
pretty much why they like Tesla. I know Matt Waldman likes the other receiver at Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
So the quarterback selected tonight, Eric, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, and Tyler. How do you say his name?
It's Shuck. I think it's Shuck. But did you see? Speaking of
Shuck.
Cam Ward, did you see? It was kind of cool at his introductory presser. Warren Moon showed up
a rock
and gave him the number 1 jersey and said that he could wear number 1.
Oh, cool.
His number 1. So that was kind of cool.
Who gave him his jersey?
Warren Moon.
Warren Moon.
He was retired from Moon, and Moon presented it to him, said he could wear it.
So I always tell.
I'm old enough to remember him winning the Rose Bowl and not even being drafted.
So
Yeah.
Threw the
since you brought
prettiest
that up,
ball.
I want to tell the story.
Crazy.
Art Modell goes to Sam Rutigliano and says, "Well, what do we do?" And Sam Rutigliano says, "We're going to draft Warren Moon from Washington. We're going to get him in the 2nd round." And Art Modell says, "Oh, no, we're not. We're not taking a black quarterback."
Wow.
And Sam Rutigliano, you mean to tell me we can't draft? Wow.
Wow. That dude threw the prettiest ball, man.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He would have every NFL record.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cowboys take Siobhan Revelle at number 76. My number 2.
There's your guy.
Number 2 corner would have been my number 1 corner overall had he not torn his ACL.
There's your guy. Matt is back and he's better than ever. Hey now. Hey now.
So, what do you guys think? The Kyle Williams to the Patriots.
Yeah, we were talking about it. I was bad
And
mouth when you're
Tesla.
gone. I'm like, that fucking
The
Waldman
Lions
hates my
traded
wide receiver.
three picks for Tesla.
Yeah.
He's the future Kenny Galladay, Chase Claypool type that you lodge him between 2 really good players, and that athletic ability could come to the fore. We'll just have to see if he'll be willing to work for it.
Are you telling me that we're trading a
Crazy.
2nd rounder for him in 2 years? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No,
We
the
did that with
Giants will be.
Claypool?
We're telling you that the Giants will do that,
We almost
or the Titans.
signed Galladay. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Flirting with disaster.
Did he finally retire or something? Did he?
He just disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's a Chicago kid, right? Kenny Galladay?
Yeah, Northern Illinois. Wasn't
Yeah.
he a Northern Illinois?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think they gave him an office down in the basement, and they took away his red stapler. And
Can I have my stapler?
fortunately, he didn't set the building on fire, so that's good. Or maybe they wanted that. I don't know.
Princely goes to Carolina, Phil. Your boy.
Did he?
Yes.
Trying to get back to the show. My mouse died.
Look where Harold Fannin went.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So you're
We were talking about it.
Yeah.
So Jordan Schultz, Matt, after you left and that pick came in, Jordan Schultz sent out a tweet with a scout, an unnamed scout that he talked to, and he told Jordan Schultz he's the closest thing to Antonio Gates that I've seen. That was from Jordan Schultz. I don't see the comp there.
Yeah, Sam Laporta. I was waiting for you to insert Sam Laporta, but
I thought, I didn't myself see the comp there to Antonio Gates. I mean, was he really good at college basketball? Maybe, but I don't know. It's still either way, he's a really good tight end.
Yeah, I mean, they get an
number
upgrade down the line because Njoku is an over route, seam route, crossing route guy who's a very good athlete, but he's not getting open one-on-one. He's getting open in zones, and this kid can get open one-on-one.
They are interviewing Shemar Turner right now, and they asked him what his philosophy is on defense. And he said, just kill, bro.
That's my
There you go.
too.
Phil's kind of guy right there.
This is my kind of guy.
So Iowa State, the other wide receiver goes.
Oh, and
yes, man. Perfect timing.
How the fuck did he get this low?
Yeah,
I mean, they picked Pat Bryant. I like Pat Bryant, okay, but they picked Pat Bryant, Kyle Williams, and Jack Besh. I can see. I get
like
Jack Besh.
Jack.
I get Jack Besh, but let's see who else. What other wide receiver did they get?
Tesla,
Trey Harris, Tesla.
Harris,
Yeah, Harris is okay. I get that, but there is at least 3 receivers you're scratching your head about.
Waldman, I said after you left that to me, top draft, and when you're considering everything that they've received back in compensation, it's Cleveland.
Hey, color me shocked, but at the same time, hopefully this team, Andrew Berry's hung in there, and maybe they've just done a really good job.
How are they going to massage the quarterback situation? Talk about it.
Well, that's a good question. Jalen Milroe's still there.
Nobody got my pun right there. Come on. Come on.
I'm trying to ignore it. The dude grew up 18 miles from where I live, okay? He grew up 18 miles from where I live right now. So I'm trying to avoid that. But yeah. I mean, yeah, Milroe's still available. I mean, and that's probably the most upside talent of a guy, and a much better passer than people are crediting him. And I'm just laughing because whoever's going to get him is probably getting, to me, arguably the second best quarterback in this class. It's funny because you look at what Andrew Berry did.
Sorry, a little bit late on that.
That's okay. That's okay. Because
I'm with you, Mac.
Yeah, I know you are. It's all right. But
Shane's upset with me.
But I think
I could be talking to him down here as a backup option.
They
100%.
I think they've found a way. Maybe Jimmy Haslam has learned that maybe he needs to be more of a hands-off owner, like the Steelers owner, and maybe that's the hope, because he, clearly, I don't know how a scout in the world would look at Johnny Manziel, and what happened in his pro day, and come back and go, we need to draft this guy.
Oh, Phil, do you want to talk about that?
I didn't look at his pro day, so
yeah. Well, the pro day, I don't know if you saw. I liked Manziel.
I loved Manziel.
I thought honestly, Manziel was the precursor of what we see what Pat Mahomes can do. The difference is that at the pro day, what we learned is that he got so drunk with his teammates who were going to be participating in the pro day that they had to wake him up, and everyone's strewn out on the floor, and he was throwing to accountants on his agent team staff. He was throwing to non-players in his pro day. If you're a scout and you see this, that's not a red flag. That's like the buzzer you just put on us, you know? And so there's no way they didn't say, we can't tell Jimmy about this because we know he loves this guy. They've got to come to him and say that. So, that was a big swing and a miss. He made a big swing and a miss with Deshaun Watson and the moves there. So hopefully he's taking accountability and he's, maybe he told them to duct tape him and put some duct tape over his mouth and maybe put a blindfold over him and some earplugs and tell them to undo all that when the draft's over and let them do their jobs.
So SAP is asking, is Milroe at the draft? As of 30 minutes ago, he was still there.
Yeah.
At the draft.
And what I heard, we'll give Shane's point of view and then like Phil and my point of view, but I think you've heard Phil's and my point of view a lot about what we think of him. I heard from somebody that Milroe went to John Gruden and actually sought him out, not the end of the season before, and has worked with John Gruden the season before to get better as a quarterback. And that the feedback about that has been from people is that Milroe will do anything it takes to get better.
I believe that.
And then their next comment was that they felt like he was raw and a mess.
Yep.
So I personally think that the things he can do well are hard to teach, and it's not about running. It's about integrating information and actually reading the field and manipulating defenders and quiet feet in the pocket. The Lamar Jackson quiet feet, the Tom Brady quiet feet, the Joe Burrow quiet feet. So
yeah, it ain't that ain't there.
No, I think that's there. I think.
Oh,
yeah, I think that's there.
The quiet feet?
Yes, I absolutely think that's
my
there.
biggest thing, and I know I'm probably listen. Everybody here knows that I'm a huge Alabama fan. Have been my entire life.
Yeah,
because of my grandfather, because that's where he went, and it drove me nuts every fucking Matt. You watch all these guys, and when was the last time that you saw a running back group from Alabama get 8 to 11 carries a game?
Oh, it's been forever.
Yeah, never. And it just, I'm like, what? That would, if you went out there and ran more with your backs, who are very talented, but they were just out. I look at the friggin' the Georgia game. What was it? 38-6 at one point.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. And it's just throwing. And I know that's more so on the head coach, but it drove me nuts with Jalen Milroe. And it's like, at that point, they were talking about Jalen Milroe being a top 5 pick. And I said to Phil, I'm like, dude, somebody drafts this kid top 5, it's over before it starts.
Oh, I would agree that it would have been too early for him.
Yeah.
Just in the way that teams do things. But I think where he is now, I mean, I thought 3rd round would be a really nice place for him to go. So we still have some room there for that potentially happen. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Nick Saban's no longer there.
Oh,
the line looked like Swiss cheese.
Believe me, yeah.
He got
it.
blindsided like crazy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because he was Tyler Shook, who doesn't feel pressure well on the backside. So it's just for me, and Phil, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you thought about Milroe. I just think this is the perfect place to the beginning of that range to get him and let him sit and
do you know where he'd be
info.
great, Matt? Do you know where he would be fantastic to go and sit? Is in Philly.
Sure. And they could trade him.
That's where I think the kid has a lot of what Philly's quarterback has. And I think he's a better athlete. So when I see the ability for him to throw anticipation passes, I see it. He throws a great ball, a nice tight spiral. He delivers on time. The moment isn't bigger than he is. He's not always looking to run, but I don't know if I've seen a more dynamic runner.
Oh, he's fast as hell.
Maybe Mike Vick. I mean, this guy's football speed versus his 40 speed, his football speed looks faster. And I know he ran like a 4.4. So,
and he was very upset with that, by the way, in a big way. He was upset with that.
Is way up. when there's safeties and corners that have angles, and he just outruns them, and he has amazing traits that I think, if developed, I just like the person too, versus a Shador Sanders, who I don't like the way he handles himself arrogantly. I don't think Milroe.
This
I
might be
didn't
the
know the
perfect
story
place
of
to be
Bowen
talking about
Gruden.
this, Phil, because the Pittsburgh Steelers just went on the clock. Will
So
they go with Milroe?
I would go Milroe here.
Will they go Sanders?
I would go Milroe.
To Matt's
here.
point,
that would be Pittsburgh would be a great team for him.
Matt, overall, like this entire quarterback class as a whole, where would you put it over your last like handful of years?
It's a little better than 2022, which was a dog.
Which
on the
that
whole.
was the
Skylar Thompson,
Kenny
Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, guys who were drafted too early and then were kind of burnt out. And maybe Willis will be the one to survive it. But yeah, I mean, and it's also, I mean, I admit that this is probably arrogant to say, and I just think that the NFL does not really understand how to develop quarterbacks or identify quarterbacks who can develop.
Pittsburgh Steelers just selected running back from Iowa, Caleb Johnson.
Wow.
Wears the same uniform now.
Yeah. So are they gonna stick
Justin
with outside
Whaley
zone?
went one of the best hands in the draft.
Say again.
Justin
So I didn't hear the
Whaley
name.
went to the
Okay.
to the Colts. Matt.
Okay.
The kid from Minnesota.
Nice.
I know
Yeah,
you
I'm-
like his hands.
But I mean, when you look at Johnson as an outside zone guy,
I love our chat sometimes.
Fuck my ass, Caleb.
Are they going to run a lot of outside zone with him? Because that's what his
Yeah.
strength is. That's his fit. Now he can play gap, but that's not where he's a special player. So are they going to go more towards that? I don't know. That's the question mark. But again, Arthur Smith, if we're going to give Arthur Smith credit, one thing that he does well, and when he's been in the room is deal with running backs. Tyler Algier was a good pick. He was an outside zone guy, but you could use him on gap. And the toss plays, Pittsburgh might use him a lot of toss, and there's some similarities there with what Johnson can do. So, I trust the Steelers in terms of how they pick talent on the whole. They have more wins than losses. More respect. They're a good organization. The question I have right away, and it's no shame, I'm kind of joking here because I like Jaden Higgins just fine. But you look at the Houston Texans and go, did they get the wrong Iowa State player? And go, oh shoot, we met the other Iowa State receiver.
That was like that year one team meant to draft the kid with the same name. I think the Rams.
It's like a fantasy. It was almost like a fantasy draft or something. He comes in and he's like, I need to get Dalton Schultz. Oh no, I meant Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
That was me actually a couple of years ago. But Schultz worked out better. But yeah, seriously, I mean, it's fascinating that they got both those guys on that team. But the Caleb Johnson pick is interesting. But if you trust Arthur Smith in one area, it is the run game. That's good.
So this is the 5th time since 2017 that the Chicago Bears will not make a pick in round 3. Brad Biggs just tweeted out. And the first time ever that they've had 3 second-round draft picks in the same draft. You got a question here, Matt, because I know he's your fave. How much does Nick Chubb have left?
After watching him, after he came back before the broken foot, there was a limited number of touches, and there weren't, great blocks for him to like get a lane and really let it rip. But in terms of the short area movement, it looked good. The power was fine. The decision making still was, what drives him and makes him an elite. He's an elite decision maker. So I think he's got something left. It's just that teams are wary about the injury in terms of is he going to start breaking down more at the age that he's at, the minimum for his contract? I think he's the type of player that will probably, if he doesn't, we'll know how the league feels about him if he's not signed to a team within the next month and a half. If he's not signed within the next month and a half, then they're looking at him as, Dalvin Cook went to the Jets, and we're talking about him in August, and then we never hear about Dalvin Cook again, really, as a producer. And I hope that's not the case. So, but honestly, I didn't see anything that you would sit there and go, ooh, that's the burst is gone. And if the burst is still there, it's kind of the same thing as like an old boxer who still has power. They still were a power puncher. That's the last thing to go. If his burst is still there, he's still a good back.
It's almost like he could work in tandem with somebody like a DeAndre Swift, huh?
I would say that would probably be a really good thing.
On a one-year deal.
I could see him on a 1-year deal. I'm gonna have to get myself a Chicago Bears hat.
I'm working on it.
I'm still, I will definitely do that. If you guys got to get you guys definitely got to get him there. He can be your 1,300-yard rusher, right now.
He's better than Roshan, I'll tell you that.
He's honestly, if he's what he was, he's better than anybody in the league. Twice on Sunday.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. I mean, he's that good. But it's
when healthy, you haven't been wrong. How about that? You know what I mean? That's the thing.
He's got great. He has terrific contact balance. I mean, he's the type of guy that he's not going to. It's not the yards after contact Saquon gets, but Saquon is the guy that he gets those yards because somebody swats him on the thigh, and then he runs 75 yards. Nick Chubb usually gets hit in the chest or hit in the side by a defensive lineman and gets 6 yards, bowling through 2 more guys. And then if they do give him a lane, he may not give you the flying, the flying wrestling move that Saquon Barkley did last year. That's like the equivalent of the Jordan insignia on the Nike,
right.
The Air Jordan thing. But what he can still give you is, 60, 75 yard runs after you ran through somebody and re-accelerated. He's kind of like William Andrews to Walter Payton, and Walter Payton was the guy. But I remember reading Walter Payton at the height of his career saying, and I think it was Pro Magazine or Sport Magazine. I don't remember what the name of the magazine was. I was young, but they asked him, who would you block for, in the NFL? Who's a running back? He said, well, other than Matsui, because he blocks for me. He said William Andrews. I'd block for that guy. I want to watch him run. So if you've never seen William Andrews, go on YouTube and queue up William Andrews versus Ronnie Lott and watch him run through Ronnie Lott on a screen play. And I've even seen one where he knocks out Ronnie Lott on a play. I mean, that's awesome. He was great.
So the Kansas City Chiefs just made a trade with the New England Patriots. Do they need a quarterback in Kansas City? There's a couple guys out there.
I just pray that the Bears come away with Scatterboo. Then I'll be ecstatic.
You've been saying it since you and Eric have been saying it since pick 39.
There's something about this kid and his run style that fits Chicago. And when you have DeAndre Swift, Roshan Johnson, and the famous Travis Homer,
Noel Williams, corner.
Oh, I love it. That is my absolute favorite defensive player in this class. I was watching. Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't watch a lot of defensive guys anymore. But guys that catch my eye in the past years since I've left Football Outsiders and started watching, where guys were like Justin Madubuike, really caught my eye as a player. And this kid, Noel Williams, I was watching receiver after receiver against Cal because Cal plays press man coverage a lot. And I couldn't take my eyes off Noel Williams to the point that I was like literally joking around on X. And this is now a Noel Williams account. This guy is physical. He understands where to be as a tackler. He knows when to shoot his shot in terms of hitting lanes and attacking. He's a good run blitzer. He's also someone who can really just disrupt you in press coverage. He is a very smart defender, maybe not as athletic as those other guys, but maybe the most conceptually refined cornerback in this class who can really be disruptive in the run and pass game. Who's the linebacker that they had, middle linebacker from Missouri who blitzes really well? That was another guy who caught my eye. I love Nick Bolton coming out.
We all loved him.
Yeah, that guy hit you in the mouth. I loved him.
Oh, yeah.
Noel Williams disrupted a lot of good receivers that I watched this year and last year. This is a fave for sure.
Look at you. Who would have thought Matt
Waldman just added about
breaking down
600 more
defense.
pages to the RSP for next year, and he gets into some defenders.
Start breaking down some defensive backs.
Greg Bragg's just had an aneurysm because he's got to read
what?
more.
What?
Waldman.
He's adding more defense.
Yeah, I'm gonna start retweeting stuff just for the fun of it.
Greg had a pretty funny reaction to the Bears pick at number 39. He definitely did not think that they were going with wide receiver Luther Burden. And then once they announced it, he was extremely happy and was essentially announcing to the crowd that Ben Johnson was dragging his balls across everybody's face in Hallis Hall because he has all the juice.
I love it. That's fantastic. That is fantastic.
Are we gonna get the video call to Luther Burden from Mr.
Oh yeah,
Ryan
they
Post?
usually do that after the draft where they release them all.
I'm gonna tell you, shit in your hat and get the hell off the field.
That's right. That's
right,
what we
Coach.
need. That's
Tell
what
him, Coach.
Shamar Turner's going to be doing, apparently.
Warren Sharp on Shador Sanders. The Steelers needed a quarterback badly, and they passed on Sanders twice. Twice in the first and again in the third round. He had strong ties to Tom Brady, but the Raiders have now passed him 3 times.
We have a serious situation, Matt. You weren't here, and it was people saying it's a race thing when it came to Shador Sanders. And I was like, what? It's more of a family thing, a attitude thing, a questionable character thing. And when you look at Shador, what do you see in regards to him, the passer, and why he's fallen like this?
I'll say this. I'm always open to the idea that there is some inherent bias with how NFL teams view quarterbacks, view leaders, that is maybe not in some quarters, I'm sure, is there is a level of ignorance and level of malice, but there's probably more so in this time and day and age, more so just an inherent bias in terms of that they don't even realize they have it. And so I think that like Jackson Dart is a manufactured player, to please the biases of owners, or a Tyler Shook compared to what the type of refinement that Shador Sanders has. the type of upside and level of refinements that we've talked about with Jalen Milroe? Absolutely. Just in the same way it was with Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. It's all there, and because we've already seen the studies, black quarterbacks get benched faster than white quarterbacks. They don't get the job back or the second opportunity as much. And there's more stuff said about their leadership skills or lack thereof, supposedly, or certain nitpicking of traits and skills and techniques pre-draft than we see from white prospects. So do I think that is still going on? Of course I do.
I agree that we talked about it when you were gone, but there's been I think there's a lot of outside. I mean, the thing that got me was, Dion said he's like, oh, I'm not going to do anything out front. And Matt, we talked earlier today about, exactly that. But, he came out and made the comment, Dion did, he didn't want him in certain places. He wanted him indoors in a warm weather city.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that I don't think is an either or. I think it can be both.
Yes,
I think it can be where where I would say from a standpoint of when you look at Shedeur Sanders and you look at Jalen Milroe, and you can say, well, what about Cam Ward? But it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Because somebody traded up to get Lamar Jackson. Somebody said, oh, we're keeping Patrick Mahomes. We don't think he's a wild child. Somebody, there's teams that have some sense, and have leadership that understand these things. And then there are teams that range from probably teams that say, if he doesn't look like everybody in my country club, I don't want him in there. And then there's some teams that are probably to the extent that are more like, we're involved. We vote Democrat. We're liberal. But then they perpetuate the stereotypes or they're worse off than the people who say, I don't want anything to do with you, because they think they're saviors on that end. You get that range. And I'm only speaking from a limited level of experience as a husband to a dark-skinned black woman in corporate America who've raised three biracial kids. Okay. But I can, Eric can say a lot more to that with a lot more credibility than I can. I'm just given the little bit experience I have with it. But I would say that, yes, on the other end of it with Shedeur, the fact that he has a dad who's going to be meddlesome on this level is probably also a big turnoff, because there are teams that often say, I don't want my players' parents coming up to the facility. There are teams that have had that happen where the parents come up and cause trouble. And now you've got like staff who are like, look, I'm just an accountant here, or I'm a marketing rep. And I've got this guy coming in or the mom's coming in, and they're flipping out on me.
But that is everything that got painted on Caleb Williams that they said was true last year.
Right?
All of that.
Right?
All of it.
And now look, with Dion, I mean, I told a story, and I'll tell it just for humor, because it's, it kind of talks about bias in two different ways. But I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I grew up the second half of my life in Atlanta, and I lived outside in a bedroom community out of school. My mom lived in Duluth, Georgia for a while. And Duluth was known for having an overzealous police department. Okay. Her boyfriend at the time was a cop who was a vice and narcotics undercover detective who did extraditions in Philadelphia during like the Rizzo area, real corrupt era. And he even said that the Duluth police were overzealous about the dumbest things. Like he got pulled over by a cop who was in front of him for speeding. Like that. He was like, how does that happen? So literally like a 5-minute walk from where I was staying was a grocery store. And generally it was empty by 10 o'clock at night. But by noon, by midnight, there's nobody there, but they're open all night. Apparently, Dion and his significant other, I don't know whether it was his wife at that time or his girlfriend, whoever he was with, she was pregnant, and he pulled in the fire lane and parked there. And the cops came while he was in the pharmacy getting medicine for her, and they were writing up a ticket. And Dion started arguing the ticket, and I'm sure if it were me, I'd do the same thing. I'd look around and go, probably there's nobody here. The parking lot's completely empty. Everybody parks in the fire lane at midnight to go run in somewhere with the hazards on. They
Exactly.
arrested him. And then it became a big story in the Atlanta area. And to make the story a little bit funnier is that, fast forward about a week, I was 21, 22 years old and waiting tables at a Bennigan's. If you remember Bennigan's.
I remember
so if you want to picture me
Long
with
Island.
flare and suspenders and the striped shirt and shorts with it, doing this, that's
They
the
were
humor
the
of it.
Fridays before.
Yeah.
They had the pins.
Yep. So it's empty because it's like a weeknight, and it's empty. And he comes in with two of his friends who were players, and a lot of players would come through this restaurant. A lot of Braves and Falcons fans, because on the way to the communities where they lived. And he comes in, and when he walks through the door, again, this is an empty restaurant. He opens both doors. He's in a mustard yellow linen suit, and just walking around like he was Ric Flair entering the arena. No, he wasn't dancing around or anything stupid like that. But he walked around like he was literally entering an arena, and his friends were literally had their head down and just shaking their head behind him. And he comes in and literally his friends order. It literally takes 5 seconds for them to order. He spends 2 minutes peppering me with questions and issues, and it's like he's not talking to me. It's like he's on stage talking to the entire restaurant, which is empty, but he's still practicing for everybody to know what's going on. And so it just his friends are even a little embarrassed by this. And then finally, at the end of what I do remember was that he didn't seem satisfied with anything. And he accused of spiking his milkshake with alcohol that he asked for. And we're trying to be friendly with him about it. And his two compatriots who are just in t-shirts and shorts, again, I don't know where Dion was coming from. Maybe he was coming from somewhere where he needed to be dressed up and he picked up his friends. But, it was just an interesting layer to all of this. And then, he was just, made a big case about the whole thing. And it was like he was presenting himself to a bunch of people and no one was there. So there's a little bit of, it was kind of that narcissism that you see on a level sometimes with people. And he kind of had that going on. And again, he was my age. We're about the same age. So I can't think about all the dumb shit that I've done.
It was May 24th, 1991.
There you go. So, there's a lot of dumb stuff that people
May
do.
24th.
But when you look at how he behaves sometimes with stuff, he's more refined, and he's obviously a fantastic football player. He's been a fantastic coach. He's been fantastic to really elevating the HBCU community in terms of what potential there is with athletes and what can go on there. He's done a lot of good. He's just complicated. He's a complicated dude. And sometimes he may get in the way. Maybe he's getting in the way of his son because it's worked for him in the past to have this bully pulpit and to create these.
Well, Mel Kiper bought right into it. I mean, Mel's touting him as the best quarterback in the draft.
Yeah. He's polished. He's polished, but he doesn't have any outstanding traits that say he's going to carry a team when things go bad. Could he end up being Tom Brady and we all have egg on our faces? And exactly, Yeah, but it's got to be next to a strip club. It's the one that I was.
I cropped it out.
Okay, because usually the strippers came in
Yeah,
later at night to work. So, but yeah, but at the same time, and it wouldn't be Atlanta without that. So, but at the same time, the worst case scenario or the low end range of what he could be as a starter is like Geno Smith. Good player, capable, strong team around him, can be really good. But teams get it set in their head that we're drafting for that highest upside. And maybe that's what they think is
real quick, Phil. I just want to bring this up for Matt. Somebody that you may know, Waldman, Savion Williams, to the Green Bay Packers.
Wow, that's fun. Just because, I mean, we talked about him as a Cordero Patterson type of player. And he might be. This is the spot where he could maybe take over for Christian Watson, and then if he does, then is Matthew Golden the guy that they want to take over for Romeo Doubs when Doubs' contract is up?
Right.
Because Jaden Reed ain't going anywhere.
No, the Kansas City Chiefs just traded up again.
They got the Waldman Defensive Player of the Year.
Who's their backup quarterback?
That right now is the kid from Michigan State still on the roster?
Who traded up?
Kansas City did again.
Oh, yeah.
I think it has a lot to do with his dad, and the shenanigans rub off on that.
Shador got pranked by one of his friends.
I know.
I didn't see that. That's terrible.
Not a good friend.
No, that's a dick move.
It's not a friend.
I would totally do it to you, though, Phil.
You're such a dick. Is Carson Wentz the backup there?
Yes, that's right. Thanks, Mike.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Who was the Michigan State quarterback that was there for years? What was his name? I could see it.
Shit.
Who has him in the chat? Someone's there.
Yeah, he retired after the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah. The fuck was his name?
Somebody in the chat will have it.
The Bennigans in Long Island was like a fucking 20 rooms. Then they had a nightclub in the back, and everyone was dancing back there.
Yeah, Chad Henne, right? Now you're thinking
Drew Stanton. Look at Mike. Oh,
there we go.
I was thinking of Henne, but that was Michigan.
My low end comparison for Tyler Shook, if it doesn't
there
work
you
out.
go.
Nice.
Fucking Bennigans. He brought me back to Long Island, 1992.
Monte Crisco.
That
Monte
was
Crisco's.
That was a bad tweet. The Chiefs did not trade up. It was a bad tweet.
Okay.
Oh, is Garner Minshew there now?
Did he sign there?
He did sign somewhere.
Yeah,
I think he did sign with the Chiefs. Garner Minshew. Jeez.
Yep, he is with the Chiefs.
We already reacted and responded, Keith, to the Luther.
Josiah Stewart to the Rams.
Smaller pass rusher coming in for Verse, given everything he's got.
Do you want to see the phone call to
Yes.
Luther Burden?
Oh, we got the Luther Burden call.
Luther.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Ryan Post from the Bears. How you doing?
Thirsty.
I'm doing good.
You sick of waiting?
I've been waiting a while.
I know you have. Well, we're gonna put your name in right now, all right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right.
Let's do it.
Appreciate you. All right, here's Coach Johnson.
Let's
Luther.
see, Coach.
Yes,
How
sir.
we doing, buddy?
I'm
You
doing
ready to
great.
go?
I'm
Yeah?
ready to go.
It's
Let's
time
do it.
now. Coach Strink told me what you're about now, all right?
Yes, sir.
He said we're getting a dog. Is that what we're getting?
That's me.
I
That's
know.
who I am.
I know.
like that.
I know. Buckle it up, man. We got to get to work, all right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. Hey, I'm going to pass you on to our president here, Kevin Warren, okay?
Let's go win some
Yes, sir.
championships. Custom
Ready
line
to
for
win
Kevin
some
Warren.
Hey, Luther,
championship?
congratulations. Appreciate it.
What's in the past is the past. It's time to come be a Chicago Bear. I'm excited.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Look at Antoine
Okay.
Randall.
Okay, here you go. You know, Coach
Look at
Randall
Randall.
right here. Yes, sir.
Yes,
You ready
sir.
for it?
Yes, sir. I'm ready. I've been ready.
That's
He
right.
makes
We're
a
going to the
huge
top of the mountain,
difference in
baby.
the
And you
whole
going with us.
thing.
Let's do it.
Yes, sir. I'm right there.
How you feeling?
I'm excited, man. Should dream
That's
come
right.
true, man. For sure.
That's right.
This
We
is
ready to get it
so
done.
un-Chicago
Just like we
Bear,
talked
like
about.
I can't even grasp it.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hey.
That is
Luther,
about as
third in the
un-Chicago
third.
Bear like as it gets.
Yeah.
I love how Antoine rolled up on Kevin Ward.
Yeah, he's like, whoop. Yeah.
Give me the motherfucking phone.
Can you imagine Eberflus? Are you a dog?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you a
Right.
dog?
Yeah, Utah, you ready to roll there?
You ready to roll?
You'd hand out those crazy ass nicknames.
You know, he dropped because, that must have been that he dropped because they felt like there were all those rumors about uninterested in playing when things weren't going well and all that kind of jazz, but that's not
Phil. And so this is what, Phil, you have to give the Bears props. And this is going against the old regime of the Chicago Bears in any type of red flag attitude wise. Whereas before you had anything, it was,
the past is the past. That was Kevin Warren.
Kevin
Warren, yeah.
Yeah.
Xavier Watts is still out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cam Scattaboo also. Didn't know if you guys knew that.
I do.
Oh boy.
Very
We got a big pick here, guys.
Uh-oh.
So
Not
pick
Scattaboo.
number 92. It's not
J-
the Toronto
J-
Argonauts
Milroe.
making the pick, but it's the
Oh.
Seattle Seahawks.
Milroe?
Jalen Milroe.
Yes. Good for Milroe.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Absolutely love that because they're trying to build their
Look
line.
at Nick.
You get Darnold in
Yeah.
front. He can be their crash test dummy for a year or two.
Yeah.
I hate to say it that
Sorry,
way,
Sam.
but
You
if
ain't
it
lying,
doesn't
though.
work out well, they can do that and that'll be fine. But that's nice for them. They
Good
get a
for
luxury.
Milroe.
It's a luxury.
No pressure right now for him at all.
No.
Yep.
And
that's what he needs to be in. Just to your point, exactly.
Fuck
That's
you,
the thing that
Mel
turned me off
Kiper.
was I could not grasp the thought of anybody taking Jalen Milroe as high as they were initially talking. And then I said to Phil, I'm like, dude, you can't take this guy in the first round or the second round.
Yeah.
Down here, to your point, it makes more sense.
You don't
He doesn't
need
have
to.
to come
Yeah.
in, and there's zero pressure on him to play.
Yep. And so, I mean, that's
And he can use him in packages his rookie year. Come in for this dude. And you just
How many picks we go into round 2? How many picks are there before? I'm sorry, round 3 before it's over. But we go to
they have a
101.
lot of
Yeah, I think so.
compensatories too.
Wow.
Now you're gonna find the measure of Jalen and these players. I just like this kid a lot. I think he's a good person.
So there's three more picks to go in round 3.
Oh, that's it. And then we're done.
That's it? Okay.
3 more picks. But then don't they have compensatory? So there'd be like 10 left? You sure? Well, if this doesn't humble Shador Sanders, I don't know what.
But here's my question. Is it very possible that he's not the one that needs humbling? That maybe he just happens to be the son of a very dominant personality that he grew up with and knows the best way to manage his dad is to let his dad be his dad. And then he's going to have to learn to be independent from that. And I think he will. And maybe that will be the growing point for him, may be at some point to say, okay, Dad, this isn't about you. And I don't.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah. And we need to have a little distance. I won't be surprised if in like 10 years we find out that there was a falling out between him and his dad for a short period of time, and then his dad begins to respect his independence on a level where, you know,
That's a
and
good
again,
point,
I
Matt.
don't keep up with the going on with this, so I may be off base with all of it, but you know,
I think
if
you're
you know,
not completely off. I think there is a level of him being this arrogant person that thinks he's better than thou. And there's a part of that in a recipe that you have to have as a quarterback. But there's another part where you have to prove that too. And there's sometimes when it's a very complicated mix because the father, to your point, then pushes the wave even further in like a typhoon, and it becomes overwhelming. Like, do I want to take on all of this? And can this personality truly lead a locker room of men who play professionally? I don't know. Honestly, that's what I saw in the. Did you see he had this draft room made and it's legendary?
yeah,
He had his jersey retired. He won 14 games.
right,
Fucking Rashaan Salam won the Heisman there. His jersey's still there.
right.
Right? I mean, you're setting
Cordell
precedents.
Stewart, you know?
Cordell Stewart.
Yeah.
These precedents you set, it's almost like you're setting yourself up.
Well, wasn't there something to them? Didn't Dion unretire a number so Shador could wear it at Colorado? I think that there was
I hadn't heard that one. I don't
story about.
that's
Let me look
quite
that up.
possible.
No, there is something to that, Shane. I remember that. I don't know. It might have been Silo. Wait, Eric Bieniemy's jersey, right? I don't know. This is something we haven't been able to talk about. We want to get through some of these super chats as we wind down the draft. Oracle of Hallis, $5. Prayers for Derek Harmon, suffering the most absolute tragedy of losing his mother just after being drafted in the first round. Love you, TTNL family. Now, how this story goes is very difficult. Shane, you shared it with me. So do you want to tell
Say again, Phil?
The story of Harmon's mom passing? Some people don't know.
I mean, it was just, I don't know exactly what the medical condition was, but she was on life support. And after he was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers, they ushered him to the hospital and he got to speak to his mother and tell her that he was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and she passed away a handful of minutes later.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, who's not going to be rooting for that kid, you know, for the rest of his career? 100%. It's an amazing, amazing story. And, you know, you can.
It was a Connecticut deer tick, by the way.
Yeah. But, you know, if
Not
that's
an
the
Alabama
last,
tick.
the last thing that his mother heard, you know, you're going to a family-run organization with a lot of stability. That's got to, you know, if that's the final thing that she heard, that's a pretty amazing send-off to know that your son's going to a stable place, organization. You know, that's it's just a beautiful story anyway you slice it up.
For sure, they're one of the class organizations in the league.
Yep.
You know, for their Northern Illinois running back Chad Spann, who I had developed a friendship with before he got drafted, and for a while after, and had done some writing for me on the RSP site from time to time, and who's a coach in Indiana now at a prominent Indiana high school. I think he coached David Bell, you know, very recently. But we talked about his journey as an NFL and CFL running back, and he said that the Steelers was up and down one of the most class organizations he'd been a part of, and that all the players introduced themselves to him, shook his hand, wanted to actually help him as a player, and there was structure there, and it was night and day different from, say, back in the day when the Buccaneers had Raheem Morris in his first go-round. And when he said that when the the Buccaneers beat the Saints in New Orleans, he said the whole team and the coaching staff partied. He said, and he said he couldn't wait to get off that team because of that. And that when he ended up with the Steelers, he was like, it was night and day different. And he began his career with Peyton Manning with the Colts and Manning's last year there. And he talked about all that too. So he had a wealth of information about these guys. So the Steelers were a great organization.
So Matt, another quarterback just came off the board to your Cleveland Browns. Dylan Gabriel.
Wow. Okay. So Gabriel's that kind of moxie kid who attacks, will attack downfield, and he can create. He's kind of in that Baker Mayfield mold, but not at the level of Mayfield. But there's guys I know, like Chad Ryder, really liked him as a fun late round type of player. I don't think he saw him as this early of a player, but I don't know. I think that's a pretty big reach, if you ask me. I'm hoping the team takes Curtis Rourke and just like in the 7th round and sits on him, because he's going to be better than most of the quarterbacks we hear after this.
So I wanted to address this because T will put it in there. Nobody was blaming Shador because of the jersey being retired. We openly said we were blaming his father.
Yeah.
Nobody blamed it on Shador or Travis Hunter.
And how do you and you can't blame a 20-something-year-old young man for not having the savvy to deal with a person that he loves and should love, who he probably thinks has his best interests in heart, but may be unwittingly hurting him.
Yep.
Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round, I was not expecting that. I will be honest.
That's a sad trombone kind of.
They've been having an amazing draft, but maybe.
So the Eagles were on the clock, and they have just traded with a team, but it has not been announced yet.
Doyle Collette, to think about the scheming Ben Johnson create with this group is going to be something special. Absolutely. Luther Burden, Loveland, and Lovelace. Imagine that. No, but seriously, the ability to get these players in positions to help your football team with their talents and use the quarterback that I believe is the best I've scouted, and Caleb Williams, to do things with him and give him targets like that. I'm excited because Burden was my number 1 receiver.
Same.
Well, behind Travis Hunter, but Coach Waldman has him number 1 overall, irregardless of Hunter. And that right there just checks boxes for me. It does. So,
and it's close, but Hunter's a fine player. We all know that. So,
right.
Yeah.
But your breakdown of Tyler Warren and Loveland is outstanding. And it just showcases the difference of what it is. A lot of times I'm going to talk about it. We're obviously going to break down Loveland for our patrons. If you're not a patron, become a patron. TheTapeNeverLies.com. You're going to get every breakdown. I already got an update from our guy, Chris Harold. He's got every player we've drafted so far in the folder to be cut up and brought to light. But what Matt did in showcasing the difference of the two, not on just verbiage, but with tape, in those little appetizer pieces, you're seeing traits and scheme treasure uncovered. When I say that, it's like I talk about what the stem of the route is and how Cole Kmet, as you Bears fans know, why I was so hard on him, because he wasn't winning where he needed to be and separating where he needed to be. He makes things more difficult by jumping in the air and stopping his feet and doesn't track the ball well. So when you're hard on a quarterback and you have a talent that should be able to do the things that you would want, it's not there. Ben Johnson, watching the tape, recognizes we're getting handicapped by a guy you overpaid. So we need to upgrade at our tight end if we're going to run my scheme, and thus Loveland pick over Tyler Warren.
Just a quick update. Houston was on the clock. They took Jared Wilson. And Atlanta was the team that traded up with Philly, and they took safety Xavier Watts from Notre Dame.
Oh, Atlanta took Watts. There you go. Ryan Pace and company. Kevin Carlson, $4.99. Ben often says EPA wins games. So are these EPA picks, Matt Waldman?
They're good picks. They're good picks on film. They're players that they're players who perform techniques, concepts, show athletic ability that put players in position to have success, put themselves or put their teammates in position to have success. And to me, maybe that's the other side of the coin of how that wins games. I don't want to get into an EPA discussion right now, but there's some value to EPA for sure. But that's the point of view I come from.
I'm this much value in EPA, so I'm right with you. I'm like, okay. James Weston, $9.99. Tip jar for my favorite ball watchers and washers.
That's gonna
bear down, y'all. Let's believe in Ben. Thank you, James Weston.
Texans trade up and take DB Jalen Smith from USC.
Oh, Jalen Smith off the board. Brandon Morgan, $4.99. I like Luther. Just throw it out there, bro. I appreciate it. We all like Luther as well. I think Luther is going to come in with a chip on his shoulder.
I think they must have drilled the hell out of him in interviews, and probably asked him all the tough questions about stuff that, and so that they could put him on notice and also listen to what the team had to say. And I don't think I think he got bad mouthed in ways that probably were more about maturity, that's correctable, not like Jermaine Burton type of level stuff, which is still correctable, but maybe Jermaine Burton is like a tier or two further down that path you don't want to see.
Houston just took Ursery. Yes,
thanks,
I'm
Bullets.
sorry. We're late on this one.
I know.
These were earlier. Hold on. I'm late on the combo before I figure a Jimmy G comp. Jimmy Garoppolo. Is that who he's talking about?
Jimmy Graham.
Oh, Jimmy Graham
for
Loveland.
Jesus, you're gonna have everybody in the chat saying Lovelace now. Christ.
If he pleases as many people as she did, you guys are very happy.
A lot of Bears fans to please, Waldman.
I'm just saying.
It's a difficult position to be put in.
And it's a
doesn't suck, I'll tell you that.
Keep going. It's a position that's just a pun anyway. So, so there we go.
It's a tight end, for God's sake.
That's right.
Oh, is that a good comp for him, though? Christ. Phil, don't forget.
Hopefully he's
the
prolific.
Lovelace tape.
Yeah.
You have in the cabinet in the basement. Now I gotta find the Lovelace tape.
Marcus Imbow. Is it Imbow? He's still on the board.
Bow.
No, it's Bo, like Dwayne Bowe.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Dwayne
the ever elusive silent M. It's Marcus.
Oh, it's
Bo.
just Bo. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah.
Bow. Hey, Matt. Rate the Bears draft so far, please.
Well, we've just been listening to him. He likes it.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
what's there to say? I mean, you got Luther Burden, you got the best wide receiver in the class, you got the best tight end in the class.
There you go.
You know, I mean, that's pretty damn good, especially when you get the best wide receiver in the class that far down. And one of the 3 best wide receivers in the past 2 classes.
Yeah,
I mean, and you saw that Ben Johnson said, listen, I'll definitely take this job. I want to work with Caleb Williams. I'm paraphrasing and making up shit, but I'm sure it's probably close.
Correct.
You know, yeah, I'll take this job because I'd love to work with Caleb. But if you do not let me build an offense with this, and you start going defensive picks everywhere, go somewhere else. You know, I'll stick around with the division winner that I'm in, and we'll just continue to, as whoever said, drag their balls, you know, across everybody.
That was Gregory Braggs.
Yeah, exactly. There's my man Gregory saying all that shit. So yeah, I mean that's, you know, so yeah, I mean I those 2 picks alone made the Bears draft. If you ask me, the rest is bonus.
The Raiders are on the clock. Could this finally be it? The pick has been in for a while now, and they are not announcing it.
Chubbs 82, $20. Hey guys, checking in. At first I was upset. Now I'm feeling pretty good. I like the tackle, admittedly. I didn't know a lot about the wide receiver from Missouri. The more I look into it, though, the more of a weapon he is. Well, you should have been watching the whole fucking show, Chubbs. You would have been told by Waldman, and you would have brought in his tape breakdown of.
Yeah, but he's got a dog that looks like my dog's granddaddy right there. He probably had to walk that dog somewhere. You know, he's got to take care of that thing that he's got going on there.
That dog is
can't blame him.
That dog is a retired defensive tackle.
Chubbs 82. Yeah.
Yes. No, his dog. He used to play for the Hawaiian Hulas.
Look at that.
Look at that. You have a linebacker at dog. I got a little.
And it's so funny too, you know, like fans, and we get emotionally attached to a name, a player, or somebody.
Yes,
100%.
And your son was behind you, and he's asking you questions like, "Is this guy any good?" He wasn't emotionally attached because he didn't know him.
Yes,
but you know, and that's why TTNL and Matt and people like you guys are so important, because come in with the mind and go, oh, geez, I didn't know that about this guy. And so now that guy goes up higher on your board because, you know, of the detailed analysis you guys bring. And that's why you're so valuable, both, you know, both you guys, the work you do. And it certainly has helped me figure out some people because, you know, in my age and stuff, I figured out, you know, if I don't know something, I just shut up for a minute and learn and let you guys do it. But, you know, it certainly seems like we know who's kind of running the show and whose pounds on the table at the Bears war room working, especially early on in this draft. And so he got some more weapons, and now they fortified both lines a little bit, and got to go away feeling, at least on paper, that things look pretty decent right now, and they're paying attention, and they got some weapons to work with, and we'll see how it all comes together when they get into camp.
It was not Shador time in Vegas. They went
No.
offensive tackle Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech.
Very technically focused right tackle, left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good pick.
Big guy. 6'5",
How's the
312.
TTNL fam feel about the draft so far? I think we're all in a good space. We get it.
Yeah.
We get it. We get what they're doing. We know who's in charge. I think the Turner pick, when you come in angry, I'm excited to hear that phone call. The Shemar Turner.
Yeah.
Coach, just give me my pads and tell me when I got to show up.
Oh, so the Raiders have back-to-back picks. They just took another offensive lineman, Charles Grant, William.
Oh, my guy from William and Mary.
Big tackle, right?
Yeah. He could play tackle or guard.
Or guard. Okay.
Sleeper guy. I like this guy. Very traits oriented technique.
Oh, Jesus. Somebody just
Chubbs
tweeted
82
out.
is back with $5. My guy Chubbs, and thank you, Chubbs. Dion was just as loud about the second overall pick. It's all about talent, and the NFL doesn't think he's that talented. That's what he's saying about Shador.
Somebody just tweeted out quarterback Javaris and Lamar off the board ahead of Shador Sanders. If you're a Key and Peele fan, you will know that reference. But
oh, jeez.
The other one was Bronny James went ahead of Shador. So,
oh my God,
been a tough night.
Bronny James.
Charles Grant.
I want to see when this run on these talented running backs that still haven't been picked yet is going to start. Probably round 4, I guess.
We got who are the guys still left? We might see some get taken right here.
Adamo, Dylan Sampson.
Yeah.
Dylan Sampson.
The Bears have been tied to both of them. Bears were tied to Jaden Blue and Rashard Smith.
Bayshul, Trevor Etienne.
Jewel Tootin, my guy.
From Oklahoma State.
Yep. Ollie Gordon.
Ollie Gordon.
Damian Martinez.
There are several in there that I thought would be at least coming off the
Devin
board.
Neal. Devin Neal.
Yeah, he's still there.
Jordan James.
3 picks left.
I will be a Bears. I'll give another one. I'll be a Bears fan for.
Oh,
if the Bears take Taj Brooks anywhere after the 5th round, and they just stroll in and rob the league with that guy, I'm becoming a Bears fan.
There it is, folks. Live on the air.
He's trying.
Hey,
a source in the Bears war room, Matt, just told me that the Coach Johnson was going shh.
Yeah.
Taj Boyd.
They don't listen to me.
You guys heard it here.
Eric and Nazir Stackhouse play running back?
Only on the goal line. And I understand he doesn't have great hands. He might fumble just like our boy did Kramer, when they gave him the ball.
Doug Kramer.
Man,
no
Dougie
carries this year.
CJ West is another interesting.
CJ
lineman that's still out there from Indiana.
Yeah.
I love that kid.
Is he a Chicago boy as well? CJ West?
St. Louis, I believe.
St. Louis, Illinois?
Yeah. I think he's from East St. Louis.
Yeah. I think
where did
Adam Rank had him on, I believe, or somebody. He was on recently somewhere. I saw an interview with him.
Where did Clark Griswold get lost and they're fucking stealing his tires while he's there? What city was that?
I think it was. I think it was St. Louis.
I think it was St. Louis.
It was.
Is that where he crashes off the highway and winds up in a lot of the motel?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
We had a CFO where I worked once who was a big roller coaster enthusiast, and my boss said, "Oh, I bet you can't name where this roller coaster is." And he was like, "I know every roller coaster in the United States." And he goes, "I bet you don't know this one." He's like, "What is it?" It's the Screaming Mimi. And that was the roller coaster, the fictional roller coaster from that movie, from Family Vacation.
Yeah.
And it took him 2 weeks to figure out that he was being pranked.
Wow.
And then I ended up in New Jersey for a meeting up there for the first time when I was in my 20s and had really long hair and did not look like I belonged in a corporate thing. And he was grilling everybody at a restaurant and trying to make fools of them. And he looked at me and he asked me, "Who are you?" And I said, "My name is Matt Waldman. I'm from Athens, Georgia, home of the Screaming Mimi." And he just looked at me and did not say a word.
So you guys heard me talk about Warren Moon giving his number 1, handing it over to Cam Ward and letting him use it. Well, Abdul Carter tried the same thing with Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor's answer is in. Nope. Not taking my number. Go get your own. Don't care if it's 00. Go make something out of your own number.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then Abdul
Okay.
Carter responded to that. He said, "Hey, the worst thing he could say was no. My stance doesn't change. LT's the GOAT. Nothing but respect. This is
right.
just going to
Hey,
make me work even harder." So that's an awesome
remember.
message.
I get some memories. I think I'm going nuts, but I remember, or I think I remember, and maybe you guys remember even better and can look it up or something. But I think in the preseason of his rookie year, LT wore 96.
Really?
And I saw him playing, and I mean, I'm a fairly young guy, so I'm going like, who is this 96? I mean, he was all over the place in the game. He was just everywhere, and I had no idea he was going to be, the GOAT and a defensive game changer, and invent his own position basically. He is the ultimate edge rusher.
Hell yeah.
And
That's the
but
best that ever did.
but
it,
again,
man.
sometimes some thoughts get in there, and I go, okay, Eric, it might have been a dream. You got mixed up with reality. I will look that up and shoot you guys a text or something if I actually find out that he actually wore 96, at least at some point in the preseason of his rookie year.
There's eBays that say Dunruss Elite card number 96 Lawrence Taylor.
There you go.
But every time I click on the picture, it doesn't show 96.
Wow.
But they're not crossing it out on Google. So
Okay, interesting, because I could have sworn, and I think if memory serves me right, it was a preseason game against the Bears.
Really?
And so that's where he really stood out, and I'm like, God, this Lawrence Taylor.
What year
guy's
was he a rookie? What year was it?
Oh,
What was he? 81, right? 1981,
maybe 80, 81.
Were you in ESPN then?
I
How
had
old are you?
not gotten to ESPN yet. I was just coming out of college, so and I was still working
81.
at Chicago Sports Phone at that point, where the
Oh my
gamblers call it.
God.
Gamblers
Sports
call
Phone,
it
wow.
976.
I remember. What was the phone number you can get the sports updates for? I would call that shit. And especially during free
976-1313
agency.
in Chicago.
Update, it would say.
Yeah.
900 Loveless.
Yeah.
We'd update it every 15 minutes, and then when it was really something hot and heavy, like NCAA tournament or something, we'd
It was
do it
a-
every 10 minutes.
That's crazy. It was
And we were
something
able
like
to
that.
cover real sports. And you know
Yes.
what? You know how I knew that Pete Rose was definitely a gambler? Because he was one of our biggest fans. every time he'd see us at the ballpark with the sports phone mic, I love you guys, and I'm going, because the only people who call to get a score update every 10 minutes, you have to have money on it. You're gambling.
That's amazing.
Who else gives a shit? You're gonna call maybe once an hour. Oh, I wonder what the Cubs are doing. You're not gonna call every 10, 15 minutes. But Pete Rose sure did, rest his soul. So I knew when the gambling came out, I went, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What year did ESPN begin?
ESPN began in 1979.
That's right.
And I got there in 87.
Okay, you came.
So
in
they were still
87.
kind of fledgling, because shortly after I got there, they got Major League Baseball. They got I think they almost always had hockey. But they started to really land some big
Tom Mees
tracks and major stores.
Yeah.
Late legendary Tom Mees. He was the grumpiest dude, but he was a good dude. Yeah, man. So I was there, and
So the final pick of round 3 is in, and it makes Bears fans feel a little bit better because Matt Waldman pointed him out as a not great wide receiver that we could take. Ty Felton goes to the Minnesota Vikings.
There you go.
The last pick of round 3.
He literally is Stephon Diggs without the hands. Like if you and like, I mean, I hate to look, it sounds like a logo scouting job because he's also a Maryland kid, but his routes are good. His routes are so good. Some of the better routes you're going to see. But literally, like, there's ways you drop the ball that range from problematic to like it's okay. Like there's the focus drop, of like Savion Williams when he knows that he can't wait to do damage downfield and he turns his head away. That's correctable. Then there's the then there's the small clap attacks with maybe your hands are close together, but you bring them apart and catch them.
Yep.
Most receivers in the NFL do that. Well, Felton does those two things. Plus, he does the wide clap attack. I'm the little kid trying to catch a ball for the first time, and I'm trying to clap two cymbals together onto the ball. That's more problematic. Then he does that too. Then there's also the Quentin Johnston, I don't know how to use my hands, Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights interview thing, where the ball arrives and he's like, I don't know whether I should go overhand or underhand. And he's going underhand all the time because he doesn't track it well. Ty Felton does that too. The only thing I haven't seen him do was what Quincy and Noonwa once did at Nebraska, which was the interpretive dance. I'm going to try and catch a ball like this. Yeah.
Wow.
Which he did correct, much to his credit, before his neck injuries. He was one of the few. But that dude, if he figures out how to catch the ball and eliminate all those ways of dropping it, he's going to be a star.
just gotta learn how to catch.
It's
Just
like
catch at your
is that
position.
my best Lou Holtz shade type
Yes.
of thing? You just have to
Yes.
watch his ass as a University of Miami matriculate for a while and listen to him call my team convicts, or at least they're not him, but
Oh,
I
man.
felt
Well,
109, 148, and 233.
we got 3 picks tomorrow. Shane and I will be back live.
Oh, man, it's been a.
I
been
I
awesome.
have to get up early to go coach flag football from 9 to 12.
If I had a sound drop that said "wah," I would play it right now when I hear
Well,
Phil talk about
I
getting up
gotta
early.
do that. Coach, and then on Sunday we kick off the season. So
Oh, okay.
it'll be
Okay, let me have 36.
he will join us tomorrow.
Oh,
Me and
Jesus.
will be on tomorrow. And it'll be a lot of fun. I can't say how grateful I am for the great Matt Waldman and the legend Eric Clemens
Oh, man. What an honor.
and legend
The honor is mine.
coming on here to join us. Break down day 2 of the 2025 draft. It didn't go the way I would have drafted, but with Luther Burden, I'm telling you guys, and I can't reiterate it enough, under Matt Waldman, this kid is a special route runner and receiver that's going to pay dividends on Sundays when it matters most.
I feel a lot better about him now. I mean, hearing you and Matt talk about him, I mean, it was a name that was always at the top of the list of stuff that I saw, but I never really saw a lot about him or saw him play or anything. But God, you guys made me way more excited, and the Bears have some more weapons that hopefully will drive some defenses crazy coming up in the 25.
Remember Phil and I always talk about this. Remember the good old days where the Bears were so awful at doing anything. Well, pretty much that's our entire lives on offense.
Yeah.
But they would uncover a guy like out of nowhere. What was that Devin Aroma should do? And he had like
from Auburn.
He had like 350 yards over like a 4-game stretch. And like Phil, they might have uncovered somebody. And then he just Mike Martz never played him again. But they would have like one. Marcus Robinson came out of nowhere, and he had like a 1,400-yard season, then just gone.
Yeah.
I have a hard time grasping that the Bears are going out and getting offensive talent. Like you drafted Roma Dunze last year, and like Waldman was saying, and then boom. You think Jerry Angelo is going to follow it back up with Luther Burden at 39?
No.
It would have never happened, ever.
Let me tell you how bad they used to be. Okay, I'm a kid. And all we got really offensively is, Bobby Douglas, right? He could throw the ball 90 yards, but never accurately. But the son of a gun could run. I mean, he should have probably played another position, maybe tight end or something. But God, was he a runner. They were so inept. They ended the season against the Raiders. Okay. Bobby's shredding them like a hot knife through butter. He's easily going to top 1,000 yards rushing first quarterback to ever do so, right? They pull him out of the game because they think he has 1,000 yards. He's 32 yards short.
Oh my
They
God.
don't figure it out till the game's over. You're like, that's
Welcome
the
to
Bears.
Chicago. Oh yeah.
And Bobby Douglas was amongst the greatest running quarterbacks I've ever laid my eyes on. I mean, you couldn't tackle him. He was fast, he was big, and he had a strong arm, just not accurate at all. When they did that, you're kind of like, well, and they actually said, oh, we thought he was at 1,000 already. Who's keeping the stats, dude? Like, really? Or when he doesn't have it, put him back out there and let him get it. Nope. So that's the Bears, and there's many other stories I could tell you from a very, very traumatic childhood of watching Chicago Bears football. But
oh boy.
But maybe a new day is here, man. Maybe we got the football guys in there to make the football decisions and get the dogs we need to turn the corner and be there for 10, 15 years.
Well,
I'm not getting too excited, but I'm hopeful.
you got to be hopeful. This clearly has been a Ben Johnson draft. Greg put it eloquently on another network, I guess. We could see what they're doing, and I'm excited. I hope we take Taj Brooks tomorrow, so we can add another member to the Bears family.
Fucking party at Bennigan's if that shit happens.
Party at Bennigan's, bro. Drinks on the house on the suspenders.
I just remember my manager throwing a walk across the kitchen and clanging it off against the wall. And then us having a beer after the shift and just not saying anything to each other, just clicking bottles and having a drink and going, "You ready for tomorrow?" Like, yeah.
That's amazing.
Hey, man.
Well,
but
thanks.
guys, it has been an honor for me. I really appreciate you guys, and TTNL, best spot on the planet. And Matt, wonderful work you do, and I'll definitely take closer looks at that to be more in the know about some of these skill guys that you watch and chronicle so well. So I appreciate it very much, brothers. Appreciate it. More than you know.
Pete Rose just texted me and he wants to know what the over-under on is DJ Ungulole going ahead of Shador Sanders tomorrow, Eric.
I just want to know if James Earl Jones told Pete that he and Ty aren't allowed on the field, or that they have to fight to see which one gets on. You know?
Oh, man. That's awesome.
Patron number 2, our very second patron, Shane, Jeff Burton, writes, Matt, as patron number 2 here on TTNL, I always look forward to your visits. And most importantly, I love how you love to come here and always show up for us. Appreciate you and all you do for us fans.
Well, thank you. I mean, obviously that speaks really well to Shane and Phil and the team here and how awesome this podcast is. And honestly, I was telling a friend, he said, "Where are you going to be?" And I told them where I was going to be in the link. And they said, so they're not Bears fans, so they don't know. And I'm just like, I said, "No, this place feels like home. It's just fun. It's a good group. They know football.
Yeah.
And we have a good time, doing it. And they have good guests on who know ball too." So.
The first time that you were on, Matt, it's weird that you bring up that specific phrase, because the first time that we ever had you on, you went on Twitter, might have been like after the show or maybe the next morning, and you tweeted that out and you said exactly that. It feels like home. And I took a screenshot of it and I looked at it today.
Oh,
and I'm like,
really?
Yeah, I did. I'll text it over. Yeah, it's crazy that I just read that today. And that's, like I said, Phil and I have been friends since 95. That was the Rashaan Salam draft.
The Rashaan Salam draft.
Yeah. Yep. And it's been a lot of blood.
30 years? Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And
I didn't hear his voice for 20-something years, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah,
Maybe it
Phil and
was
I never
18
met
years.
face to face until 2019.
Wow.
Right.
Believe it or not, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
And what's funny about that 95 draft is that was the first sign that I was imprinted on me that I like troublesome players at wide
Yeah.
receiver. Michael Westbrook. I love
yeah.
Michael Westbrook. What a player.
Yep.
He just never got it together, but
Yep.
for a season or two. But
Washington.
that dude was Josh Gordon before Josh Gordon.
Yeah.
Like in terms
Wow.
of what he could do.
Oh my Josh.
He had a
Gordon,
Pro
man.
Bowl year with a broken wrist.
Yeah.
Like he played with a broken wrist. I was like, with a cast on and still catching the ball. Yeah. But
Chubbs 82, $5. TTNL are good people who really care about people. I know that firsthand. Shane, especially, is a good dude.
Damn right, Chubbs. Tell him.
What am I?
Yeah.
Top liver?
Single me out for my general awesomeness. God damn right, Chubbs.
Chubb may be the only one who ever wrote that.
Where's
It's essentially Shane's
Chubb is
awesome.
definitely
Phil,
not
you're pretty
married,
okay
Matt.
too. Phil, you gotta be this much higher to get into the especially good range.
Oh,
Get you some
it's
lifts.
a height thing.
did Linda tell you that?
Yes.
Barb did.
Oh,
Greg's mom.
I've had them both. Yeah, Greg's grandmother's name is Linda, probably, but make them both happy.
Oh, Jesus. Well, become a patron at tapeneverlies.com. We will break down all the rookie draft picks and keep you posted. We'll be back tomorrow. Matt, you're more than welcome to jump on tomorrow where there might be some more selections, and we're going to bring on some fans of the network tomorrow. So reach out.
Here is the picture.
Always welcome here.
Here is the picture of Phil and
I
I meeting the first
No
time
pressure,
together, by the
though.
way. If anybody wants to see it. There we are. 2019.
Pretty much.
It was a great day that day.
It was a great day. It was a great day. Oh, hold on. Jeff Burton, $10. We can never, it's like a penalty on defense. You can't.
I love balls.
Yes,
Great, go
I
ahead.
do. I remember Matra first time here. He left. Who's Matra? Matt. He must have spelled it wrong. He left and went to another podcast. I forget where. And he said, one of my new favorite podcasts is TTNL Network.
Oh, I have that.
Shit.
That was on draft day. It was when we
That's
drafted.
how he pronounced it, I think.
We drafted Justin Field. We traded up. Yeah, and he goes Shane Marsaw and Phil Odishin. I'm like, I fucking love so much that he fucked Phil's name up and not mine. Made my day.
I had to take speech classes as a little kid, so there you go.
It is a tough name to say.
It's a Toshin like lotion.
Rhymes with
I
lotion.
remember it.
That's how my mom taught me.
You're like those two twins I saw who were like 50 years old who were describing a car accident and they were using the same exact words at the same time in a story.
That was the
Australian
shit, right?
Yeah.
I saw that shit too. Did you see the two dudes that are mocking them?
No.
Twin brothers put the blonde wigs on.
What?
And they did it opposite. It was funny. It's very funny. I'll have to send it to you when I find it. But love you guys. Shane, anything before we go?
I'm ready to hit end
5 hours and
broadcast
27 minutes of
draft
coverage again tonight. We need
Love
a
it.
bigger strip, Shane. We need a bigger strip, is right.
I can
Think
play.
it-
We
think
can
it'll be
you
a
wanna-
lot quicker tomorrow.
Do you want to go? Do you want to go out with that? On
Waldman
we need a bigger
bounced.
strip. That's fine. I don't blame it, man. I want.
He's like,
bounce
I'm
it.
fucking getting out.
Yeah, I
of
can't even find it. Where the hell is it? All right,
Where
so we can
is
end
it?
it. We can end it this way.
We got a bigger strip.
There.
Fuck you, bullets.